the dark of night, inside a warm house, a loud cry suddenly pierces the silence. Ah! At that moment, a man is on his knees, pleading with the woman in front of him. Please, just give us one more chance. The loan shark, holding a clipboard, grins menacingly. If you borrow from anyone else, you will have to sell your organs to pay me back. That is just how it goes. His grin widens as he lifts the clipboard high. Let us make these losers taste some real suffering. Maybe then they will understand the pain of not getting paid back. Meanwhile, the woman in the back is breathing weakly, secretly turning on her phone. The loan shark suddenly narrows his eyes, realizing what she is doing, and swiftly snatches the phone from her hands. He holds the phone up, looking down at them with a sneer. Planning to call the cops. I told you it is useless. With that, he focuses intently on the screen. Smirking, it turns out the woman is texting her son. I can't reach you. Where are you? No matter what, do not come home. Understand. The loan shark's sinister grin widens. Instead of torturing you, how about I have some fun with your son? The two helpless souls scream. Do not touch our son. He raises an eyebrow, his voice cold as ice. Make sure they are quiet. No noise. As soon as he finishes speaking, his goons rush in, gagging the couple and tying them to a nearby post. The loan shark casually says, You know, I do not want your son to be scared. Just then, footsteps echo outside, and he wickedly turns. Looks like someone's back. Kang Sang-gu, unaware of the danger, confidently grabs the doorknob. His expression is eerily calm. Finally, he opens the door and steps inside. The woman's eyes fill with tears as she whispers, Please. At this moment, the door swings wide open. Kang Sang-gu stands in the center of the room, while Liu Man hides in the shadows. He casually takes off his shoes and calls out, I am. As soon as he says that, he slowly walks in. One of Liu Man's goons lunges at him, swinging a bat. The bat connects hard with Kang Sang-gu's head, causing him to stumble forward. The woman can only watch in horror as her son is attacked. But to everyone's shock, he does not fall, and the goon is left stunned. Before he can react, Kang Sang-gu delivers a powerful punch right to his face. The goon's body flies straight towards the loan shark and Kang Sang-gu's parents. Seeing his goon's battered face, the loan shark's eyes widen in disbelief. What the? He grits his teeth, his face drenched in cold sweat. At this point, Kang Sang-gu radiates an incredible strength. Tightening his fists as he glares at the loan shark barks. What are you waiting for? Kill that little punk. Wreck him. His goons, hungry for violence, charge in with weapons drawn. As they unleash a flurry of attacks, Kang Sang-gu deftly dodges and weaves. In a split second, he counters, landing a solid hit to one goon's side. The punch is so powerful that the goon's ribs shatter into pieces. He hauls in agony, eyes rolling back as he gasps for breath. Not stopping there, Kang Sang-gu follows up with a devastating blow to the goon's side again. This time, several ribs break, leaving him writhing in pain. The guy was in so much pain that his mouth hung open, eyes rolled back, and he let out a shriek, just as he finished off one opponent. He looked up to see a kick coming straight for his head, but before his opponent could close in, Kang Sang-gu grabbed his leg. He quickly countered, delivering a strong kick to the guy's other leg. His leg snapped instantly, but another thug, not ready to back down, was sneaking up on him with a chair. Caught off guard, Kang Sang-gu took a hard hit to the head. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he looked up, his icy gaze locked onto his opponent. The thug's eyes widened in shock. Mouth agape. Out of nowhere, he was smashed to pieces, his body flying back, crashing hard against the wall. The loan shark watched in horror, thinking, what the hell? In this dire situation, he gritted his teeth and demanded, what is going on? The loan shark grabbed a spade in his hand, casting a cold glare at the couple. He yanked the man's hair, a wicked smile creeping across his face, saying, let us see if this guy can still move after I am done with him. But before he could make a move, he looked up to see a table flying straight at him. The loan shark was immediately slammed into the wall by Kang Sang-gu, using that very table. In the face of Kang Sang-gu's brutality, the couple could only watch in shock. He coldly lifted the table away from the thug's face. The loan shark was bleeding profusely, crying out in pain. My neck. Call 911. Is anyone there? The room felt like hell, with thugs laid out on the ground, and all that echoed was his desperate voice. Is anyone here? Kang Sang-gu was not in much better shape. Standing there breathless, with blood dripping from his head, his father weakly glanced over. Kang Sang-gu quickly untied them. His expression was cold, breathing heavily as he scolded. If you two did not want me to fight, then you should not have been this poor, he said, shooting them a resentful glare. After that, he collapsed to the floor, his mother panicking, crying out, Sangu. Kang Sangu. The scene shifted to a large hospital. The thugs were gathered in one room, screaming in terror. Doctor. Help me. Kim Min-seo casually leaned back in his chair at the hospital. He glanced at the nurse beside him and asked, "What is going on? What is all this chaos?" She replied, "The debtor took down 10 of your guys." The nurse pushed her glasses up, adding, "And a high school student did it all by himself." Kim Min-sika's face registered shock at the news. At that moment, the lone shark, with a broken neck, could not swallow his anger and ordered his henchmen, "Find that bastard and kill him now." The blonde thug, Min Jing, responded, "Boss, that guy is also in the hospital." He let out a sinister laugh, thinking, "The black bear just left. That kid is probably done for now." Kim Min-seok overheard the name and jolted. Black bear. He immediately asked the nurse, "Which room is that student in?" She quickly replied, "Yep. Room 202. At that moment, in the emergency room, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Kim Min-seok dashed down the hallway like a bat out of hell. He panted as he thought, "If the black bear is in this area, then that kid must be one of the 4 fighters I am looking for. This could also help me verify the candidate's abilities." A moment later, he stopped in front of room 202. He stared intently at the nameplate on the door, and with a heavy sigh, he lamented how unfortunate it was to be caught up in this mess. Kim Min-seok adjusted his glasses and peered inside, feeling sorry for that poor student. At the same time, the atmosphere in the room was incredibly tense. With a huge, intimidating figure blocking the way in front of him, he glared at the student, condescendingly saying, "You called me here just for some useless kid?" With an air of arrogance, he added, "Just do not hold a grudge against me. I have got debts to settle." The big guy continued nonchalantly, "But you are actually kind of interesting." His eyes were bloodshot, and a cruel grin spread across his face as he noticed the kid and was not afraid. At that moment, the student had pulled out a needle. His cold gaze locked onto the opponent. The big guy complimented him, saying, "But you are actually kind of interesting." He smirked. "You see me and you are still not scared." The student, ready for a fight, withdrew the needle from his hand. The big guy swung his arm down. "Let me teach you a lesson about fear." But the student was quick, landing a punch squarely on his face, leaving Kim Min-seok outside in shock too fast. However, the student was still slammed to the ground by the big guy, panic etched on his face. Even though Kim Min-seok was a bit surprised, he remained calm. "Just like I thought." The big guy looked down at his hand with a mocking smile. "Kid, no matter how crazy you are, charging at me like that just makes me want to hit you harder. If you act fearless, that is the quickest way to get yourself killed." The student struggled to get up, still able to stand. "Ah," he said with a serious expression. The big guy smirked. Now this is getting fun. Kim Min-seok was getting anxious. Is he really going to kill that kid? I need to stop this. He managed to dodge the big guy's punch and kicked him square in the face. Even he, standing outside, was stunned. As the big guy nearly fell, Kim Min-seok's eyes widened. He had never seen a black heart get knocked down before. The big guy still laughed as he got back up. "You really think I would give up after being hit by a high schooler?" The student quickly threw another punch, knocking him back down. Kim Min-seok could not believe it. This was absurd. Then came a flurry of punches from the student, making the big guy tumble. He pressed both hands against the student. He kept laughing as he cornered the student. "Do I really have to use my ultimate move on a high schooler?" Kim Min-seok realized this was not just any move. It was the big guy's final attack, and he had to stop him now. The big guy tightened his grip, his hands trembling. He burst into laughter. "This is ridiculous." Kim Min-seok rushed in to intervene. "Stop right there." The student struggled to respond, while Kim Min-seok stood there dumbfounded. The room fell silent. The kid's stillness was making the big guy uneasy. "What? Is your body paralyzed now?" "I have definitely used all my strength." The student pushed himself up, startling the big guy. "You can still move. Your bones are not broken." The big guy, furious, prepared to unleash his old trick. "This time, I will smash you into 100 pieces." The student's bones were still intact as he pushed himself up. The big guy was taken aback. "Well, why are not they broken?" Then, Ju slammed his head hard against him. The black bear blood and gaped, wondering if its bones were made of metal or something. Another headbutt, and now his face looked like a scarred cat. Ju poured all his strength into the final hit, slamming him hard, when Min-exane stopped him, saying he was already unconscious. Ju finally backed off. He came over to calm the panting boy down. Min-exane looked at the body. If they kept beating him, cleaning up would be a real hassle. He called, "Room 202. Building B. Head trauma from a traffic accident. Please send help." Ju kept breathing heavily, trying to interrogate. "Who are you? Are you with these guys? Minetexane looked at Ziop and said. Whatever. I am thinking about forming a team with you, Joy asked. What the hell are you talking about? The responders arrived, leaving him even more confused as they approached the silent body. One responder reported. All confirmed. We are done here. Right. T. How can you be so sure the Black Bear won? Wake up. The responder then ordered. Let us get started. They began to clear the scene. They dragged the body away. They dragged the body right in front of Ju. He asked. What the hell are you guys doing? Akim Minexi knelt down and handed him a red business card. This is someone who can give you everything you want. Ju took the card. Confused, Minexing explained. All you have to do is fight for that person. Ju crushed the business card. Get lost. He threw it onto the corpse. I am not interested in fighting for money. Then he walked away, wondering what kind of scam he almost got dragged into. Watching Ju leave, Minexi felt a pang of regret. Deep in thought, his gaze was sharp. It could change. In the men's restroom, Ju was washing his face. He scolded himself. Damn it. Even if my life is a mess, I at least have to fulfill my mother's wish of never getting into fights. His dad stood in the restroom, asking, What are you doing here? Where do you think you are going in this state? He asked seriously. Got angry. In this state. Who do you think is responsible for it? He criticized his dad. You are a boxing champion, aren't you? You even got picked for the team, so why are not you doing anything? In the end, you just brought a pile of debt home. His dad lowered his head and listened. What, is your pride as a champion too big to accept working in a gym? I do not know why you think that. You got kicked off the national team. But is your discarded pride really more important than my weak mother? His dad fell silent. Then he turned and walked away. Warning Ju, don't even think about going anywhere. Stay at the hospital. Left alone. Ju felt uneasy inside. This is just ridiculous. His head started spinning. He touched his head. His body felt weak. Is my headache from not getting enough sleep lately? Ju wondered. I am pretty sure every time I see my dad, my head just starts aching. I hate that guy. Just 1 week of being critically injured has already drained almost all my savings. Bowing my head in front of the parents of the kid who bullies me. He has not done a thing for me, so I can trust anything he does. But it seems like my life is spiraling into a bottomless pit. As a high school student, if I can't even afford a fishing boat, how can I turn my life around? I can't even cover my daily living expenses. Remembering the past when that punk used to mess with me. You want to be my junior? I am super busy. Get lost. And smirked wickedly. Looks like you are a goner. They smashed your ride. Sticking with that thought, thanks to those jerk bullies, I am even more on edge with my dad. And I can't just leave home and abandon my mom. My life really is at rock bottom. I shot up in the hospital room. Maybe I was so exhausted I passed out. I touched my head. Passed out again. What the hell? Why did they move me to another room? I picked up my phone. How long have I been lying here? My face twisted in confusion. A message from my dad. Dad sent a text. Sango. I think it is time for me to tell you everything. I am listening. Tonight, I gritted my teeth in suspicion. What else is he hiding? I remembered. What about mom? I called him. He answered. Is mom, your mom warned you? Sango. Do not come home. There is a gang of thugs lurking around that is really dangerous. I widened my eyes. What? Dad called out to me. Stay put. I have moved you to another hospital under a different name. You will be safe there. I anxiously asked. Okay, then where's mom? Dad replied. Your mom is hiding in a barn. I am nearby the police station, so do not worry about her. I can stay on the phone long. You can go wandering off right now. Got it. I am hanging up now. Sango stood still in the room. I blamed myself. Damn it. It is all my fault. If only I had just taken those guys down. I have to find mom first. Sango was about to run out of the room, but he got a call from Dad. Sango answered. Hello. A strange girl's voice came through the phone. You are Kang's son, right? Sango replied. Yeah. But who are you? The voice on the other end delivered shocking news. The situation is very bad. Kang fell and is unconscious. I was in shock. What? Your dad is lying there, covered in blood. You see him on the hospital bed. He has got a full body cast. Sango recalls what the doctor said. Just the surgery alone will cost 100 million after the operation. It will take years of expensive treatment and recovery. He is trembling. Tears streaming down his face. Sango sits down and cries, feeling utterly hopeless. He clutches his head, questioning himself. Why is this happening? What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, Sango remembers the card he threw away. It comes back to him. That card. I need to go back to that room. Sango takes off running to the hospital he had been to before. He arrives at room 202. Sango hurriedly opens the door. Approaching the trash can, he looks down. Damn it. He bows his head, starting to blame himself. Damn it. It is all my fault. I am sorry. I can't do anything. Maybe if I just disappeared, it would be better. Alone in the room, Sango feels lost. A familiar voice comes from outside. Are you looking for this? Sango turns to look. Mingsi smirks a little triumphantly. Changed your mind? He asks. How much are you willing to pay me? Mingsi replies calmly. At least 10 billion if you win. His words catch Sango off guard. He continues. Even if you do not win but still get famous, you can still make a ton of money. Do you accept this offer? At this moment, Sanga's tears have dried. In a room called Annex, Mingsi sits across from Sango. Mingsi hands him the contract. Read this. If you agree, sign it. Sango picks it up. The fighting arena. He explains. It is an underground tournament for fighters. Those monsters are like the drugs provided by the hospital for the competition. You ask, drugs? I do not know much about those. Mingsi pulls out a box filled with colorful vials, making Sango curious. Mingsi holds up a red vial. This is not your typical drug, depending on the type. It can turn an old man on the brink of death into a powerhouse. Of course, using drugs is not mandatory. Sango looks taken aback. Wait a minute, who exactly are you? Mingsi responds. Sorry for not introducing myself sooner. I am Kim, an agent for a VIP participant in the tournament. You ask again. An agent. He continues. What is important now is not who I am, but the drugs. No fighter has ever won without using drugs. Sango stands firm. I said I am not using them. Mingsi remains stubborn. I will explain more about the drugs once you step into the arena. He mutters to himself. This guy is not listening to a word I say. He is just going on about the job. Come work with us. If you get through the tournament and make it to the top 20, you will get to pick a sponsor. At that point, you will be able to choose a VIP guest as your sponsor. She is racing toward the championship. It is as simple as that. Sango replied nonchalantly. All right. Get it? Now hand me the money. That is all I need. Mingsi's brain responded. There is a catch. You only get paid during the tournament. You panic it. What? You shot up and slammed the table. Are you kidding me? So why should I work with you? He waved his hands in a calming gesture. Calm down. You need money for surgery and to keep your parents safe. Right. Sango was surprised. Uncle. Who are you? How do you know that? Mingsi's brain said with certainty. Just work for my boss. I will take care of your parents' safety, their expenses, and treatment. I will even deal with the debt collectors. Sango probed. How can I trust that? Suddenly, you received a call from your mom. You picked up. What is it? Your mom's voice was gentle. Sango. I heard you paid your dad's hospital bills already. Right. Even sent a bodyguard over. You were taken aback. About that, Mingsi's brain said. I have set up a safe house for you to rest in. Honestly, I have no other option except you. Sango. At that moment, you dared to tell your mom it was you who sent them. Just follow their instructions. Okay. I will be there soon. Your mom sounded a bit surprised. Sango. You continued. I will call back later. Sango, seemingly having accepted the reality, lowered his head. Then you asked Mingsi's brain. What do I need to do to get 10 billion won? He waved his hand. 10 billion won is just a baseline number. Depending on how many people bet on you, that number could go up. The winner could even receive up to 15 billion won. Sango exclaimed. That is just insane. Mingsi's brain continued. It is not impossible. With the price fighters have to pay, it is still pretty low. Sango felt like he was losing his mind. He explained. Many have become disabled or even lost their lives. In reality, only 10% of fighters come back from previous tournaments unscathed. You could drop out without any injuries. You were shocked. Like, really? So many people die, and no one knows. Mingsi's brain replied. Exactly. So many people die that it has to be kept a secret. Sango asked back. What did you just say? He pointed to the empty space. Once you sign this document, the first thing we do is create an alibi. You repeated. An alibi. Mingsi's brain elaborated. The hospital is where the tournament takes place, because it is the best place to create an alibi. You can participate by having cameras record your actions, while buying something under your name to create an alibi. There is no outcome we can fake. Missing persons, gunfire, illness, or side effects of medication. It is all on the table. Sango is a bit furious. What if I call the cops? Why are you telling me all this? Mingsi coolly responds. What is so hard about giving you a dose of junk? You really think anyone would believe a junkie rambling about a fake tournament? Don't he worry. You will be dead before that happens. He laughs brightly. And Sango rolls his eyes. What a lunatic. Mingsi furrows his brow. That is the beauty of the hospital system. Is not. I will say it again. This is completely your choice. Kang Sango, his expression turns sinister. Are you signing or not? Most people take days to think about it. Sango slams the table. You better keep your word. Mingsi laughs maniacally. A nurse walks in from behind, and Sango asks, what the hell? Before he can finish, she is already aiming a needle at his neck. You grab her arm in resistance. What the hell is this? But then your head spins like crazy. Sango's vision blurs. Minxie explains. Do not worry. It is just anesthesia to get you to the competition area. His figure becomes hazy. Kang Sanga realizes. Your parents will only take care of you as long as you are competing. You have to ensure victory and solve all the problems. Kang Sanga gradually wakes up, confused about where he is. Where the hell am I? A guy in full protective gear is pushing your stretcher quickly, silently moving forward. You will figure out where you are soon, even with protective glasses on. His face looks incredibly scary. Escape this hell. In a high-rise building, in a large room, the vice president of Masan Group, Director Xianggo, is deep in thought. Do you think this is possible? A picture of Kang Sango is placed on the table, showcasing a high school student as the representative fighter. Even if he took down a black bear, Kim Min-seo smiles gently. Of course. The vice chairman will laugh at this idea. The director grits his teeth in anger. But why? He remains calm. The more ridiculous it is, the better. If we want the vice chairman, the one obsessed with the fighting arena, participating in this extreme bet, needs to look down on us. It is at this moment he realizes. Are you saying we can win with just this one student? It feels like this conversation is not over yet. We checked Kang Seo's bones after he was attacked by the black bear's move. Min Seo's face turns fierce. The results are beyond imagination. The chairman is quite surprised. What do you mean by that? Kang Sango gradually opens his eyes, feeling pain as he sees a scruffy guy kicking towards him. What the hell? Who are they? His whole body jolts awake, and he screams at the top of his lungs. The guy in protective gear suddenly shouts. Back off. This is like a battleground. That crazy guy is just messing around. Just kidding. A drone flies in, confirming that the player has awakened. He wishes to ask, what the hell is this? Now Sangu looks back at his body and thinks, where the hell am I? And what is this outfit? As he saw that guy getting ready and the plane flying closer, he shouted out the first random match was about to start. He jumped up in a panic. Geez. Nearby stood a pillar. And Kang Sang-gu wondered if this first match would determine the worthiness of 200 fighters to advance into the main competition area. Inside was a syringe-like gun. This was the stimulant test round. Each player would randomly receive a stimulant from the representative, each type boosting different physical abilities. The announcement blared from the plane from this moment on. The VIP guests watching the match could start placing their bets. A roar erupted, and the match began. He shot a glare at the syringe guy. Not too pleased. He had already broken his promise not to fight and his vow to graduate. But he absolutely could not break his last promise to use the stimulant. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the other side of the stage. The stimulant was on a puddle of bright red blood, and the opponent's body started evolving. His face twisted into something scarier than a demon. The power stimulant. Kang Sang-gu's face was a mask of fear. What the hell is this? That crazy guy zoomed in, aiming to land both feet right in his face. Luckily, Sang-gu dodged just in time, and the wall behind him got a massive hole blasted into it. He crawled on the ground like a spider, thinking, what kind of monster is this? That guy dove down, closing in on the stage, raising his fist, clearly not planning to hold back. He had barely dodged a move, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, just moments ago, he had been scrawny and lacked any muscle at all. Did he just bulk up? The plane with the camera flew over. Sang-gu had no strength left to escape, so he slumped down, helpless beneath his opponent's feet. Chiexun saw Sang-gu struggling on the ground and kicked him hard in the stomach. He laughed with satisfaction, then gleefully commented, breaking someone else's ribs is the best feeling ever. As Chiexun said this, he pressed his heel down into Sang-gu's gut. But what Chiexun did not know was that Sang-gu harbored a hidden power so immense that it had made Xian-gu and Min-seok take it seriously. Min-seok had once reported, we examined Kang Sang-gu's body after being attacked by a black bear, and the results were beyond imagination. Xian-gu stared in curiosity. Chiexun continued, the hardness of his bones is 10 times that of an ordinary person. And Sang-gu asked in shock, 10 times. Min-seok chuckled, replying, Kang Sang-gu's bone density is not even human. Back in the present, Sang-gu was giving it his all, trying to grip the ankle resting on him. Chiexun gazed in astonishment at Sang-gu's actions. But before he could react, Sang-gu flipped and kicked him straight in the face, still holding onto Sang-gu's ankle. With a smooth twirl, Sang-gu easily slipped out of Chiexun's grip and glided away in another direction. Chiexun, unable to keep up with Sang-gu's speed, thought to himself, what? He is not even using stimulants, and he is still this strong. He silently rebutted, no. It is just that his body has not adapted yet. Right then, Sang-gu did not care about the blood spilling from his body. He was observing Chiexun while silently assessing this monster was slowing down. His stamina surely had not increased yet. Sang-gu quickly devised a strategy. As long as he could keep dodging, he could aim for Chiexion's face. He had to punch faster instead of relying on brute strength. Chixion was taken aback when Sang-gu suddenly went into an attack stance. As Sang-gu saw Chixion getting ready to pounce, he mentally cheered. Here he comes. Sang-gu seemed to have predicted his opponent's move, quickly ducking to avoid Chiexion's uppercut. Taking advantage of Chixion's confusion, Sang-gu landed a solid punch right to his face. Chixion could not hold back his anger and wanted to retaliate. Sang-gu saw this and jumped up, delivering another punch to his face, causing Chixion to stumble back in pain. Riding the wave of success, Sang-gu pressed on with a finishing blow. At that moment, Chiexion's head was so rattled that his eyes went wide and blank, staring off into space. On the other hand, after landing the finishing blow, Sang-gu reassured himself. Alright, that was a solid hit. He continued to get antsy, preparing for another attack, but sadly for Sang-gu, Chixion unexpectedly countered by gripping both of his wrists tightly. Chixion laughed crazily for a moment, then said, "Gotcha. You are so hyped up you did not even notice I let you hit me." Sang-gu calmly looked straight into Chixion's eyes and replied, "You really think I did not let you catch me?" Chixion, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" Instead of answering immediately, Sang-gu turned the question back on Chixion. "Do you know why a rat holds on to its opponent before delivering a powerful strike?" Chixion widened his eyes in panic, realizing something was coming. As soon as Sang-gu finished his sentence, without any wasted motion, he expertly twisted his body and kicked straight at Chiexion's face. In the blink of an eye, Sang-gu turned Chiexion's face into a bloody mess, teeth and blood everywhere, with such force that Chixion crashed to the ground. Despite shaking all over, Chixion panickedly thought, "I can get up. What is happening?" He started to lose it, shouting, "Damn it. Why is my body like this? How can I lose to someone who is not even on steroids?" As Chion raged, he suddenly noticed something. He stared intently at the syringe and exclaimed, "Right, a single dose is not enough for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged for the syringe, and Sang-gu panickedly remembered that it was the stimulant that had been given to him. Ignoring Sang-gu's desperate attempt to stop him, the madman Chixion stubbornly jabbed the needle straight into his artery. In an instant, his eyes began to redden with the change, and the drone buzzed with the notification, "Stamina stimulant successfully administered." As soon as Chixion completed the transformation, he charged at Sang-gu with all his might. The impact hit Sang-gu hard, leaving him gasping in pain, and then Chixion suddenly lifted him up. As he jumped high, he yelled, "Who are you calling a scrawny loser?" As soon as Chixion finished speaking, he used all his strength to throw Sang-gu down onto the ground, hitting the broken tiles. Sang-gu was in so much pain that he could barely see the blood splattering from his throat. Seeing this, Sang-gu's drone eagerly zoomed in on him, but Chixion angrily raised his hand to block the drone, grumbling, "Get lost. I am not done yet." Crazy Dog Chion strides up to Sang-gu, forcing him to stand up before locking him in a chokehold, grinning wide, saying, "There is something I have wanted to do for a long time." Chixion tightens his grip, continuing to taunt, "This is the feeling. With a pest like you, I have to cut your throat to feel satisfied." Sang-gu's throat is squeezed so tight that his pupils keep constricting, with blood vessels starkly appearing in the whites of his eyes. Teetering on the line between life and death, Sang-gu quietly laments. Just like that, the atmosphere around him suddenly turns a shade of fresh blood. After a fierce onslaught, Sang-gu is still sprawled on top of Chixion. At this moment, a drone slowly flies in to check on the situation. In an instant, the drone announces that the match has ended due to a player's death. At the same time, Sang, watching the screen, witnessing Sang-gu's incredible comeback, asks in surprise, "Wait, he died. What happened?" Min-seok replies, "He overdosed on stimulants." As Min-seok recalls the battle, he focuses on analyzing. The survival rate when using two types of stimulants simultaneously is less than 0.5%. He successfully used one stimulant to boost his strength, but then injected another for endurance. So it is no surprise he died. Sang-gu ponders aloud. "I have to admit, he was really lucky his opponent just walked into death." Min-seok calmly assesses, "Maybe it is not entirely luck. His body is quite unusual." Hearing this, Sang-gu retorts, "Isn't he that just about being hard to break? You know this place is crawling with monsters even scarier than him. With the stimulants we have, increasing muscle mass, hormone levels, anything is possible except one thing." Min-seok suddenly realizes the issue and quickly adds, "That is the bones. There must be a secret behind this." Sang seriously raises a question. "Let us see how effective it is when he enters the main competition." "What is next?" Min-seok adjusts his glasses a few times and replies, He is past the stimulant testing round. He will receive emergency treatment first. Then he will face other monsters. Those have enhanced powers. A while later, in the treatment room of the battle arena, Xianggu appears shaken from Chizia's sudden death. He begins to worry and think aimlessly. Did he really die? Was it because of me? I just wanted to knock him out. You were the one who almost died. Calm down. You are the only one who can save your parents. Lost in thought for a while, Xianggu suddenly notices a drone flying right in front of him. At the same time, the drone unexpectedly announces, all players who passed the round are ready. Now, please proceed to the front hall. The area staff notices Xianggu still in shock and quickly explains, from now on, this device will answer all your questions. As long as you stick with it, you will be fine. They are all equipped with deadly weapons. So do not do anything stupid. Xianggu hears this and obediently follows the drone as it leads him out of the treatment room. Just like that, as Xianggu stepped outside, he suddenly spotted a drone getting ready to fly into a store. Confused, he thought, is this some underground cave? They are making sure I can't escape. Damn. I wish I could call and check if mom is okay. At least they said that dad and mom would get food as long as I am here. I have to survive no matter what. These thoughts raced through Xianggu's mind. Anxiety hit hard. He gritted his teeth, realizing this was not anything like the battles he had imagined. Out there, everyone thought he was a terrifying monster. But here, even the random thugs on the street were at that level. Xianggu muttered angrily. Just how terrifying were the monsters around here? Following the drone for a while, Xianggu arrived at a door. The drone announced a command, opening the competition hall. With a blinding flash of light, the large door slowly opened, and Xianggu quickly stepped inside. What caught his eye was a swarm of drones hovering in the air. Today, he stood there, mouth agape in shock, after confirming Xianggu was the last one to enter. The drone system immediately announced that all players had arrived. The game would start with 124 participants. Instructions would be given briefly, so focus on the projector screen. Xianggu nervously glanced at the muscular crowd around him and thought, what the hell? These monsters. They were on a completely different level compared to the guy he faced in the first round. If he wanted to avoid unnecessary injuries and pointless fights, he should stay under the radar until the match officially began. Just as Xianggu thought this, he suddenly heard a deep, mocking voice from a man. Hey. High schooler. How do you get in here? Let me have some fun with you. Kid. As they targeted him, Xianggu took off running. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. This uniform is attracting way too much attention. Can we just start the briefing already? From a distance, Blackhead saw Xianggu ignoring the man who started laughing mockingly. I heard that kid got in here because his opponent used too many stimulants. The guy with the bangs asked. Wait, so he has not used any stimulants yet? Blackhead quickly replied. With that uniform he is wearing, those rich kids definitely want to see him suffer. The guy with the bangs seemed intrigued as he watched Xianggu slip by. He turned to Blackhead, bored, saying, I am sewed. Why not mess with that kid a bit? Blackhead suddenly panicked and warned. Hey. Keep your head down and move. It looks like someone else has set their sights on him. Just then, Xianggu heard someone calling out. Hey. Turns out, the man from earlier was not ready to let Xianggu off the hook. He stepped closer, getting ready to pester him. When someone asks if you want to play, you have to respond. Right. Hearing this, Xianggu fell silent, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The man pressed forward, casually placing his hand on Xianggu's head and condescendingly declaring, if you do not answer, I guess I will have to kill you. With no way out, Xianggu quietly resolved to survive against these lunatics, so you need to be crazier than them. Xianggu thought, spinning around fiercely to prepare for an attack on the man. Just as Xianggu was about to retaliate, a hand suddenly swooped in to grab the man's arm. The man, Elbin, asked irritably, what is this? Gusiok chuckled lightly and commanded, stop it. Instead of stopping, the man casually tightened his grip on Gusiok's wrist. He continued to apply pressure while grinning mockingly. What now? Gusiok calmly replied. You are just a student. As soon as Gusiok finished his sentence, he swiftly broke free from the man's massive hand. The man looked at his bruised arm in confusion and asked, you want to pick a fight with me using just one arm pumped full of steroids to save that kid? Xianggu flinched when he heard the man mention him. He thought to himself, I have to pretend I do not care. It is better than getting hurt for nothing. Meanwhile, the man was getting ready to throw a punch at Gusiok, arrogantly shouting, come on over and die for that student. Hearing such insulting words, Xianggu gritted his teeth, ready to punch the man back. He thought angrily, damn it. There is no way I am letting that slide. But before Shanggu could strike back, he suddenly heard a resounding bang, followed by splatters of blood. Witnessing this, Xianggu turned pale with fear as smoke billowed from the drone overhead. It turned out that the earth-shattering sound was a gunshot fired by the drone, and the blood splatters belonged to the troublemaking man from earlier. Ignoring the giant lying motionless on the ground, the drone continued broadcasting, announcing that the event was about to start, and anyone causing conflict outside the match would be shot on sight. Xianggu's face went pale with shock, and he silently cursed. Damn it. They treat lives like weeds here. Who could survive in this place? Before Xianggu could shake off his shock, he suddenly heard an unexpectedly loud noise. In front of thousands of people in the arena was a giant screen broadcasting new announcements, congratulating everyone for surviving the preliminary round. The recent doping test was just a simple round. As long as you survived, you would not be eliminated. But from now on, someone will be eliminated in every round. And being eliminated means losing the chance to compete in later rounds. Besides that, the reason all these fighters entered this tournament was for the 10 billion won prize. As everyone in the audience heard the announced prize money, they erupted in loud cheers. Meanwhile, Xianggu began to feel anxious, thinking that with that amount of money, his family could live a normal life. As Xianggu thought this, he clenched his fists in determination. At the same time, the voice from the giant screen continued. Unfortunately, only one person can win this prize, but do not be sad, because if you make it to the top 16 and survive, that fighter will receive 5% of the prize money from the winning guests. Just as the voice on the screen finished announcing, people below began to chatter excitedly. Suddenly, one of them confidently declared, "The prize money and the bets are all mine. Every player will have their own channel, and each will be assigned a guiding machine along with a camera." As soon as Xianggu heard that, his curiosity kicked in, and he looked up at his own drone. The person on the screen said a few words before diving back into the mission of spreading the competition details, where VIP guests would follow the channels of the players they thought would win and place their bets. In short, the more attention you get from the VIP guests, the more money you stand to make. Hustle hard to attract as many viewers as possible to rake in a massive fortune. Now, each person will be given a personal room to stay in until the game ends, and you can freely choose your roommate. Any other questions will be answered by the guide machine. So let us move on. The crowd around him perked up at those words, gathering together to hatch their plans. The spiky-haired guy chuckled and chimed in. "If you want to catch the VIP's eyes, I will be with the strong ones and throw a few kicks." The guy with bangs jumped in, saying that hanging out with the little student would be a total waste. Meanwhile, Xianggu stood off to the side, tension written all over his face, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Even finding a room is tough. At that moment, Guksoke cheerfully walked over and threw an arm around Xianggu, offering a surprising smile. "Don't worry too much, kid. I will keep you safe until the official match kicks off." Xianggu said nothing, merely glancing at the bruised wound on Guksoke's arm. Before he could even process his thoughts, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a young man with shiny blonde hair who just zipped past. Xianggu silently felt flustered, thinking, no way, could it be? Gusok did not seem to notice Xianggu's unusual expression at all. He continued to call out, "Looks like there is no competition in that room over there. Let us check it out." Receiving this unexpected kindness from Guksok made Xianggu a bit suspicious. He thought to himself, the guy got hurt because of me, and now he wants to room with someone everyone is avoiding. He had no idea what Guksok's intentions were, but whatever room he chose, danger was bound to be lurking everywhere. Guksok noticed Xianggu standing still and asked, "Why are you still standing there?" Startled, Xianggu replied, "Right." The two guys who had been scheming earlier immediately started mocking Xianggu and Guksok when they saw the duo's combination. "What a team. Their views are gonna tank for sure." The spiky-haired guy started looking smug, saying, "That is why I picked the room next to someone who might get the highest views. Sure, sharing a room is dangerous, but at least being next to them guarantees some screen time on the popular channel." The guy with bangs quickly chimed in, "Yeah, those muscle-bound guys will naturally attract a ton of views." A little while later, the room fell silent. Inside at that moment were three tall, muscular men. One of them was taken aback when he spotted the young blonde guy. As soon as the blonde entered, he calmly shut the door behind him. The blonde walked up to them and stated, "That spot looks good. Move aside." The man sitting in the middle, feeling insulted by the blonde's treatment, could not hold back and stood up to speak. "The camera is not even on, and you are already shutting the door. Wanting to die that badly?" "Ah." As the blonde sees the big guy charging at him, he simply wipes his fingers in response, with just two ordinary fingers. The blonde easily inflicts damage on the big guy's jaw. Just like that, the big guy stumbles a bit before crashing face first onto the ground. The blonde then turns to the two remaining guys and asks, "Anyone else?" The other two, witnessing the blonde's display, are left sweating bullets in fear. The blonde, satisfied with their reaction, smirks and says, "Good, keep it that way." The fight was not even meant for him. Turns out, the blonde is Hanmisu, 19 years old, a rising star in the Agnes martial arts style. At that moment, a luxury car zooms down the street. Minsuoke is behind the wheel, focused as he reports that there is intelligence suggesting the chairman will ally with Choi Mishun, the former champion from last season. Jiangu hears this and grumbles. "Damn it." Of course, Jiangu continues. Annoyed. "Who else is even left? Our alternative plan involves a high school kid." Minsuo calmly replies, "If Kang Sangu makes it to the top 16, he will have to go through the second round, the drug test. With his physique, he is likely to maximize his potential under the influence. His natural strength is already 10 times that of an average person." As Minsuo says this, his eyes widen with excitement, and he starts to think that if he gets more enhancements, a record-breaking monster will emerge. Jiangu nervously clicks his tongue and replies, "Either way, he is on our side. I am worried someone else might snatch him away." Minsuo suddenly gets serious and reminds him, "I do not think we need to worry about that right now." Seeing Jiangu looking confused, he continues to explain. The 5 people Kang Sang-gyu is with have the lowest view counts in the drug test round. Jiangu's eyes widen in surprise. And just like that, the car unexpectedly accelerates. Meanwhile, Sang-gyu and Gyu-sik stand in front of the 5-person room, and Gyu-sik speaks up. Getting views seems tough here. The audience will only focus on the fighters they think will win. For this, he starts scanning the room, then tells Sang-gyu, "One of them is even a girl, and her chances of winning are not high." Amanda Grouch. That guy is the smallest, Kim Minho. And the last one is Min-on. Right now, Gyu-sik and Sang-gyu can't help but notice Min-on, who is trying to lick his elbow to the point of contorting himself. He keeps shouting, "Elbow, elbow, pull me out, pull me out." Watching this, Sang-gyu is left bewildered, saying, "What the?" However, before Sang-gyu can finish his sentence, he suddenly sees drones flying into the room in droves. Gyu-sik quickly reminds him, "The cameras are rolling. But if we want to make money, we need to attract views." As Gyu-sik finishes his sentence, he channels all his strength into one arm, his legs lifting off the ground with him. Finally, Gyu-sik ends up in a one-handed handstand, and Sang-gyu stares in wide-eyed amazement as Gyu-sik begins to shout, "1-2, 1-2. Sang-gyu scratched his head a few times, then thought to himself, "This does not look good at all." At that moment, Sang-gyu stared in confusion at Amandroch, who suddenly stepped out. She raised a finger, and that finger shot down into the ground like an arrow. Alongside that, Amanda slowly pushed herself up high, striking a perfect plank position, all with just one finger. Sang-gyu's eyes widened in shock as he thought, lifting her whole body with just one finger. No way. It was like a showdown of equals, with Gyu-sik and Amanda continuously shouting out their counts. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Sang-gyu hesitated to speak, saying, "Wait a second." Meanwhile, Minho took his stance, then confidently declared that only a fool would show off their strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Minho shot off like a lightning bolt, zipping past Sang-gyu like a gust of wind. Sang-gyu panicked internally, thinking, "What the heck? How is he so fast?" Meanwhile, Menon stubbornly licked his elbow. He babbled incoherently, saying, "All right, spicy stuff. What I mean is, got it, I am the best." Just like that, the whole room was engulfed in chaos. The counting of Guk-sok and Amanda Grouch echoed with 1-2, 1-2, followed by Menho's swift whoosh cutting through the air, and finally Menon's mumbling. Sang-gyu secretly scoffed, thinking, "What is going on here? It looks impressive. But honestly, you all look like fools." Just then, Sang-gyu suddenly heard an announcement on the big screen. 124 people had been assigned their matchups, and Sang-gyu felt stiff with tension. It turned out the screen showed Sang-gyu would face off against Kai in a different sector. At a towering building, Jen-gu started asking, "Is that Kai someone to worry about?" Min-seok immediately replied, "He has never lost a match as a legway fighter." Jung-gu raised an eyebrow, surprised, asking, "Legway?" Min-seok explained seriously, "It is a martial art somewhat similar to Muay Thai, but the difference is it is more violent and has higher damage potential." Jung-gu continued to turn, puzzled, asking, Is not Muay Thai already one of the most dangerous arts that allows elbows and knees? Min Seok replied, the scope of legway is even broader. It does not just fight without gloves but also allows using knuckles. If you attack with your forehead to the face or knee of your opponent, the strongest bones in the human body can cause fatal injuries, which is why this martial art is banned in competitions. Min Seok continued with a serious tone, adding more details. But the most dangerous part of legway lies elsewhere. It allows attacks to the neck and spine of the opponent. Those hits can incapacitate or kill, which is why this martial art is prohibited. Min Seok stressed that he is the one with the most fighting experience among all participants. And aside from his professional career, he has been scouted by organizations to compete. Jeong-gu curiously asked. Organizations? Min Seok confidently predicted that it seemed fighting in the ring was not enough to satisfy him. He started seeking out notorious street fighters to challenge, which caught the attention of various organizations. Hearing this, Jeong-gu grew even more anxious and asked, does Kang Sang-gyu have a chance against him? Unfortunately for Jeong-gu, Min Seok could not give a specific answer this time either. He replied, I am just as curious about that. Puzzled. Chimed in. What? Min Seok adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. So far, Kang Sang-gyu has only fought against deck collectors and some untrained fighters like Black Bear. 28. Legway. In the fighting arena. With 5 people in the room, a pod slowly began to open. It turned out that inside was Sang-gyu, who was confused and wondering to himself. How long did I sleep? J-Day. Why does my body feel so light all of a sudden? As Sang-gyu said this, he suddenly raised his hand to stretch a bit, then continued to wonder. It is not just light, right? Yeah. This feeling has happened before. Sang-gyu recalled a past fight and analyzed silently that when he woke up after battling that guy, Black Bear, he had the same sensation. Like he had become stronger. As Sang-gyu thought about this, he suddenly saw Gu-sik scratching his head, casually explaining, what is so surprising? If muscles are pushed to their limits, and then recover without permanent damage, they will naturally be stronger than before. After a few sentences, Gu-sik speculated, you definitely have not done this before. Hearing this, Sang-gyu gasped in shock, realizing, that is right. When I fought Black Bear, I hit my limit without even knowing it. Ignoring Sang-gyu's confusion, Gu-sik suddenly expressed concern. But your recovery speed is unusually fast. Do not you think? Or did you take some kind of recovery stimulant? Sang-gyu did not rush to answer. Instead, he continued asking. More importantly, I have been wondering about this since yesterday. Why did you risk your life to protect me? Gu-sik lowered his head shyly and hesitated. It is because you remind me of my son. Seeing Sang-gyu's skeptical attitude, he felt embarrassed to explain. If I were a better father, my son would not be drowning in debt with those loan sharks. Once Sang-gyu knew the whole story, he guessed. So you are here because... But before he could finish, Gu-sik quickly replied. Exactly. To atone for my sins. I need to pay off that debt. But when I saw you alone, I could not help but think of my son whom I ruined and abandoned. I can just stand by and watch. Hearing this, Sang-gyu angrily reminded him. Stop wasting time. You need to stay alive to take care of your son. If you die, nothing will change. Gu-sik felt touched by Sang-gyu's heartfelt words as he looked at him. Gu then pretended to choke Sang-gyu while joking. If you say that again, I will swallow you whole. Sang-gyu quickly shouted. That is not what I meant. But before their banter could go on much longer, they suddenly heard Menon yelling in the background, making a scene. How ridiculous. Why can't I be in the main area? He looked at the drone and continued to get angrier. Damn it. I am the one who can lick my elbow. Gu-sik, noticing Menon's commotion, quickly turned to Sang-gyu and said, I heard that the most watched match will take place in the main area, while the rest will be in the stimulant zone. But here's the thing, all of except Menon. Gu-sik mentioned this point and glanced at Menon, who was making a face in front of the camera, then continued cautiously. If it is in the main area, it means our opponents will be the most monstrous beasts out there. Sang-gyu suddenly asked in a low voice. Is not that a good thing? Gu-sik replied. Confused. What are you talking about? With his own determined gaze, Sang-gyu replied nonchalantly. It is a golden opportunity to attract all the VIP guests. Seeing Sang-gyu's fearless demeanor, Gu-sik could not help but think. He has really lost it. Ignoring Gu-sik and Sang-gyu's animated discussion, Menon suddenly lunged in front of Sang-gyu, saying, the main area is not just about attracting viewers. Sang-gu was startled by Menon's devilish face and instinctively backed away a few steps, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Menon, grinning widely, continued to excitedly reveal, "And it is also where 16 VIP guests will show up, the superpowers ruling the world." Sang-gu, feeling puzzled, asked, "Does that mean the scout is coming too?" He wanted to hear news about his mom. A little later, in a dimly lit warehouse, Jae-gu and Min-sik were focused inside. Jae-gu looked around and began to express his annoyance. "I thought we were heading to the main area. Why is this place so filthy?" Min-sik responded mysteriously. "The location of the fighting arena is a secret known only to the organizers. So they definitely want to meet us somewhere hidden. But it seems someone other than us has been tracking Kang Sang-gu's channel." Jae-gu immediately asked sharply, "What? How did that happen all of a sudden? Is someone following us?" Just as Jae-gu finished speaking, a female voice chimed in. "Seems like someone misunderstood." Turns out, it was the 19-year-old daughter of the Hosin Corporation, who had just been chosen. She looked down from above at Jae-gu and Min-sik a couple of times before continuing calmly. "I am just interested in the student Kang Sang-gu. That is all." Upon seeing the daughter of the super corporation, Jae-gu openly displayed his disdain. "I just got kicked out of the company not long ago. Why are you following me like a shadow? Unintentionally or not?" Min-sik suddenly added some teasing comments to Jae-gu, saying, "It seems like this lady is interested in you." Jae-gu was furious. "Who are you calling a lady? She is just a bastard child." Hearing Jae-gu's insults, the super corporation's daughter did not get angry. Instead, she calmly walked down the stairs, cheerfully saying, "Why so? I dropped out of school to help the company with you too." As the super corporation's daughter said this, she thought to herself, thanks to them, she discovered such an interesting place. Then she continued to smile and said, "So I guess I should be really grateful." Despite her attempts to seem friendly, Jae-gu gritted his teeth and warned, "Whatever your scheme is, it is best you just leave quietly." However, just as Jae-gu spoke a few words, he suddenly noticed a car with headlights shining right in their faces. Finally, Jae-gu and Min-sik were met with a drone hovering in front of them, and it announced, "Now, you will be guided to the main area." A camera suddenly appears, leaving the man puzzled. "Now, we are taking you to the competition arena. Remove her blindfold." Chasayu Min takes off his own blindfold. She looks ahead and feels astonished. "What is this?" A massive screen shows up. The man in the black coat beside her explains, "Below is the competition floor, and the director has already arrived at one of the 16 VIP rooms." Chasayu Min is not too surprised by all this. It is, she accepts everything comfortably. This playground is going to be tough. Cha Jae-gu appears in another room, and it is quite spacious here. Kim Min-sik nearby announces the schedule. After this match wraps up, the fight in room 10 where US Truck will compete will begin. This sight in the competition room leaves Cha Jae-gu amazed, and Min-soo has him in a chokehold, pressing him hard against the wall. This makes him feel incredulous. What the heck is going on? Kim Min-sik calmly explains that Han Min-soo is a classmate of US Truck. Cha Jae-gu finds this hard to believe as he's still in high school. Kim Min-sik, checking his phone, adds that he has already dropped out. It is truly unbelievable that there are two monsters like this in that school. Cha Jae-gu feels puzzled. He continues to analyze. That is Han Min, a classmate of Yu's Truck. The camera overhead captures Han Min-soo defeating Ryan. The match in rooms 9 and 20 has concluded, with Han Min-soo taking the win. Next up is the match in rooms 10 and 3. Competitors, please enter. Everyone is watching the match from above. Basiuksiki gives his assessment of the match. It looks like it is going to be intense. The competitors yet to step onto the mat in room 10 will sit here and wait. Kim Min-ho calmly walks into the arena. Once the competitors have finished, they should leave the arena. Kim Min-ho looks confusedly at Han Min-soo, but Seuk-sik in the observation room feels anxious. Hopefully Kim Min-ho will stay relaxed and not tense. Tang Stan-yu is taken by surprise when something flies past his face. When he looks closely, he sees, where did that stone come from? Meanwhile, in the arena, Kim Min-ho is locking eyes with his opponent. He thinks, feeling irritated, I have seen this before. That guy is pretending to flip his hair. He is the one who threw the stone. Unbelievable. At such high speed, how much damage could a stone cause? He is getting closer to you. This makes Kim Min-ho feel confused. No need to wait long. Han Min-soo tells him, you must feel a bit cocky being here. He answers the guy's question. Not really, Mins. Hearing this, feels irritated. You just keep being confident. You jerk. Kim Min-ho is really confused by this. But he does not respond. Soon he will pay for it. Then, all of a sudden, he steps back into a defensive stance. This shocks the onlookers. Why do those two want to fight? But Amanda Groach explained it. Nothing happens for no reason. This is making Park-woo really confused. She keeps answering. For those with real power. Just a bit of killing intent. They can all sense it. And Min-soo does not say anything and just turns away. He walked out of the room. He is that strong. Makes me feel like I need to be on guard instantly. That jerk looks like he wants to kill me. You are recalling the feeling of facing Han Min-soo earlier. And it feels really unsettling. Alright. So I understand a bit about him now. But he is too strong. How am I supposed to beat him? While you are thinking, Kim Min-ho's opponent appears. What are you looking at? Wrestler Park Izu. Everyone in the rooms is watching closely. Director Go Woo-seong, Kim Min-ho, and Kim Min-ho have defeated. Wrestler Park Izu. Everyone in the rooms is watching. Director Go Woo-seong. He is a bit puzzled. Isn't wrestling just a poor excuse for fighting? Why would they bring someone like that to compete? The assistant next to him explained. Even if they are not great. If a wrestler grabs hold of you, you are done for. When caught, the opponent can be crushed to death. Their difficult moves are incredible. Therefore, many in freestyle wrestling come from wrestling backgrounds. In mixed martial arts like this, physical stamina is quite important. They have strength and impressive endurance. In freestyle competition, wrestlers can be formidable opponents. When their bodies come crashing down, no one escapes. Additionally, the weight class advantage will help him take down his opponent more easily. Right now, in the competition room, Kim Min-ho and his opponent are facing off. The opponents are getting ready. The match between Kim Min-ho and Park Izu begins. Park Izu looks confused by Kim Min-ho's stance. He scoffs at you. Boxing stance. Let us see how long you can hold that. To me, your punches are useless. But then Kim Min-ho lands a straight shot to his face. This attack frustrates him, and he screams, "My eye. You are underestimating me. Keep being cocky. Dumbass." At this moment, he thinks back. I still have one eye left. I need to calm down. Kim Min-ho just hit my face. And he shouts, "My eye." Kim Min-ho continues to attack. Park Izu is surprised by his fighting style. He is moving too fast. He is using his injured eye to evade my sight. Kim Min-ho keeps attacking his face. This is really getting on his nerves. That jerk wants to grab you but fails. Instead, he keeps getting hit. Right now, he's very confused. I can't see anything anymore. And I can clearly see Kim Min-ho's attacks. This surprises Park. Is the match really ending this quickly? But Amanda Groach denies it. No way. Her denial is making it really hard for him to understand. She keeps explaining that Park Izu guy has already caught up to Kim Min-ho's moves, surprising the other two. Meanwhile, Park Izu successfully blocks Kim Min-ho's attack. This catches him off guard. Park Izu keeps attacking him, forcing him to retreat. Kim Min-ho finds it hard to believe. Is it really impossible for him to take him down? That illusion seems to wrap around every angle of him. How can this be? Park Izu is taunting him while catching his breath. Now I am getting used to your movements. My body is starting to tense up and get excited. This is the rush I need. Kim Min-ho notices him closing his eyes. He is closing his eyes. Do you have any idea what he is planning? Not knowing what he is thinking. You keep attacking. Die already, but he manages to block it. This leaves everyone watching the fight stunned. Kim Min-ho is caught off guard. He has been grabbed. Quick. Dodge left. You move to the left, but still got caught and you are thrown back. Completely confused about what is happening. He has got you pinned to the ground. Park Yu-sik can't believe it. Exclaiming, "You are being hugged." Kim Min-ho feels exhilarated. Even with an eye injury, his reflexes are faster than before. The assistant adds, "Looks like he has awakened his fighting instincts." Kim Min-ho is still stunned by what just happened. Park Izu feels really pumped up. Seriously? Thanks for messing up one of my eyes. That is how I awakened my fighting instincts. Then out of nowhere, you attack. Kim Min-ho targets his other eye, causing him to stumble back. Go Woo-seong watching also yells out. Now he has lost the other eye. Can he even keep fighting? Meanwhile, Park Izu is covering his face while cursing. That bastard. Baekhyun is getting all cheerful. That kid is quite the actor. He thought he was done for, and yet he just made that guy lose another eye. The assistant next to Go Woo-seong says confidently, he can't fight anymore. Go Woo-seong is puzzled. Was that an unconscious punch? At this point, Kim Min-ho is still holding his attack pose from earlier. Amanda Groach speaks up. If he does not wake up soon, he is going to die. During this time, Kim Min-ho is lying still. Amanda Groach feels worried. He needs to snap back to reality, leaving the other two quite confused. Before Park Izu finds Kim Min-ho without both eyes, the Kim Min-ho still has not regained consciousness. Park Izu is furious. Damn it. Right now, I truly can see anything at all. He is using his power to sense his surroundings, to feel Kim Min-ho's position. He feels liberated. He is really excited about his newfound power. What the heck? This overwhelming power and wild feeling. When he understood, he laughed joyfully. I think it is not my strength. But it is my strength. He can see freedom. He can see freedom. You met him. And at that time, he was smiling happily. I thought it was not a burst of power. So I was really disappointed. But now I realize this is actually the best. And it is getting stronger and stronger. Alright. As a thank you to the one who turned me into this, I promise to give you the best rest ever. Then suddenly jump high into the sky. At this moment, Kim Minho is struggling with his body. My body is not listening to me. You are remembering your brother's death with determination. You recall someone asked you to come here. If you want to find the one who killed your brother, you should come to this place. Just as the three Azal were about to attack you, time suddenly slowed down, making Kim Minho feel confused. What is going on? Why is he moving so slowly? Just as he was about to reach you, it hit you. No, this is not slow motion. I have just become too fast. The moment he attacked, you dodged out of the way. Everyone watching gasped in surprise. What just happened? This left the three Azal confused. What? When did you escape? Kim Minho answered with disdain. Back when you were building your house alone. I felt like a good person during that time. So now I am feeling all pumped up. The three Azal also understood this clearly. That guy is not just talking trash, he has gotten faster compared to before. You challenged him again. Come on. Let us see how far you can keep up now. First step. The three Azal are ready too. You want to attack his stomach. But you are blocked, leaving you confused. He blocked my punch. Just lucky. Then take another shot. But still, the three Azal blocked you again. And it is really getting on your nerves. Damn it. Then let us step it up. But every attack you throw at him is countered, leaving Kim Minho puzzled. How is this happening? The two continue to split apart. Now you are really confused. How can he keep up with my speed? Meanwhile, the three Azal smugly think, I can feel everything. From his heartbeat to every movement of that kid. Right now, there is no starting point for me. Kim Minho begins to worry. Indeed, with moderate speed, there is no hope. Right now, even if it is risky, I can only push deeper at maximum speed. So you unleashed your fastest attack and used your best move, as you slid to a stop. Kim Minho was countered by the three Azal and slammed hard to the ground, leaving the three Azal a bit confused. He wondered, what is this? Why did you run into my attack and fall down? Kim Minho is a bit confused. You do not know what is happening. What gives? No effect. I clearly broke his neck. Damn it. Am I seeing illusions again? The three Azal are very pleased. If I had gone all out, I would be broken your neck already. But you fell down and escaped death. Lucky you. Brat. Bake you is really annoyed. Damn it. Kim Minho's speed is completely ineffective against that guy. It is like he predicts every single attack. But how? He is being really hard to read. Kim Minho feels like he is splitting himself in two. And that surprises him. What is going on? Is he really just taking normal steps? Has he run out of energy for speed? He is attacking at a snail's pace, making Baiyu anxious. How can he win like this? Meanwhile, he keeps attacking, and Baiyu is getting more and more worried, yelling for him to stop, saying he will lose his life. But contrary to what everyone thinks, Kim Minho easily takes down three Azal. However, everything suddenly flips, leaving Baiyu stunned. Wait, he just got hit? The Kim Minho is darting around the three Azal, creating illusionary copies of himself. He is starting to feel disoriented. Baiyu is confused. Why is he doing this? He does not even have the stamina to maintain speed. And if he keeps pulling off these flashy moves, what does he have left to attack with? But he is still managing to attack the three Azal, which takes everyone by surprise. Another attack. He just keeps hitting them. But those are just feints. Baiyu is baffled. His attacks are working, so why go for such exaggerated feints? Amanda Grosch explains to everyone that it is precisely those feints that make his attack effective, catching everyone off guard. She continues to explain that the multi-armed opponent thinks he has lost sight of him, so he unconsciously stops using feints and goes for a direct attack, which is the real issue. Baiyu finally gets it, so he thinks his opponent can still see him and is trying to trick him, but she denies it, saying no. Even more than that, leaving him in disbelief. Kim Minho is messing with his opponent's senses. Even though it is not hard to read basic attacks with his senses, he just got a sensory boost shot, so he is still getting used to it. If he faces feints at Kim Minho's level, his mind will be completely thrown off. Kim Minho is causing that disorientation for Baiyu. In such a short time, he is able to gauge how many of his moves the opponent can predict. Kim Minho is even scarier than I thought. While they are discussing this over here, the battle on the other side is raging on. Kim Minho keeps attacking Baiyu. This makes Go-woo freak out and yell, "What is happening?" He is saying that the opponent is losing to someone as useless as him. The assistant next to him confidently states, "No way," leaving him puzzled, because he is adjusting his glasses with a smirk. Look at that guy's face. Is that the face of someone about to lose? Paizu has used his senses. He has got him. He thinks he has caught Kim Min-ho and feels smug. This is my victory. Then he uses his strength to slam him down, which surprises Kim Min-ho greatly. He slams Kim Min-ho's head down onto the arena floor, leaving everyone stunned. But it is just an illusion. And that illusion vanishes. Paizu. Can't he believe it? What? How? I clearly had him while he was struggling to accept it. Kim Min-ho appeared right in front of him. The more he hunted, the more confused he became by Paizu's actions. Why did Paizu throw himself back like that? Amanda Grosh next to him explained that Kim Min-ho was attacking the brain of Paizu. And the more he hunted, the more confused he felt about the brain. She continued to explain that Kim Min-ho was relentlessly attacking the brain of Paizu. Each time there is an impact, the brain gets shaken. If you keep causing shocks before the brain stabilizes, even if you can feel something, it is hard to maintain sharpness that way. Kim Min-ho created a brief moment that caused Paizu's senses to glitch, making him think he had caught his opponent. Even though he had not touched him at all, this made him feel anxious. Damn it. How could he do that? Is he stronger than me? They have been holding their positions since the beginning. Paizu could not believe it. That guy does not even have any stamina boosters. Is his sense even better than mine? This is just so unfair. Paizu has fallen, and Kim Min-ho is still standing strong. The camera captured the outcome of the match. Paizu was no longer able to fight. The winner of this battle is Kim Min-ho. The North U team felt elated, while Go Woo-sung was going crazy. Damn it. As the results of the match were announced, he was so exhausted he could barely breathe. He told himself, "Bro, Dad is super addicted." Calmly assessing the match. This is not a human fight. I can't believe you guys are losing it over this. Bodyguard next to him explained. It is not just a fight. This is a place where all the corporations can achieve anything they want, from money and power to maintaining control, and even carrying out murders without leaving a trace, and undetectable hallucinogens in tests. For corporations that can feel pleasure anywhere else, this is the only paradise. So the self-esteem of the VIPs here is astonishing. I think I understand why the third brother wants to beat the eldest here so badly. He must have been very careful when choosing fighters. Plus the fighters from that day are known to understand this place very well and are extremely talented. So we also need to cheer Og very enthusiastically. We will see how talented he is in the next round. Dad Sung Hyun confidently assessed that his talent would be confirmed in the next round. In another room, the director was observing everything on the screen. The doctor had come to report the situation to the director. Director, all 16 VIP guests have arrived at the hospital. The director inquired about the situation. So they are all here. 100%. It seems like this year we might achieve something. Any results yet? The doctor has answered. This is the first time we have discovered the secondary stimulation of the enhancement drug, confirming a temporary side effect index reduced by 20%. But the regenerative effect we are aiming for has not appeared in any drug yet. The director felt a wave of disappointment. It is still a failure, Dr. Ben clarified. Not all. The time for the drug to reach its maximum effectiveness is just beginning. Results will come soon. Moreover, this is also the first time we have seen the drug's effects. I believe the test results can provide you with insights. As for the regenerative effect, the director questioned, are you talking about skin enhancement? Well, when can we confirm that? He replied, it is coming soon. The fighter in the next round on the main stage is quite strong. Right now, Kang San-woo is warming up, while Bak-woo is anxiously advising him from the side, if it gets too tough, just go down. But he flatly refused, saying there is no way that is happening. If it does, I will just have to turn it into a non-issue. Bak-woo, surprised, asked, are not you scared? Why do not you look tense about this? Kang San-woo calmly replied, not at all, absolutely not. He is left speechless by your attitude. You are truly insane. The crowd fell silent as fighter Kang San-woo made his entrance. He began to walk into the arena, calmly reflecting the moment has arrived, and I no longer feel fear. I faced so many hardships that made others ponder. Even if death was near, it was nothing strange. I remained as cool as ever. He recalled his childhood memories. I initially cried out in shock, but after going through years like that, facing any dangerous situation, I became emotionally numb. Many found my indifference unsettling. Yet no matter what they did, they could not scare me even a little. On the contrary, they seemed more afraid of me. The only thing worrying me now is my family's safety, not this opponent standing in front of me. At this moment, Kang San-woo's opponent also appeared. They both entered the arena. Cha Jian-woo calmly spoke up. It is finally starting. What kind of skills does Kai have? Kim Min-sok answered calmly. This is the type of enhancement drug I have never seen before. He asked. Does it help in combat? He explained the benefits of this drug. It is not just useful but has a significant impact. As the previous opponent was completely torn apart, Cha Jianwu found it puzzling if he is enhanced. Why was the opponent torn up? Kim Min-seo continued to explain. He was enhanced to the point where a normal person can inflict damage. It is too raw and sturdy. Just a touch could harm the opponent's flesh. I heard he was torn muscle and all. Vips usually keep a close eye on fighters to place bets. He felt frustrated, damn it. Where are we supposed to place our bets? I have trained with that enhanced legway before. Should I choose Kang Sanwoo instead of Kai? Is that a smart move? From what I have observed, I have made my assessment. It is true that the betting money for player Kai has increased. But for Chae Seok, not a single dime. This made Kim Min-seok think for a moment. Then he reported that someone had placed a bet on Kang Seok-woo even before us. And it was a whopping 100 million won. Upon hearing this, Cha Jian-woo was taken aback. What? Who's it? Meanwhile, Chae Seok was sitting in another room. The bodyguard noticed her sitting there and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She confidently replied, "The higher the risk, the higher the reward. Plus, I have got my gut feeling in this. If I do not take a risky challenge now, I won't be able to beat you guys. Just wait and see. Will it be high profit or high risk?" At this moment, Chae Seok was facing off against her opponent in the arena. The referee appeared above the ring, signaling the start of the match between Kang and Kang Seok-woo. He got into his stance, determined to win no matter what. But he could not understand why his opponent was just standing there, completely still. His curiosity piqued. What is up with that guy not preparing at all? So he asked, "What is going on? Are you planning to fight or what?" Kang replied dismissively, "I am not some kind of bully picking on kids." Hearing this, Kang Seok-woo felt a surge of irritation. As he moved closer, he said, "I will hit you with just 10% of my strength. Don't even think about getting back up." Then he delivered a kick that sent Kang reeling. Chae Seok-woo was shocked by this move and shouted, "No way. With just one hit. He can't even get up. Is this a sign that the match is over?" Outside, Park Woo-sik was extremely worried. "It is honestly too bad. Maybe we should just give up." But Kim Min-ho disagreed. "That is not a cry of pain. Is it?" "What do you mean?" He continued to explain. Kang Seok-woo probably realizes he does not have the strength. He is not trying to attack. He just wants to intimidate. Park Woo-sik was a bit puzzled. So that was to save him? Kim Min-ho bluntly replied. He just feels embarrassed. This left Park stunned. "What?" He continued. "Fighting a high school student like him. He probably thinks losing this match would be humiliating. That is why he suggested letting Kang Seok-woo hit the ground and not get back up." Meanwhile, he was not shouting or anything. He was just giving orders to Kang Seok-woo. "You should not just lie there in pain and not get up. If you do not do that, you might end up dead. So I am giving you one more chance to stand back up." Hearing this, Kang Seok-woo smirked, leaving everyone wondering. He slowly got back up. "Do I really have to do this to survive?" He felt confused, mocking him. He said, "Looks like you do not want to play dead. Then I guess I will have to make you play dead for real this time." He attacked Kang Seok-woo again, but Kang managed to block it. This surprised everyone watching. The two were in a fierce standoff. Even Kang had to admit, "Okay, I did not think his strength was that impressive." The two continue to fight, and Kang Seok-woo keeps dodging the tree's attacks. This catches him completely off guard. What is he leaning to the left for? You attacked from above, leaving the tree unable to defend. Kang Seok-woo is shocked by this, while Seo Gyeon's father is thrilled. Even the tree is surprised, thinking, "I must have been too complacent." Kang Seok-woo feels disdain. "Giving you a chance is one thing, but I am going to act on my own terms. How dare someone kneeling before a high school student like me look down on me? With someone kneeling in front of me like that, I do not even want to lift a finger." Your words make the tree furious. "If you think I have lost, you are sorely mistaken. You are not following my script. Then I guess you will be spending some time in the hospital." Kang Seok-woo can believe it. Is he really unable to move? Meanwhile, the tree is feeling confident, like he is only using 50% of his power, which really annoys him. "Damn it. He landed a heavy blow on you, causing you to fall." The tree thinks. "Looks like he won TB getting up again. I have unleashed a lot of strength." But he did not expect you to still attack him back, then leap backward. The tree is shocked. Like, wait, you took that hit and are still fine. You landed safely, but you still feel a bit off. Your eyes are slightly open, making it hard to regain focus quickly. The tree unexpectedly attacks again, but luckily you manage to dodge. Even Bakachik is worried about you. Just a quick brush, and you are already bleeding. Kim Min-ho is watching seriously. It is not over yet. The tree is coming for you again. This time, You are not as lucky as before and get hit, causing you to cough up blood. The tree does not stop and continues to attack. Beckett, watching from the sidelines, is really worried. This is going to be a blow to the head. He is going to die. His head hits the ground hard. Everyone watching thinks the match is over. Bakachik is extremely anxious. Like, this is way too much already. Kim Minho sighs, saying it is absolutely ridiculous. Hearing this, someone turns around in surprise, asking, What the heck is that kid Kang Sawang Yu doing? Even the guy is shocked. How is there a kid like this still standing? He dodged my elbow strike before it even landed. He just slammed his own head down onto the floor. Is he insane? The guy is struggling with his thoughts. Thinking. Maybe Han is panicking and lost his cool trying to dodge that hit to the back of his head, even so, and wonders if his head is made of steel. Despite everything, Kang Sawang Yu is still getting up like it is nothing. This surprises the guy. He is up already. That was quick. I heard that even if it hurts like hell, you should not be able to get up. So how on earth is he doing this? You have stood up like it is no big deal. And Bakachik can't believe it. What just happened? Over here. Kim Minho reassures Bakachik that Kang Sawang Yu is not the kind of kid you need to worry about. Even though I do not know what is going on, that kid gives me chills. Sure, he is standing up, but he is still hurt. Over here, someone is trying to advise you, saying, Hey kid, do not push yourself too hard. If you just pretend to faint a little, you might be able to survive. Why do you have to? But you are just too loud, making it hard for him to believe you. Let us see if your endurance matches your big mouth. This cracks Kai up. Alright. Let us see if you give up easily when you realize your attacks are pointless. Go ahead. Hit me wherever you want. I want to hit back, even though you did not refuse. He thought, if he looks down on me that much, then that works in my favor. But why do I feel so uneasy? Kai is recalling his journey to become a fighter, to be the strongest martial artist. I have fought everything. I have taken down every fighter in the arena, yet I still can't find satisfaction. Because I believe you are only a true fighter if you survive real life and death battles. I decided to face real fights. I infiltrated the rival organization of the strong, taking on gangsters and notorious assassins, taking down each one and surviving as the strongest fighter. Do you really think someone like me would fight a high school student? Hit me wherever you want. It will just be pointless anyway. Yu has unleashed all his might against Kai, but what shocked everyone was that he was not hurt at all. Kai is really underestimating him. Did not I say it is pointless? I am not the kind that a bunch of high school kids can handle. But he is full of surprises. And you are attacking again. One more time. Kai was sent flying, unable to believe it. What the heck is going on? Who keeps attacking Kai? And Kai manages to block it all. He is getting angry. What a loser. You are trying to dodge. You are trying to evade. Attack. You gotta dodge. But you still get hit at this moment. You are really worried. You thought you dodged it. First, you need to create some distance. You try to back away. The two of you are a certain distance apart. Kai is really annoyed right now. How many more chances do I have to give you? But Mar, who finds it amusing. The more he sees it, the more irritated he gets. What is so funny at this point? You repeat what Kai said earlier. It seems he has forgotten what he told me. You flex your muscles. Leaving Mither. You shocked. What? What is that? Those muscles. You get serious again. Did not he clearly say he would not hold back? Kai admits. Yeah, I admit. I mean, you are not just some kid dragged out to be a punching bag. But remember this. All of this is your choice. Then you clench your fists. Enro. He gets excited. Kai is using 100% of his power now. Kai tightens his fists and channels a terrifying energy. Sangu is momentarily stunned by this. Kai stares at his opponent with eyes blazing like he is hunting prey. 100%, even faced with danger. Sangu still smiles confidently. Yu is shaken by this. Is that kid Sangu really smiling? Seems like he is losing control of the situation. Nearby, Amanda Groch speaks up. Rebutting. He is getting pumped. Yu scratches his head in confusion. Pumped about facing an opponent whose power just jumped to 100% and is getting ready to attack. She observes everything with sharp eyes and casually explains. It is simple. He thinks if the opponent is going all out against him, it means they acknowledge his strength. He frowns in annoyance, questioning how someone could feel excited putting themselves in a dangerous situation. She lowers her head and says something that leaves him speechless. What is so hard about it? Every fighter thinks like that. I feel the same way. Amanda Groch shares her thoughts on the past match. Being a woman, I have faced a lot of disadvantages physically. Fighters do not hold back their strength against me, but when opponent acknowledges me and fights with all their seriousness. She grins with delight. I get excited and want to fight to the finish. Yusit pushes his glasses up and continues to ponder. How perplexing are the thoughts of these people. I do not think now is the time for him to act like that. He should focus on his own life. At that moment, Minho suddenly spoke up, and I could understand that feeling. He suddenly turned to look at you. What is it? You seem a bit down telling that old story. I am small and have been weak since I was a kid. In every arena, I never got any recognition from my opponents. That made me frustrated. Feeling useless. Are you training to act like this? If he can fight with that spirit, this match might just lead to a victory. Below the arena, Sangu adopted a fighting stance with intense determination, and the air around him began to surge violently. Sangu gently reminded, I will attack first. With that, you took off like a rocket toward Kai. Your fierce strike was blocked by his solid arm. That was quite the punch. But with that kind of damage, can he really do anything? Sangu gritted his teeth, thinking his skin was as tough as steel. While you were distracted, Kai swung a punch high and announced, if you are going to attack, then get ready to defend this. Just one hit sent you crashing to the ground. The force of Kai's hand was so strong that the ground where Sangu lay shattered and flew into the air. In pain, he spat out some red stuff. Worried. Jumped up. That punch shook the ground. That power is unimaginable. But Kai did not stop there. He lifted his right leg high. He decisively aimed for Sangu, whose eyes widened in disbelief as the dust began to settle. Kai's face darkened as he looked at the dent beneath his knee. In a last-minute move, Sangu managed to escape the Grim Reaper's scythe, who wore a bewildered expression. Did he really dodge that? Minho coldly denied. Not really. It may look like it, but he could not avoid it. Sangu glanced back at the injury on his back, breathing heavily for strength. He pondered. It feels so strange. I feel like standing in front of that guy makes me feel so small and pathetic. Is this kid giving up for me? You will never have a chance to win. Sangu, feeling disrespected, was furious. Do not mess around. Even with opponents like him. I have my own way of fighting. Whatever you can do. He shouted loudly and suddenly jumped to attack. Then I can do better. Even though he tried hard, he still fell into Kai's trap. He thought. Damn it. He held his head high, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. It is my turn now. U had his eyes wide open in shock. What is happening? Sangu slowly expressed. It seems we need to face off in the literal sense now. The two used their heads to clash against each other. Very quickly, Sangu's head had a few splatters of blood, and he collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Despite his body shaking uncontrollably, he still struggled to stand up with an unchanging expression. He declared, the outcome has been decided. All your attacks are useless against me, relying solely on talent and instinct. You can't take me down yet. Sangu listened and smiled, and he seemed puzzled by that. You are smiling. All right. It is time to end this match. If you do not stay down, I will help you with that. Suddenly, something flashed, causing Kai to stop in his tracks. Sangu's entire body radiated an overwhelming force that seemed to pierce the sky. Outside the ring, BCU was watching every moment of the fight with keen interest. Faced with this bizarre situation, even he could not help but exclaim in shock. What is going on? That temperature, blood and sweat are evaporating. In the center of the arena, Kang Sangu slowly exhaled a long breath. Lost in thought, he seemed to recall many past moments. He had never liked fighting. I have always been dragged into arguments that make me feel like a monster. And I hate that. At that moment, a strange smile crept across his face, being pulled into this madness. Am I finally losing my mind? I just can't stop laughing. Right when Kai raised his foot to kick him and end the fight, all Kang Sangu could think was, I can't hold back my urge to fight him. As if that thought had become his power, Kang Sangu's eyes widened. While his opponent was still dazed, he leaped into the air, swiftly grabbing hold of Kai's head so fast that it left Kai in a state of panic. Boom! He immediately charged Kai with a headbutt. The impact of this attack was no joke, leaving Kai stunned with pain for a few seconds. In that moment of distraction, Kang Sangu flipped and soared behind him. Next, he kicked Kai hard, sending him crashing into the arena wall. Struggling to get back on his feet, Kai was in disbelief. Clearly, this was beyond human movement. Before he could react, another punch was already inches from his face. Just as he managed to pull himself off the wall, Kang Sangu hit him again. In a moment of desperation, Kai quickly blocked Kang Sangu's punch, panicking as he caught it, but Kang Sangu used Kai's own strength to pull him close, then ruthlessly delivered a powerful punch to his gut. Now, Kai looked like he had no strength left to fight back. He watched helplessly as Kang Sangu charged toward him again. This time, Sangu delivered a blow that felt like a thunder strike. Kai seemed to be at his limit, unable to fight back, but relying on his exceptional physical prowess. He managed to find a tree to brace himself against the impact. Inside, Kai was silently on high alert, wondering what the hell was going on, looking at Kang Sang-woo, who was charging at him like a madman. He thought, does not that kid ever get tired? He struggled to block each of Kang Sang-woo's attacks, trying to kick him sideways, but Sang-woo was too quick. Circling around behind him, the punches kept raining down on Kai. He was desperately dodging the storm of attacks. In this moment, he could not fathom it. Who is this crazy guy? In the blink of an eye, Kang Sang-woo's fist was once again inches from his face. And inevitably, Kai had completely run out of strength to resist. He was sent flying to a corner of the arena. The audience watching the match held their breath, tense with every heartbeat. Currently, Kai was sprawled on the arena floor, his body soaked in red blood. He looked utterly pitiful, a sight of sheer misery. Outside, Buck-oo was left speechless. It seemed like that guy had lost a lot of blood. Could he actually die? But Amanda Roach quickly dismissed that idea. That blood does not belong to Kai. Hearing this, Buck-oo could not contain his shock. Wait, what? At that moment, Amanda Roach realized it was blood from Kang Sang-woo's fist. Despite being the last one standing, Kang Sang-woo was not doing much better. Dazed, he thought, what is happening? This dizzy feeling. He struggled to glance at his body and groaned. It felt like all his muscles were being torn apart. But just then, Kai suddenly pushed himself up. Cha Sung-yeon looked on in horror. How is this guy still standing? Observing closely, her bodyguard speculated that Kai's skin seemed to act like some kind of tough armor. Moreover, his rough and sturdy skin had made Kang Sang-woo's punches tear through to the bone. Hearing this, Cha Sung-yeon asked, her throat dry. So does that mean you can take Kai down? Back in the arena, Kai was panting heavily, struggling to think. He had never felt pain like this before. He scanned his opponent and made a decision. After all, his eyes could not even stay open. His body must be reaching its limit. Thinking that, Kai pulled himself together, ready to strike, aiming to crush his leg and end this. But even more surprising, Kang Sang-woo quickly reacted and countered. Kai panicked. How could he still be this quick? Kang Sang-woo threw a powerful punch at his opponent, but it only landed on the skin of his forearm. The problem was, he could not even make Kai flinch. At this point, Kang Sang-woo realized his situation was dire. Suddenly, Kai charged it, continuing to attack. He thought, alright, I will just keep hitting until he can't take it anymore. And both sides lunged at each other. While they were fighting, Kang Sang-woo tried to think of a strategy. Did his attacks even land? He could no longer feel his punches. He seemed to be running out of strength. His mind. From another angle, Kai could not help but marvel. This punk was taking his punches like a champ, as if he was made of steel. He tried to throw a punch but was stunned to feel. What is this tingling sensation? His mind raced. After this, it felt like his punches had no power left, and he could not drag this out any longer. Kai quickly made a decision. There it was. The weakness. Alright, now I am going to end this. Pouring 10 years of my life into it, he got into position, determined to finish this match. Kai shouted, a low. With that, Kang Sang-woo was caught off guard and took the hit. The power of that low kick was no joke. His brain felt like it stopped for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Kai charged in for another blow. I am going to break your leg. The two traded blows, blood spraying across the arena. Who would emerge victorious? In a moment of desperation, Kang Sang-woo unexpectedly used his leg to block Kai's attack. Baku was terrified, watching every beat of the match. Realizing a horrifying truth, he was blocking a full-force strike with his shins. Indeed, facing his opponent's all-out attack, Kang Sang-woo did not hesitate to use his own shins to absorb the blow. The entire audience watching the match held their breath for him, their astonishment impossible to hide. Oh my! Did you hear that terrible sound? He might have broken a bone, but after absorbing that last hit, Kang Sang-woo could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground. It seemed that at this moment, his body had reached its limit. Kang Sang-woo felt his muscles tearing apart, unable to move any further, as he fell. It was the perfect opportunity for Kai, who quickly seized the moment to try to finish him off. In a state of extreme excitement, he screamed wildly, going for the finishing blow. Under such dangerous circumstances, Baku was anxious this can be good. But just then, disaster struck. Kai's calf twisted in an extremely unnatural direction. And suddenly, his leg snapped without him realizing it. Kai could not believe his eyes. Panic flooding him. What the hell is happening? Losing his balance, Kai struggled to catch himself with his right hand. The moment his hand touched the ground, his arm twisted too. The pain of the broken bones hit him like a freight train, so intense it felt like his breath stopped. In that moment, Kai still clung to a glimmer of hope. Am I dreaming? Clearly, There was no way to brace his bones. From the very beginning, he had accepted sacrificing his flesh to aim for his bones. Moments later, competitor Kai crashed to the mat, his left arm and leg shattered. The unexpected turn of the match made the atmosphere in the arena feel stagnant. Park Woo-sik, Amanda Roach, and Kim Min-ho were speechless. Meanwhile, leaders like Cha Ji-won-gu and Kim Min-seo could only watch in disbelief. As a fellow spectator, Chae Seo-nine could not help but smile at the overwhelming victory of his teammate. Back in the arena, Kai lay flat on the ground, out of the fight. But what about Kang Sang-gu? He rose up strong, becoming the only one still standing in the ring. Seeing this unpredictable turn of events, Cha Ji-won-gu could not help but praise him. It was astonishing. Kim Min-sok analyzed the situation, stating that Kai could still fight without leaving any visible wounds thanks to his solid muscles and skin. But it had caused his shoulder to take a massive hit. He dug deeper into the issue, explaining Kai's downfall. On the surface, it looked fine, but deep inside, his bones felt like they were hit by a sledgehammer head-on. On top of that, the pain had lessened significantly due to the shock, and looking at his body, which showed no marks, made him attack with more confidence. Returning to reality, he slowly concluded that now all the joints and bones in Kai's arms and legs were completely shattered. The camera closely followed every move of the match, zooming in on competitor Kai, seemingly analyzing the situation. Moments later, it announced that since competitor Kai could no longer continue, the victory belonged to competitor Kang Sang-gu. At the announcement of the final result, Kang Sang-gu erupted in joy. Bakyu outside was happily holding his head, thinking, is that guy a zombie or something? How did he take such a beating and still not go down? Kim Min-ho quietly suspected that his friend Kang Sang-gu was hiding something. After the results were announced, Kang Sang-gu collapsed, exhausted, on the battlefield. In pain that echoed throughout his body, he still wished, just wait a little longer for me. Meanwhile, the director had been closely monitoring every moment of the match and pondered and asked the doctor, has it been confirmed that this Kang Sang-gu did not use any doping? The doctor beside him respectfully replied, yep. According to the records, he indeed has not. After the first round, there will be a physical exam, and we will confirm it once more. It seemed the director was deep in thought, while Hen appeared to be calculating something. But first, he needed to find out more about this student Kang Sang-gu. Moments later, Hen ordered to find Kang Sang-gu's parents at the hospital during the stormy night. In Kang Sang-gu's father's hospital room, his mother warily kept vigil by his side. At that moment, his mother sensed someone approaching them. Before she could see clearly, she instinctively asked, is there still time to go back? Right then, she snapped back to reality and saw the figures in front of her. Two towering bodyguards flanked her, one on each side. Surrounding her, Mother Kang Sang-gu exclaimed in fear, who are you? In the arena, the official match had ended, and Kang Sang-gu was being carried off on a stretcher by the medical team. His entire body was battered, with not a single part of his brain intact. Bruised and broken, he was quickly rushed for emergency care. Meanwhile, Cha Jan-gu had many thoughts after this match. Even though he had defeated the opponent, could he recover enough to win the next battle? Hearing this, Kim Min-seok suddenly announced that there would be a physical examination coming up. Once confirmed, it would not be too late to make a decision. What mattered was this test. He wore a serious expression and solemnly announced, I plan to conduct a secret pain tolerance test. At this, Cha Jan-gu had to glance at him. After that, Kim Min-seok slowly explained. For instance, if the second pain tolerance test is passed, then Kang Sang-gu will be the strongest candidate for the championship. But Cha Jan-gu had another concern. Could they really conduct this test quietly? According to the rules, if an athlete refuses, the test cannot proceed. Speaking of this issue, Kim Min-seok had a counterargument. The medicine only checks for traces of doping in the body. Even after the test, they could still proceed secretly without anyone knowing, as there would not be any significant changes. In light of this, it was clear that Cha Jan-gu was not on board. What if they failed? Hearing his doubts, Kim Min-seok simply stated, if you fail, it won't matter anymore. Cha Jan-gu reminded him, it is best to have a backup plan ready. In Kang Sang-gu's recovery room, there was still his recovery pod. A shadow quietly approached Kang Sang-gu with a syringe in hand. The pod's cover was opened, and unbeknownst to him, a plot was lurking, ready to consume him. At the arena, Kim Min-seok and Cha Jan-gu continued their discussion. Kim Min-seok calmly analyzed the situation, stating that now they just needed to perform well and win one more match to enter the top 16 teams. At this moment, Cha Jan-gu suddenly pipes up, saying that if we win one more match, we could make it to the top 16 among the 31 bets placed. Hearing this, Kim Min-seok nods in agreement, but just then, Cha Jan-gu throws a curveball, asking if someone like Kang Sang-gu, who is injured, can still place high bets. In response to this, Kim Min-seok calmly retorts, "You do not think so? He does not even need to use the betting method. He has already won more than twice. Nobody has ever won a single match without using that method in this arena. Just the fact that he is joining 62 others without using that method has already caught the eye of VIP clients. If he wins again, we could rake in a fortune." Cha Jang-gu counters. But in the end, if he does not use it, he just end up losing. Isn't now the time we should secure an advantage with a sure win? Cha Jang-gu's tension is palpable, while Kim Min-seok remains composed. I bet Kang Sang-gu realizes this too. If he wants to win and find his parents, he must use that method. At this point, Cha Jang-gu immediately makes a decision. If Kang Sang-gu can't use that method, no matter what happens in the next match, we must drop out. Kim Min-seok, meanwhile, is already strategizing, quietly adjusting his glasses. The moment we fail, I am ready to cut costs on protection, hospital fees, and even support for Kang Sang-gu's parents, he states. Hearing this, Cha Jang-gu is no longer concerned, waving his hand dismissively. Even so, there is no way Kang Sang-gu will hear anything about his parents. At this moment, Kim Min-seok suddenly reminds him to wait a bit longer. The support team will announce the results of the betting method check. Hearing this, Cha Jang-gu can't help but admire Kim's efficiency. As expected from a designated secretary in the arena, even sneaky checks like this can be done. Kim Min-seok coldly replies, "That is not how it works. I have risked my life for this." Cha Jang, curious, asks what made him take such a risk. "It can't be because of me, right?" Not answering his question immediately, Kim Min-seok shifts to another topic. Isn't the most interesting thing for the vice president to outshine his brother and become a self-defense master? Cha Jang-gu remains indifferent. Is that not caring about his cold demeanor? Kim Min-seok immerses himself in his own world. "I feel the same way about discovering the best fighter. I would do anything for that thrill, even if it costs my life or someone else's." Upon hearing this, Cha Jang-gu snickers derisively. "You have really got the mindset of a lunatic." Just then, the door swings open abruptly, and a staff member in protective gear enters. Announcing, "It is time to leave now." Kim Min-seok calmly asks, "What is the result of the method?" The staff member quietly closes the door and informs them. It is a bit unexpected. He did not react at all. At this point, Kim Min-seok confirms his thoughts. The body really is not reacting to the method, and the staff member behind him agrees. Exactly. At this moment, Cha Ji-won, who has been listening in, suddenly bursts out in anger. "What did I just say? Hurry up and erase all evidence related to Kang Sang-gu and the aid to his parents." Suddenly, he pauses. Deep in thought, wait. Maybe making his parents disappear would be quicker. In the recovery room with Kang Sang-gu, he remains blissfully unaware of the danger quietly closing in on him. Meanwhile, in the waiting area for the competition, almost all the competitors have gathered. Kim Min-ho ponders the bustling scene before him. With everyone gathered in the waiting area, it looks like the 62 winners have already been decided. North Yu-chi stands suddenly anxious. Seems Kang Sang-gu has not recovered yet. He still has not made it back here. But Amanda Groch appears to be more composed. After all, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. We have to wait for all the competitors to recover before anything can happen anyway. She analyzes while stretching her body, taking this opportunity to rest up properly. A series of her stretching moves leaves Kim Min-ho shocked. Just how intense is she planning to get? At this moment, Amanda suddenly goes silent. Realizing her friend has been exhausted from the start, Kim Min-ho can't help but agree. Like me and Kang Sang-gu, injuries are bound to happen when competing here. He looks at North Yu-chai and Amanda Groch with admiration. Those two made it into the group of 62 with such clarity of mind. Then he glances at North Yu-chai's arm, especially that massive arm of his. No one could have imagined that right arm would be that huge. Hearing this, North Yu-chi feels a bit shy. I did not even know my arm could transform like that. Kim Min-ho turns his attention back to Amanda Groch. For her, the opponent underestimated her because she is a girl, so they did not lay a finger on her. But what happened next was absolutely shocking. She took down the opponent with a single blow. Amanda calmly recounts the event. Honestly, it all happened so fast and in a panic. Even now, I am not sure how I managed to take him down. Suddenly, Kim Min-ho asks her if she could share how she defeated her opponent. Hearing this, Amanda Groch shoots back. You really think I can tell you? Kim Min-ho is taken aback. Like, what? Amanda repeats her point. You mean I should let my opponent know before I win against them? At this moment, Kim Min-ho seems to snap back to reality. He is momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Menon suddenly appears. Startling him, what are you doing here? He joyfully announces. The first winner is Menon. But the announcement sound abruptly cuts through their conversation. Congratulations to everyone for making it into the group of 62. Now, we just need one more winner. And that person will get a chance to enter the top 16 in this round. If you win and make it to match 31. The arrangement will be based on the betting amounts, leading to the top 16. Just surviving in the top 16 will grant you 5% of the betting pool as a reward. At this moment, all the competitors are stunned by the incredibly enticing conditions. The announcement continues. If you want to raise your betting stakes, be ready to risk your life and show off your strength in this round. Don't worry about getting hurt, because this is the biggest hospital before the competition zone. Now, let us announce the match lineup. At the Hoxin group, Chaeseong asked Kim Min-seo. So aside from Kang Sang-go, had all the other candidates been decided? Kim Min-seo confirmed. Of course. Right. He stared intently at the tablet, assessing that this player looked perfect. Hearing this, Chaeseong could not contain his curiosity. Who's it? Kim Min-seo looked at the information on Ichika Ryo, introducing her as Kang Sang-go's final opponent in Kang Sang-go's recovery room. The capsule gradually opened, revealing Kang Sang-go lying inside. Suddenly, he sat up in shock. Gasping, after calming down, Kang Sang-go held his head, confirming it was not a dream. He really heard something. He recalled a voice that had appeared right beside him. If he did not react to the pain, his parents would disappear. Even so, how could Kang Sang-go hear news about his parents? Thinking of this, he immediately felt scared. He had to get out of there fast. In the Fighting Region's director's office, the director pondered and asked the doctor if they had examined Kang Sang-go's body yet. The doctor promptly reported, "Well, there is definitely something very strange." Hearing this, the director repeated in suspicion. "Strange," the doctor continued to explain. "The density of the mist we could not enhance with pain has increased tenfold." At this point, the director suddenly found it amusing. It was truly madness. Not only that, the doctor continued, "It does not stop there." Hearing him say that, the director grew even more curious. "Is there more?" The doctor adjusted his glasses, saying the recovery ability is truly rapid. This is not just recovery ability. He stared intently at the diagram on the tablet. It resembles regeneration more. Hearing this, the director could not hide his astonishment. The doctor calmly added, "Perhaps this student has a clue about the body regeneration we have always been searching for." The director thought even deeper. There was indeed something very odd. Have Kang Sang-go's parents been secured? Upon saying this, the doctor bowed his head in apology. But the director only asked why. What happened? The doctor slowly explained. When we arrived, someone had already intervened. In Kang Sang-go's recovery room, he frantically ran outside. He felt an overwhelming panic and fear. If he did not escape quickly, his parents would be in trouble. But as he looked around the room, he helplessly realized, "Damn it. There is no vent in here at all." He rushed to the nearby door, fumbling to find an escape route. He needed to find a vent outside the recovery room. The door to the recovery room opened, and Kang Sang-go was taken aback to see someone waiting for him outside. The other person coldly assessed him from head to toe. Looking up close was more interesting. She gently introduced herself. "I am Chaeseong." Not wanting to waste any more time, Kang Sang-go raised his voice. "Get out of the way." But Chaeseong not only did not move aside but bluntly declared, "If you are planning to find your parents, you do not need to anymore." Hearing that, Kang Sang-go panicked. "What? She only informed you because I already took them away." And Kang Sang-go panicked even more. "What?" At Vice President Chaeseong-min's office, the second son of the Hosin group, Chaeseong was shocked. "Someone has already dealt with Kang Sang-go's parents." "What do you mean by that?" Kim Min-seok explained, looking at the clean disappearance with no trace. "It seems the fighter's treatment area has taken action." Chaeseong was confused. "The fighter's treatment area," Kim Min-seok added. "Yep. Because they always deal with tough issues first." In response to this information, Chaeseong just sneered coldly. "Those clever folks. Just at the right time. Then we won't have to lift a finger." He changed the subject. "Have you approached the next fighter yet?" Kim Min-seok quickly responded. "Vice President, do not worry. In the fighter's treatment area. If the VIP wants, they can call them to the VIP room anytime. Outside the restricted area, they can go anywhere." At this moment, Chaeseong was confused again. "They will go among those monsters," Kim Min-seok replied. "Yep. That is right. Among the VIPs. Some are curious and ready to pay to tour, but touring the fighter's area is not a good idea. Even excluding the VIP room, you can ensure safety in Kang Sang-go's recovery room." He was shocked. "You said you took my parents away. What do you mean by that?" Chaeseong stepped closer and covered his mouth. "Keep it down if you want to save your parents," she advised. You should run now. It is not the time to save them. But Kang Sang-gu was not hearing any of it. He asked back, "What do you mean?" Cha Seo-ming had to explain. "As you know, Cha Ji-won, who used to be your master, is trying to cut ties with you. He is trying to deal with your parents. He is pointing at you. The loan sharks you bankrupted are also after you." Hearing this, Kang Sang-gu clicked his tongue in anger. "Damn," Cha Seo-ming calmly announced. "Because I wanted to talk privately with you. I did not bring a guide. So from now on, listen carefully to what I say. I also hope your parents are safe." But Kang Sang-gu was not easily trusting someone he just met. He pressed, "Who are you? What do you really want?" Cha Seo-ming repeated, "I am Seo. I only want one thing, and that is you." Hearing this, Kang Sang-gu could not contain his anger. "What nonsense are you talking about? To build trust?" Cha Seo-ming introduced. "I am also one of the 16 VIPs, so I need a reliable fighter." At this point, Kang Sang-gu was taken aback. "You are a VIP," Cha Seo-ming simply explained. "Although I am young, not long ago, I was one of the owners of the Hosin Group. If I say I am the half-sister of Vice President Cha Ji-on-gu, the second in command of the Hosin Group, you will understand better." "Right." Kang Sang-gu was momentarily stunned. "What?" But Cha Seo-ming calmly continued. "Now I have been ousted from Hosin due to that second in command's division. Anyway, I was already planning to quit. My current business is going smoothly, so it is all good. But that crazy second son kept draining my dad's company dry, so I could not just stand by and watch." At this point, Kang Sang-gu was confused, asking how that was related to you taking my parents away. Father Seo-ming smiled and continued. "So I always had my doubts and kept an eye on those sons, especially that clumsy second one. But when I saw him pouring his heart into you, I decided to investigate and meet your parents." Father Seo-ming dropped a bombshell. "You have got more talent than I thought, so I can't let him take you away." Pausing for a moment, she added, "I mean your genes." Hearing that, Kang Sang-gu was even more puzzled. "What?" Kang Sang-gu hesitantly asked back. "Uncertain. I mean, my genes." Not directly answering your question, Father Seo-ming shifted to another topic. "Right now, what is more important is that the forces targeting your parents have not given up yet." Hearing this, Kang Sang-gu could not hide his anxiety. "If running away does not work, then what should we do?" At this moment, Father Seo-ming gently reassured him. "There is definitely only one way for you and your loved ones to survive." At this point, a spark of hope suddenly flickered within him. "What? How?" Father Seo-ming confirmed. "It is all about winning." She looked straight at him. "I am putting everything on the line for the victory of the combat treatment facility. I plan to execute a strategy to take down your two brothers." Her plan truly stunned Kang Sang-gu. A moment later, Father Seo-ming added, "Specifically, the second brother will be ruined in prison and become a total failure. By then, he won't be a threat anymore. We can easily bribe the loan sharks." But at this moment, Kang Sang-gu felt a bit panicked. What does a secret strategy in a place like this even mean? Contrary to his confusion, Father Seo-ming was calmer, mentioning that it is essential to adhere to the fair strategy guidelines in the combat treatment facility, because here, everything needs to be resolved quickly and efficiently. According to this place's rules, Kang Sang-gu finally grasped the issue. She plans to risk everything on a life and death strategy with me. At this moment, Father Seo-ming coolly corrected his words. "It is not just me who needs you. Once we enter the round of 16, fighters who are not chosen will be immediately eliminated." Even so, Kang Sang-gu still was not completely at ease. "So how can I be sure my parents are safe? How can I trust people like you?" At this point, Father Seo-ming simply said, "You can't bring phones or anything like that here." She smiled at him. "So I can let you see that." Hearing this, Kang Sang-gu suddenly jolted. Father Seo-ming continued. "However, if there is someone capable of sharing deep secrets with your parents, they would definitely be trustworthy." "Right." In response to her words, Kang Sang-gu could not contain his astonishment. Father Seo-ming added, "Especially information related to your jealousy and your parents' past." Kang Sang-gu remained puzzled. What exactly does she want? What is it right now? The door behind them suddenly creaked. The surveillance camera arrived and peeked through the door. Realizing time was running out, Cha Seo-ming leaned in closer to remind him. "Remember this. I will protect you. You will protect your parents at all costs. So you can't afford to run away." The surveillance camera entered the room, tracking every move they made. She understood it was time to head back. Before leaving, Cha Seo-ming warned him one last time. "Do not worry about anything else. Just winning with me is enough." Kang Sang-gu watched her leave, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. In combat treatment zone No. Room 5. You sick? Amanda Roach and Kim Min-ho were in a room filled with surveillance cameras. North Yu-sik looked at the screen analyzing. This has significantly boosted our ranking. The screen displayed the leaderboard from highest to lowest. Amanda Roach, Yu-sik, Kim Min-ho, and Kang Sang-gu at the bottom. North Yu-sik pondered. Why is Kang Sang-gu in 6th place? Kim Min-ho speculated that perhaps the injury and being sent to recovery had seriously affected him. No matter how great his fighting skills were, nobody would dare bet on an injured player. At that moment, the door swung open, and the surveillance camera zoomed in. It announced, "Player Kang Sang-gu has returned to room 10. Teacher Kang Sang-gu." North Yu-sik cheerfully greeted him. "What is going on? You seem healthier than I am." He happily asked about your well-being. "Just how well did you rest that your face looks like that?" At this moment, he noticed something was off. Kang-san, who had been silent until now, stammered, "How can I win without getting hurt?" North Yu-sik looked at him, confused. At this point, Kang Sang-gu seemed utterly helpless. "I have to make it to the top 16 no matter what. If I can get in, my family will." He stammered, pleading, "Whatever it takes, just let me know. I will do everything I can." Kang Sang-gu begged everyone, "Please help me." Faced with this situation, North Yu-sik truly did not know what to do. Kang-san, hearing this, could only bow his head. "It really is not good, is it?" But just when he was at his most desperate, Amanda stepped forward to offer him a tip. "A special technique." Kang Sang-gu was shocked. "A special technique," Amanda explained. "It is tough for someone without their own special technique to gain an edge in battle. This is especially true against the gigantic monsters in the combat treatment zone." At this point, she directly asked Kang Sang-gu, "So what is your specialty?" For a moment, Kang Sang-gu did not know how to respond. He stuttered, but North Yu-sik grabbed his shins and offered advice. "What about a low kick using your shins?" He analyzed. "Very few can control their footing as smoothly as you did in the fight with Kai. You believed in your shins so much that you dared to use them to block a long-range hit from a trained opponent." He shared his experience. Recently, the technique for low kicks has become much more refined. Many opponents have been defeated with just a precise kick. At this moment, Baekyu 6 simply asked you, Kang Sang, if you wanted to try a low kick once. Without hesitation, Kang Sang-gu immediately gave it a shot right there, raising his leg to test the power. And the force radiating from that kick was no joke. Baekyu 6 stood by, utterly surprised. What was that? What was that loud noise just now? He chuckled, trying to wrap his head around it. You really are a crazy one. Suddenly, a sound even louder emerged from somewhere, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Baekyu 6 was alarmed. What was that noise? What on earth was happening? The noise came from a far-off place, echoing down the hallway, originating from a tightly sealed room. But the scene inside was utterly terrifying. Those horrifying sounds were made by a single person, Ichikario. Rank 15. Kudo. Baekyu 6 was calculating and rambling on about his plans. If he could take down his opponent with a kick like that, his chances of winning in a one-on-one fight would skyrocket. This way, he could safely advance to the next round, and the prize money would also increase. Suddenly, Menon appeared out of nowhere, looking utterly terrifying. This was not a simple matter, causing Kang Sang-gu to instinctively jump back. Startled. What the heck was going on? He did not answer but turned to Baekyu 6 and asked, "You know what kind of moves Kang Sun-yu has?" Right. Caught off guard by the question, he stood there for a moment, trying to think. What? Menon pointed directly at Kang Sang-gu's forehead, saying it was a headbutt. How many of those headbutts do you think you can take from the strongest champion? As he spoke, he glanced up, sizing him up. The image of that deadly headbutt began to materialize. The person receiving it would be in for a serious shock. Two fighters clashing heads, blood splattering with every word he spoke. And the fact that Kang Sang-gu could still fight normally after taking such blows was impressive. That shows your skull is pretty tough, Menon said while playfully ruffling Kang Sang-gu's hair, his tongue sticking out. With that expression, he seemed a bit arrogant. Very much so. Seeing this, Baekyu 6 quickly intervened. Still puzzled. You do know that headbutting someone that's strong can also cause you serious injury, right? And when headbutting powerful opponents during a fight, something suddenly clicked in his mind, causing him to pause for a moment. The image of Kang Sang-gu bleeding from a head injury began to form in his imagination, making his voice falter slightly. The chance of suffering a brain injury is pretty high. Suddenly, Menon interrupted his train of thought. You really talk oddly, he said, making Baekyu 6 look over in confusion. I mean, who does not put their life on the line when they step into the ring. His words left everyone stunned. They stood frozen in shock. He continued rambling on, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. If you keep hesitating, you won't accomplish anything. Then he burst into maniacal laughter, gesturing wildly to take down opponents, making it seem like he was already setting himself up for a major defeat. This made Baekhyun go from astonishment to fear to complete numbness. Then Menon seemed to guess something and turned to him, probing for more, but it seems like right now, that is not what Kang Seong-yu is worrying about. Are you still just standing there in confusion? He does not even pay attention, keeping his probing gaze fixed ahead. Have you checked out your next opponent yet? On the screen, the face of his opponent appears. Mince. In the management area. The warning door remains tightly shut. The director looks at the tablet in his hands and exhales sharply. This guy really has a terrifying reaction to stimulants. And Min-soo stares intently at the information on the screen, constantly commenting with enthusiasm. He spreads his arms proudly. Behind him a whole squad of test subjects stands lined up. Bringing him here was definitely a smart move. He is the son of that doctor. Right. Then the director turns to the doctor next to him to ask. His eyes are downcast, always looking down at the ground. Thank you. All thanks to your assistance, sir. His demeanor is full of humility, bowing deeply in flattery. The doctor's downcast expression reveals his disbelief. I keep telling myself I did the right thing because I had no other choice, when I did not know what fighting would entail. A memory flashes back to the day he walked through the door after a long day at work. Sorry I am late, kiddo. Those endless thoughts continue to flow along the stream of memories. My son has been diagnosed with a rare disease. And Min-soo, trembling on the floor amidst a mess, suddenly comes to mind, looking utterly pitiful. Dad, I can't get up. He looks at his beloved son, tears of sorrow beginning to well up in his eyes. I could not do anything. Back then, I was just an ordinary doctor, feeling hopeless as everything seemed to come to an end. Suddenly, something on my phone surprised me. I received a message from the director, someone I had never met. The image in my memory shifts back to the day that cold, large building stood before him. And I never expected they would call me to a place so close to the hospital. Without hesitation, he steps inside, and before him appears a dark staircase. The atmosphere here is chaotic. Venturing deeper, he sees cages containing human bodies lined up closely together. He continues forward, reaching for a door at the place where the director summoned me. There is a long list of famous scientists and entrepreneurs. Names I have only heard of. I did not care why they were doing this. He looks at the list in his hand, astonished with his mouth agape. The doctor has tightly embraced the computer screen in front of him, as if he can't believe his reality. But after reviewing the results of the pain stimulant experiment here, I could not hold back my tears any longer. My son could be saved. His face is drenched in tears, emotion spilling out through every expression. Suddenly, the director, who had been standing behind him, speaks up. What do you think? Doctor, your son can participate in the project. As he speaks, he extends his hand as if inviting him in. In that moment, the doctor was at a loss for what to do, standing frozen in place. I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I forgot a lot of things. But looking back, I could not let my son face this alone. After a moment of shock, the doctor suddenly turned and ran, panic written all over his face. And that is when I started to flee towards my son. At that point, my son had lost all hope. Coming home, the image of my frail boy standing before the noose left me speechless. Without a second thought, I dashed forward to push my son away from making a terrible mistake, saving him just in time. While realizing the dire situation we were in, Min-soo lay weakly in his father's arms, his mouth moving soundlessly. Dad, please let me die. In his eye, there was no longer any will to live. This scene tore the doctor apart, tears streaming down his face. And ultimately, I felt utterly powerless. The image of the director appeared like a last lifeline to him, forcing me to choose to participate in the experiment. Was there any other choice for me in this situation? I would do anything for my son, but now, he had become a monster, and Min-soo lurked in the shadows, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. And soon the system's voice echoed as the door before him creaked open, revealing 12 soldiers stepping into the arena. He slowly walked toward the light spilling from the open door. And Min-soo's face finally became visible under the bright lights, radiating a chilling sharpness. Baekhyun had been waiting, facing his enemy head-on. He showed no fear, rubbing his wrist to signal he was ready. And let the games begin. And Min-soo said little, quickly assuming a fighting stance. The drone's voice then introduced the match. This was a battle between Baekhyun, ranked 22, and Han-min, ranked 9. The match began, and without hesitation, they charged at each other with fierce determination. Baekhyun and Han-min struck with incredible precision. the vibrant colors of their attacks exploding in the air. The sudden twist left him unable to react, watching helplessly as the wound deepened on his arm. The crowd was left stunned, mouths agape, eyes glued to the unfolding drama. Kim Min-ho missed no details, his brows furrowed, engaging in a bare-knuckle fight while also showcasing his superior techniques. Baekhyun probably did not see this coming. Two fingers dug deep into the flesh. Suddenly trembling, Han Min-soo could not believe his eyes, astonishment clearly showing on his face. And so, he was gripping his opponent's fingers with formidable strength. Baekhyun finally spoke, his gaze still lowered. "Hey buddy. Do not you think you are standing a bit too close?" He did not even bother to look up, his words dripping with menace. He raised his hand high, forcing Han Min-soo to glance up in response. In an instant, his massive hand clamped down on his opponent's head, ready to strike. Min's, swift as ever, managed to dodge to the side. Though it was a struggle, the punch that missed its target slammed into the ground instead, causing the earth to shatter into tiny pieces. Han Min-soo raised one hand to shield his face, still trying to peek with one eye to assess the situation. It was intense. The invisible force radiating from the punch, pinned to the ground, sent him flying backward. After a moment of earth-shattering chaos, the arena fell into a deafening silence. With dust still lingering in the air, Han Min-soo finally realized he had underestimated his opponent, feeling a deep sense of disbelief. What the heck? Who is that old man? At that moment, Baekhyun looked up, his cold eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Even using knife techniques in a bare-knuckle fight. This is just outrageous. Well then, it is my turn to return the favor. I will unleash my ultimate knife technique, he said, striking a fighting stance. His gaze locked on ahead. Meanwhile, Cha Jeong-gu had been observing every detail, unable to suppress his astonishment. Who is Baekhyun to take on Han Min-soo? A ranked fighter like this can be so easy. I was going to assess Han Min-soo too. But who exactly is that Baekhyun? Kim Min-seo stuck to her tablet, quickly reporting. He is a former bodyguard specializing in craft manga martial arts. He looked up, confused, asking back, "Craft manga?" Before his opponent could ask more, he hastily explained. In the mid-20th century, as violence against Jews escalated, this martial art was created by a Jewish veteran to protect innocent civilians. This martial art is a mix of various fighting styles from around the world, aimed at maximizing effectiveness. As real combat scenarios unfolded in his explanations, he continued to talk passionately. Noting it is known for being particularly effective in close combat, Cha Jeong-gu furrowed his brows, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. If this martial art was designed for defense, does that mean it is weak on offense? It seems our candidate is not as impressive as expected. Kim Min-sik, on the other hand, hesitated to affirm, his eyes glued to the tablet as if searching for answers. I am not so sure. If that defense style. His voice took on a serious tone, eyes never leaving the action. Then suddenly he glanced over, his face flashing with danger. What if it could still take out an opponent? Back in the arena, both fighters remained locked in a fierce stare down. Baekhyun did not wait for his opponent to strike. He quickly lunged forward, his hand poised for an attack. Min's, however, brushed it off, waiting as the attack closed in slowly. In an instant, he deftly dodged to the side, the blow merely piercing through shadows. A smug smile spread across his face, ready to counterattack so slow. Indeed, Baekhyun shot a glance at the failed attack, his face clearly showing surprise. What are you trying to do? Just as he finished speaking, Han Min-soo's two fingers locked onto his temple, blood splattering everywhere. He was not going down easy either. His arm swung like a guillotine. But Han Min-soo managed to step back just in time to avoid it. Baekhyun was not about to let this slip away. He had to catch him at all costs. Vince, however, continued to show disdain, raising his bloodied fingers to his face, with a twisted grin. Do you really think such a big arm can catch me? No matter how fast you run, it will be useless. Suddenly, he bent down, lightly touching the ground with his hand, but his gaze remained fixed ahead, upward. His fingers dug firmly into the earth, every muscle in his body tense to the max. In an instant, Baekhyun propelled himself forward using the leverage, and the floor behind him exploded under the impact. In no time, his powerful punch landed squarely on the opponent's face, pinning him hard against the wall. And Min-soo managed to dodge just in time, but he still got a nasty cut across his face. He swiftly moved his body, leaving shadows in the air, but it was all in vain. Beckett, seeing the opponent's agile movements, could not react quickly enough. Damn it. Although he managed to counterattack, new wounds still appeared on his side, and the pain had his eyebrows furrowing tightly. And Min-soo charged in, sneering as he went, questioning how someone so slow could even try to dodge a critical hit. Let us see how long he can hold up. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches on his opponent, splattering fresh blood all over the air. Beckett, caught off guard, found himself in agony, unable to keep up. He just stood there, taking hits, and by the time Min-soo was done, his body was covered in wounds. The onlookers outside were left jaw-dropped, unable to believe their eyes. Kim Min-ho started to sweat nervously, cold beads trickling down his forehead. Is this what a true fighter looks like? Is there really no other way? Baekhyuk was battered and drenched in blood, yet he still trembled, holding his ground in the ring. And Min-soo watched this with a mix of admiration and subtle mockery, noting that he still maintained his fighting stance even now. Gotta hand it to him. He is tough seeing him clench his fists like that. Looks like he has given up on using any fancy techniques. At this moment, he slowly moved, but his body still shook uncontrollably. And Min-soo flashed a sinister smile, his hand ready to strike. He is trying to widen his defensive stance, planning to catch me if I get too close. Does he really think that'll work against me? Without a second thought, he lunged in for a finishing blow. A strike pierced through Baekhyuk's waist, sending blood spraying everywhere. He was hit hard enough to cough up blood, his face twisted in pain. Yet, he refused to back down. One hand shook but remained clamped tightly against his chest. Kim Min-ho, observing every detail, gasped in disbelief. Uncle Baekhyuk just stabbed himself in the chest. Amanda Grosh next to him explained calmly. He did not hurt himself. He aimed for his opponent's finger, not his own chest. At this moment, Min-soo realized his finger had been deformed, the pain forcing his teeth to clench tightly. He struggled to suppress the agony, his voice dripping with anger. You old fool. While he was still stunned, Baekhyuk had somehow closed the distance, his fist primed to strike. In this life or death moment, Min-soo could not react in time, cursing silently to himself. Damn it, he could curse all he wanted, but there was no way to just stand there and take a powerful blow heading his way, causing his body to bend from the impact. The force of the hit sent Min-soo flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. The injury was too severe, causing blood to pour from his mouth incessantly. The pain etched on his face. Despite feeling unsteady, Baekhyuk was determined to take down his opponent. This guy was not going to give up easily. He needed to strike one more time. The muscles in my right arm are too damaged, he thought as he glanced at his twisted arm. Then Baekhyuk pushed through the pain, slowly raising his hand to defend himself, determined to strike one more blow. This was my last chance. He charged at the opponent, who was down on one knee before him without a second thought. All his remaining strength was focused on this one hit, his voice booming with determination. Just this one hit. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, his eyes wide with shock. Perhaps it was due to exerting too much energy along with the numerous wounds on his body that caused him to lose his balance. Outside, Kang Sang-gyu could not help but yell encouragement. Come on. Just a little more. Baekhyuk's vision began to blur, but he kept his gaze fixed on his opponent. Damn. I am bleeding too much. I can't even lift my arm. What am I even thinking? His vision continued to narrow, and he kept swaying. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Min-soo in front of him, throwing a punch. The fight was not over yet. He needed to stay focused, faced with the imminent danger. Baekhyuk's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. He broke into a triumphant grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I am right-handed. You know, one of his punches struck directly into his opponent's body, fresh blood splattering in the air. Baekhyuk was hit hard, the light in his eyes slowly fading away. Sang-gu was incredibly worried, nearly rushing in to stop the fight. Baekhyuk aimed to strike but remained standing, a bit shaky yet still solid like an ancient tree. He used his entire hand to block the last hit, a large hole now appearing in his palm. And Min-soo was not going to let up, spewing venomous words, trying to stop him even though his palm was pierced. Truly admirable, because my fingers are a bit long. As he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably. Having taken too much damage, Baekhyuk could no longer withstand it, the light slowly leaving his eyes. After a while, he was completely taken down, his body collapsing onto the arena floor. At seeing Singh was horrified, his eyes wide in shock, frozen in disbelief. After defeating his opponent, Min-soo turned his attention to the stands where Sang-gu was watching, a smug smile on his face as he called out the name of his target. Sang-gu was still reeling from the shock. Unsure how to react, he laughed loudly, venomous words spilling from his lips. Look closely. This old man died because of a useless kid like you. Without hesitation, he pulled his hand back, fresh blood splattering everywhere. You were hit hard, your consciousness fading. Memories of past training flashed in your mind, as Baekhyuk clutched his throat, panting heavily. Are not you tired? I want to take a break. But you refuse to give up. your spirit still burning bright. You push a little more. I still have so many questions to ask. Suddenly, he bursts out laughing, leaving you completely puzzled. He then softly speaks up, his words tinged with a hint of regret. If only I had more time with my son like this. Things might be different now. Hearing this makes you feel a mix of emotions. Your gaze instinctively shifting to the person across from you. Your mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Right. If my father and I were close, would it feel like this? Would I even have a chance? Bakayusik places a hand on your shoulder, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Don't worry. With a son like you, your dad definitely won't die. Just like I can die because of my son. His face radiates hope, embodying the warmth of a caring father. Back to reality. His body is smeared with blood. Sprawled on the arena floor, the life is drained from his face, leaving only the abyss of death in his eyes. The arena falls into a heavy silence. As Han Min-soo stands confidently over the corpse of his opponent, a drone approaches, seemingly there to confirm the outcome. After seeing the opponent motionless, it begins to announce that the match is over, with Han Min-soo declared the winner. He revels in his victory, stepping on Bakyu-sik's face, looking up at the sky with a triumphant laugh, unable to hide his delight. This place is truly interesting. The more I see this guy getting angry, the more his eyes lose their reason, veins bulging on his face. You refuse to let your loved one be humiliated any further. Jumping out of your seat without hesitation, Han Min-soo shows no fear, appearing even more thrilled. That is right. Before long, you land in the arena, your muscles tense with excitement. The drones, sensing the commotion, quickly moving closer. Kim Ben-ho is so stunned by this scene that he stands up straight, his eyes glued to the arena. Therefore, the guiding drone does not fire as long as there is no direct fighting. The guiding drone won't shoot. With that thought, he glances at the drone nearby. Testing the waters, Kang Sang-gu stands tall now, boldly facing his enemy. He does not rush to strike, still patient enough to give his opponent one last chance to back off. And Min-soo shows no fear, even purposefully stomping a few more times, and challenging him to clean it up himself. You are done with words and ready to fight. Your power radiating. The drone above, noticing the movement, readies its weapon. Anger clouds your judgment as you swing a powerful fist, demanding he back off. Straight up, he is no slouch either, immediately getting into a fighting stance. Kim Min-ho sees the situation going south and rushes to intervene, determined to stop this fight at all costs. Suddenly, a dark figure darts past, making you freeze for a moment. What was that? Min-hun charges in from nowhere, using his whole body to pin Kang Sang-gu down. You can move, but your eyes remain locked on the enemy, urging him to back off. He is holding you down firmly, but he keeps encouraging you to stay calm. You need to use that headbutt I taught you before it is too late. You are still stubbornly refusing to listen, struggling with all your might to break free from the grip. I am telling you to let me go. You jerk. While the two of them were still wrestling, Kim Min-ho seized the moment and swept your legs out from under you. You wrapped your arms around both legs of Kang Sang-gu to pin him down. The three of them kept squirming under the watchful eye of Han Min-soo. Min-ho, seeing how hard-headed you were, decided to take action, whispering something into your ear before he did. You should take a little nap. As those words left his lips, Kang Sang-gu's eyes started to grow heavy. Your consciousness began to blur a bit. Damn it, dude. Just before you passed out, you still managed to imprint Han Min-soo's figure at the back of your mind. Memories from the past suddenly resurfaced, reminding you of the time when Busiu was constantly warning you. Just in case something happened to me, can you take care of my son? Kang Sang-gu across from you looked momentarily confused. He blinked in disbelief. What? He laid bare his worries, his eyes filled with contemplation. I just hope someone can give him some advice so he does not go too far off course. You calmly wiped yourself down with a towel in response. That is only natural. Hearing this, he could not help but ask again. What? You explained kindly. A word was straightforwardly expressed. I still have a lot to learn from you. You know, it is fine if I become friends with your son. That way, I can learn even more from you. Right. You wiped the sweat from your brow while looking at the person across from you. Pi-hu looked a bit stunned, hearing the words. He thought, this kid's out here trying to boss me around. As he spoke, he ruffled your hair, unable to hide the tenderness on his face. Back to reality. Pi-hu lay lifeless under the feet of his opponent. Across from him, Kang Sang-gu had passed out, leaving the two beside him gasping for breath. Han Min-soo knew they could not do anything and felt even more smug. That smug look was downright annoying. Seriously. What a pathetic sight. In response, he got an unfriendly remark. You have already taken all the attention from Kang Sawang-yu. Can you just leave now? What? He was caught off guard and could not answer right away. What? Amanda Groach approached, glaring at the opposing side, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. You want even more attention and love from Kang Sewang Yu? And Min-soo hit a nerve, and Amanda was fuming. How? Do you want to die too? She was just waiting for that moment, boldly challenging him in a calm voice. All right then. Go ahead and show off your face to me. And die at the hands of Weedle-dee. Or more accurately, die at my hands. At this point, her gaze sharpened, glinting with malice. Surprisingly, he did not fall for the trap, slightly lifting one leg. I told you to wait. Either way, I will kill you all. As he turned around, he shot a disdainful glance back. Before long, the figure of Han Min-soo faded away behind the door, leaving chaos in her wake. Realizing he had completely left, Amanda Groach rushed over to assess the situation with Bai Siu sick. After a moment of inspection, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was indeed still alive. Seeing the medical staff fumbling nearby, she quickly called out, "Over here. Hurry up." Then Amanda Grouch glanced at the gaping wound on his left hand, still oozing blood. Knowing for sure that this hand had saved him, he had cleverly used the stabbed finger to dodge their weak spots. And the image of him taking a hit to the chest flashed back in her mind. Not long after, Bu Sik was loaded onto a stretcher, escorted away by several medical personnel from the arena. Father Jeong-gu had been observing the situation, so stirred that he blurted out loud that Han Min-soo is truly a monster. How can he use his fingers as weapons like that? Just then, he instinctively mimicked the earlier strike with his 2 fingers. Kim Min-seok immediately explained, adjusting his glasses. It is because Han Min-soo's finger ping is incredibly special. Most pings enhance muscle strength, merely increasing muscle size, conjuring up the image of a massive arm as he spoke. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the bizarre bone structures in his fingers. But Han Min-soo had developed tissue surrounding the bones like tendons, ligaments, and muscles that were unbelievably well developed. Kim Min-seok fixed his gaze ahead, his hand unconsciously rising into the air, stating that his adaptability surpassed even that of Mer, who had enhanced bones. Father Jeong-gu raised an eyebrow, starting to calculate the next move. They needed to bring him over to their side immediately. Kim Min-seok suggested that nothing comes easy. Han Min-soo is a fighter managed by the director, so he is not easy to approach. His face changed, anger bubbling up as he cursed under his breath. Damn it. Yet, Kim Min-seok remained remarkably calm, beginning to scroll through the screen on his computer. Don't worry. There are plenty of stronger fighters behind, including those in the next match. Upon hearing this, Father Jeong-gu felt a bit of excitement, his curious gaze lifting. The next match, not that female capoeira fighter. Right, Kim Min-seok replied nonchalantly. Yep. That is the one. The expression on Father Jeong-gu's face immediately shifted, showing clear dissatisfaction. What? Capoeira is just a dance. Right, no real combat skills. Kim Min-seok, knowledgeable, calmly explained again. The fact that capoeira has the form of a dance is not just for entertainment or fun. When the Portuguese occupied Brazil, African slaves brought there to work created a martial art to escape oppression and the hardships of labor. And the haunting image of tortured slaves from the past resurfaced. They had to mask their joy with ridiculous antics, smiling while tears streamed down their faces, using dance as a guise to fool their overseers. In reality, it was not just a simple art. It was a martial art filled with the bitterness of resentment. After Brazil gained independence, capoeira had been exploited more in criminal activities, and he passionately shared his insights. Then he cast his gaze towards the arena, his voice growing grim, to the point that the government had to outright ban the practice. Therefore, its combat effectiveness is not only good but also incredibly dangerous. Amanda Groach stands tall in the arena, radiating an aura of danger. A drone slowly approaches, seemingly to confirm something. After a long moment, it starts making rhythmic sounds, and all the fighters for the next match step onto the stage. Suddenly, something catches her eye, and her gaze instinctively shifts. On the battlefield, Go Hai-soo stands still like a statue. Their silhouettes are reflected in the drone's camera. The signal to start is given, and the match between Amanda Groach and Go Hai-soo begins. She immediately takes her fighting stance, her eyes alert and focused on her opponent. In contrast, he shows no reaction, just standing there like a rock. Amanda Groach is taken aback, calculating in her mind he is completely underestimating her. Totally unprepared. Well then, I will strike first, she thinks, and without hesitation, she lunges forward, her hand smashing down on the ground to unleash her attack. Just then, he suddenly reacts, a vicious grin spreading across his face. Cha Jeong-gu fixates on the screen, a flicker of hesitation crossing his mind. Amanda Groach using capoeira is acceptable. But what about her opponent, Jay? If he ranks 10th on the prize leaderboard, he can't be just anyone. His image flashes on the screen at the same time, Kim Min-seok holds him in high regard. His gaze evaluating the fighter, he was once a promising talent but never hit the big time. After his success with pain resistance, he developed an uncanny ability to observe movements. He has even been given the nickname 10-second stretch by VIPs. And recently, his prize money has skyrocketed. He rambles on while scratching his head. Cheon-woo feels a surge of curiosity. 10-second stretch. What is that? Such a bizarre nickname. Kim Min-seok does not keep him waiting, quickly explaining that he has won all his previous matches by stretching and never lasted more than 10 seconds. At this, he beams. His previously furrowed brows now relaxed. No way. That is insane. Kim Min-seok continues his enthusiastic chatter. Since each match wraps up so quickly, there are no injuries, which has led to a flood of bets on him. His reputation for finishing fights in 10 seconds has catapulted him up the rankings. Cheon-woo listens intently, noting every word, wondering if he can maintain that reputation in this round. It is as if he can foresee this situation, answering without hesitation if everything goes as planned. He will not only pocket a hefty prize, but also rise through the ranks in no time, if he keeps that unique 10-second stretch title. With every word, the image of Go Hae-soo standing on stage appears, their reflections in the camera, and the announcement rings out. Amanda Grosch versus Go Hae-soo begins. The clock starts ticking, and for several seconds, both remain frozen, neither making a move. Seeing this, she begins to wonder, scanning her opponent with her eyes, does he still underestimate her? Totally unprepared. Then I will strike first. With that thought, she uses her hand as a pivot, darting in closer to him. As her attack approaches, Go Hae-soo suddenly reveals a sinister smile, confidence swelling in his mind. Even the top-ranked players are captivated by my loose defensive stance. Are not they? Time to attack freely. My ability to observe movement can see everything, even without defense. Just thinking about him, he skillfully dodges. Every movement seems to slow down. The clock ticks to the 8th second, and he makes his move, locking his opponent's leg with his hand. I can react instantly at any moment. It is. Go Hae-soo is brimming with confidence, unable to hold back a big laugh. The clock hits the 9th second, and suddenly he freezes, surprised to see the floor right in front of him. Wait. Why am I on the ground? While he is still trying to understand what just happened, Amanda Grosch flips and slams him right down. Even now, he can't believe it. His eyes wide in shock. 10 seconds. 10 seconds gone. Right at the 10th second, she stands tall, looking down at her defeated opponent with an air of superiority. Immediately, a drone flies in to assess the situation. Once it sees that the opponent is no longer conscious, it announces the match is over with Amanda Grosch as the victor. She then softly remarks that techniques can just rely on instinct. Chae Jin-gu is left stunned, thinking what just happened. Kim Min-seo maintains his cold expression, believing that dodging one attack is already a successful defense, and he immediately shifts to counterattack. Hearing this, he raises an eyebrow in confusion. Is it really that obvious to dodge an attack and counter? He keeps his gaze fixed in the distance, and Go Hae-soo thinks the same. Typically, powerful kicks that take down opponents concentrate energy opposite the point of contact, and the illustration gradually unfolds with each explanation. A powerful kick is launched, creating a significant impact, and then that energy is released toward the final strike. As he speaks, his body instinctively moves along. If the first attack fails, there won't be enough time to gather energy again, making it tough to strike faster than the opponent's counter and focus strength on the kick. Especially when both are airborne, it becomes even more difficult. While explaining, Kim Min-seo raises his hands to eye level. The image of an ankle being compared to a compressed spring also appears, due to the lack of a platform to compress and support force. Chen Jian-gu finds this somewhat reasonable but is not fully convinced. Is not Amanda Grosch in a similar situation? Clearly, both legs are off the ground, and the first attack also failed. The previous image plays back vividly without missing a detail. At this point, Kim Min-seo slightly raises his hand in a gesture of respect, his gaze still fixed ahead. Yep. That is right. That is why Go Hae-soo is confident enough to attack like this. But Go Hae-soo has overlooked something about Amanda Grosch. He slightly bows his head as light from the front casts his shadow. Chen Jian-gu immediately asks curiously, what is that? The image of a pose similar to before appears. Someone using their hands to control their entire body. Capoeira can use hands just like feet. Moreover, Amanda Grosch is not just about bulking up her muscle mass. She is skyrocketing her muscle density, powerfully and swiftly, with no limitations on movement due to muscle bulk. He explained in a low tone. It seemed like he had everything under control, rambling on like there was no tomorrow. Right now, Amanda Grosch is an unpredictable fighting machine, capable of unleashing maximum strength in any position or moment. Her image standing tall in everyone's mind. Chan Jiangyu clenched his fists in front of him, starting to feel a spark of interest. Fortunately, it seemed there were still fighters available. Just as hope flickered, Kim Min-seo snuffed it out. But for that person, meeting them would not be easy anymore. Hearing this, he was so shocked that he had to ask. What? His gaze was cold, and his voice flat. She had just wrapped up a 10-second ko in 10 seconds. So she was going to test the blue variant as well. All the bets that the VIPs placed on the 10-second ko would now shift to Amanda, her image flashing on the screen, accompanied by the constant announcement. Ranked up. Ranked up. Ranked up. Cha Jianggu was furious at the thought of a juicy opportunity slipping away seriously. You mean we can compete? Seeing this, Kim Min-seo gestured for calm, his mouth constantly offering reassurance. No need to rush. There are still plenty of strong fighters behind. After hearing that, he returned to a waiting posture, his hands still tightly clenched. Is the next fighter a 10-time champion? Kim Min-seo beside him confirmed. Absolutely. This match is going to be exciting, because he is going to have to give it his all. Then he looked at the screen in his hand, his face expressionless, but deep down, he was brimming with anticipation. On the other side, as his eyes opened, he saw Kim Min-ho right in front of him. Hey. Are you awake? Kang Sang gulped awake in a panic, his eyes wide. What the heck? Why am I here? He asked while catching his breath, seemingly unable to recall what had just happened. After a moment to collect himself, he frantically searched. Uncle. The negative thoughts swirling in his head left him stunned. No way. At this moment, Amanda Grouch walked through the door. Still alive. The Kim Min-ho next to him raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is it really over already? She confidently reiterated. I definitely heard breathing. At this point, Kang Sang-gu let out a sigh of relief, the tension on his face fading away. Then she turned to the person next to her and reminded him, Kim Min-ho, your match is coming up. Are not you going to stretch? He maintained his cold demeanor, his eyes revealing no emotion whatsoever. I know. He silently recalled why he was here. This opponent might be the reason I came. A memory flashed back. A stranger presenting him with a postcard and a sly smile. He would definitely meet the one who killed his brother in the ring. Hearing this, the Kim Min-ho expressed doubt. How would I know when I did not even know my own name? The other guy wasted no time revealing information to him, confirming that he had entered the fighting zone and was a former boxing fighter. He was astonished by the previous words, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. The other guy kept inviting him with the information he had, saying he would provide more details later. But it was certain that in the fighting zone, there were only a few former professional fighters. Back in reality, Choi Won-woo stands tall in his red outfit, ready to fight. In the stands, Cha Ji-won is losing patience, cutting straight to the chase. Who are the top 5 monsters here? Kim Min-sok starts scanning the screen, muttering to himself. First up, the fighter in 5th place is Lep. Ranked 5, System a martial artist. A guy with an elongated face and tattoos around his neck. He knows all the details about him. Leaving no stone unturned, this guy is a bodyguard from the Russian Special Forces. When he was a bodyguard, it was said that no one survived who threatened the lives of his clients. His past begins to unravel. A man who has choked his opponents to death. The image of him quietly escaping from a police car also vividly appears from his time on duty. He once found himself in hot water for using excessive force while taking down 8 people targeting his client at once. His former employer immediately severed ties with the now crazed Lep. Kim Min-seok is still going on, his gaze suddenly lifting up. The one who baptized Lep and hired him as a bodyguard is also attending this tournament. That person is Michael Lee, the chairman of the military company Pioneer. With each word, the image of a bespectacled man emerges like a lifeline for Lep. Cha Ji-young can't help but gasp at this revelation. It really takes a connection of that caliber to get here, does not it? He casts a cold gaze ahead, his expression unchanged. Now, thanks to the success of his pain-enhancing energy boost, he has to be in the top 5. And in 4th place, we have Han Sang-ho, the chairman of the largest construction company in the country. Iran Construction. He glances again, searching through the tablet. The image of Go Kyung-go, ranked 4, a practical taekwondo fighter, appears, his body covered in scars. The moment he left the training dojo is clear. Growing up with respect and admiration for his father, he was once a master at a taekwondo dojo. But for some reason, he broke away to practice real combat taekwondo and entered the world of martial arts. Cha Ji-yeon raises an eyebrow, skeptically asking, Taekwondo, isn't that just a sport for competitions? He answers easily, raising a hand in a calm, confident manner. There used to be a documentary on capoeira, showcasing many masters from famous martial arts testing the speed and power of kicks from each discipline. While many martial arts produce kick forces between 400 kilograms to a max of about 700 kilograms, capoeira's kick, as he describes, is starting to come together. The capoeira kick smashes the heavy bag into a distorted shape, achieving 860 kilograms, leaving everyone stunned. It is time for the taekwondo fighter to step onto the mat, striking a fierce pose. And finally, taekwondo gets its moment of truth. And the power is terrifying. A kick he delivers creates a bone-chilling impact, slamming straight into the heavy bag in front of him. Kim Min-seok pauses, reveling in the suspense before announcing the result. A staggering 1,043 kilograms. This number leaves Cha Ji-won wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Gok Young-ho's lightning-fast kicks are described in vivid detail. Not to mention, Gok Young-ho is a taekwondo expert with real combat experience. Right now, with his success in using pain to enhance his elasticity, no one can match him when it comes to delivering the power of a single kick. Another strong contender mentioned by Kim Min-seo is Ryan, a pain junkie brought in by Goizu, the president of Kibo Pharmaceuticals. The image of a steel-clad arm gradually emerges from his story. He does not rely on any tools or methods to boost his physical strength. A madman has implanted steel into various parts of his body just to enhance his strength. Right now, due to his drug addiction, his mental state has spiraled out of control, turning him into a frenzied warrior. Ryan's appearance is utterly terrifying, with eyes practically blank and veins bulging all over his face. Next up is a long-haired, muscular figure who ranks second Maidijim, a notorious fugitive and assassin. This guy, when Min-seo looks him straight in the eye and reports, reveals that he was hired by Park Jong-soo, the president of the predatory lending company Life. Cha Jeong-gyu is once again stunned and asks how someone as dim-witted as Park Jong-soo could rank second. He does not respond directly and keeps his gaze fixed on the person being mentioned. Despite being an unknown fighter, one thing is for sure. He is a lunatic who came here to escape the police and satisfy his brutal thirst for killing. Cha Tae-jim wears a sinister smile, exuding a palpable aura of danger. While speaking, Kim Min-seo glances down at the screen in his hand. The fighting style is so reckless and powerful that most people do not even have time to figure out what is happening before they are killed. Cha Jeong-gu grits his teeth, muttering each word. Damn. It is all just a bunch of monsters. Just as Kim Min-seo makes a point, he is cut off, his eyes remain fixed. But the real monster is actually the winner of the previous tournament, currently ranked first. Cha Jeong-gu begins to ponder if it is the #1 contender. While they are still deep in conversation, a huge guy crashes through the door. He is so startled by this that he stutters. Who's it? Cam flashes a menacing smile and replies, sorry. I can control my strength. The newcomer is none other than Cam, ranked first, with an imposing physique that stands before them, one hand still gripping the doorknob. Cha Jeong-gu stumbles backward, frantically looking for help. At the command, a drone quickly approaches Cam. Just then, Chaex Hyen steps through the door, eyeing the guy on the ground with disdain. An ass-eye. Cha Jeong-gu gazes at the person before him in shock. Chaex Hyen locks his scrutinizing gaze on the opponent, constantly taunting. You think just following me here will let you defeat me? Don't forget the gap between us, and be ready to face the consequences. Each word makes Cha Jeong-gu's expression grow increasingly grim. All that rage is written all over his face. Chaex Hyen is not backing down, throwing out brutal insults left and right, taking a break from his job at the company. He even brought home a high schooler. What a ridiculous choice. There is no cure for that. Dajian can only stay silent. While Jun is boiling with anger, Chaex Hyen is relentless, determined to corner his opponent. Do you have any idea what happens when you break the betting rules in the fighting arena? You better not even think about quitting. Just beg for help instead. So go have fun with that high schooler. And then Chaex Hyen turns around, waving goodbye like it is nothing. Dajian is kneeling on the ground, his face darkening. Feeling the weight of it all, he is furious, shouting at the person next to him. What are you doing? Hurry up and find someone who can take down that orange-haired guy. Then, as if struck by a thought, he starts rubbing his head in frustration. Is not it too late for that? Anyway, victory will come from the top 5. Right. Kim Min-seok finally speaks up, giving the opponent a glimmer of hope. High odds, but still uncertain. Dajian, surprised. What? He explains without hesitation, saying he has anticipated this outcome for a while now because the pain tolerance is unpredictable. Some fighters suddenly become championship contenders after the second pain tolerance test in the round of 16. It may take a bit of time, but I am looking for fighters like that. You should not just face Dajian straightforwardly. The despair from earlier has started to fade, but Dajian is still hesitating. Has the contender finally appeared? Kim Min-seok raises his hand to signal, speaking with absolute certainty, having selected a total of 5 contenders. The first one is Ichika Ryo, who will face Kang Seong-woo. And the image of a massive figure in a torn shirt comes to mind. The second contender is also emerging, wearing a tank top that shows off his muscular build Amanda Rashi along with judo master Chu Yu-gang. Here, he slows down for a moment, pushing up his glasses. And yes, the male contender is indeed. 2 boxing dark horses will go head-to-head this time. Chatting away in the small room, the screen immediately shows images of Kim Min-ho and Choi Won-woo, promising an incredibly thrilling match. In the arena, both opponents stand facing each other, the tension in the air growing thicker. Kim Min-ho is on guard, asking, "Do you know someone named Kim Min-sung?" On the other side, Choi Won-woo has already taken his fighting stance, calmly replying, "How could I not know?" Those words ignite a fire within Kim Min-ho, his teeth grinding together, his expression darkens, voice trembling. "Wait, do you mean you know my brother?" He's been longing for this moment for so long, having sacrificed everything just to confront him. A flame of passion ignites in his heart, his whole being ready for the battle. In the blink of an eye, he leaps into the air, catching his opponent off guard. Before long, Kim Min-ho closes in on Choi Won-woo, fist clenched, ready to strike. With one blow, he lands a powerful hit right on his opponent's chin. The force radiates with incredible intensity. Not giving the enemy a moment to react, he bends low, preparing for the next strike. "Who do you think you are? Damn it." That hit landed like a spear through Choi Won-woo's insides, blood splattering everywhere. He has not had a chance to counterattack, continuously getting hammered and spitting blood. Kim Min-ho wanted let up, relentlessly closing in on his opponent. Once again, he swung a punch, wondering to himself, why is this happening? This strike aimed straight for Choi Won-woo's head, sending him reeling backward. The force was so strong that it sent his whole body flying, crashing violently against the arena floor, before slamming into the wall, shaking the very ground around them. Kim Min-ho approached slowly, repeatedly asking, "What is the reason? What is going on?" Choi Won-woo finally had a moment to speak, his head bowed, saying, "That is enough." Hearing this, he paused, shock written all over his face. "What?" Choi Won-woo was pinned against the wall, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. Letting out a chuckle, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, filled with arrogance, saying, "You need a bit of pressure for the pain to be effective." His body seemed to spring back like a coiled spring, instantly launching into the air under Kim Min-ho's astonished gaze. Choi Won-woo's expression turned wild, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the opponent in front of him, genuinely curious if the speed of pain had different levels. His movements were swift, landing right in front of Kim Min-ho in the blink of an eye. Kim Min-ho would not back down, quickly throwing a punch, but his opponent dodged with ease, seizing the opportunity. Choi Won-woo struck him right in the face. He thought he had landed a hit, but in an instant, all that remained was an afterimage. Choi Won-woo showed no signs of hesitation, his body picking up speed, asking, "Where do you think you are going?" Kim Min-ho now realized he had underestimated his opponent. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. No matter how fast he moved, there was no escape. While he scrambled for a strategy, Choi Won-woo appeared right in front of him, a sly grin on his face, clearly demonstrating the difference in their levels. No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a blow to Kim Min-ho's face, sending blood splattering everywhere. He was not done yet. His fist was raised, ready to unleash a maximum speed punch. What the heck? Kim Min-ho took a full hit, his body flying backward as a result. Despite his face being a mess, he refused to give up, determination flickering in his eyes. "Not on my watch." But determination alone was not enough. He was sent sprawling backward from the impact. From Choi Won-woo's perspective, Kim Min-ho could only lie motionless on the arena floor. Choi Won-woo surveyed him with a judgmental gaze, arrogance dripping from his lips, saying, "Even if you take a beating until you wake up, my pain speed is truly top-notch." Suddenly, Kim Min-ho slightly turned, causing him to pause for a moment. Choi Won-woo began to lose patience. His expression darkened. "If you keep moving, how can we settle this? The machine can't declare a winner. Then, it looks like the only option left is to kill." He subtly lifted a leg, intending to strike. Deep down, Min-ho was also shifting. Memories of Kim Min-sung warned him in his mind, realizing that not just his opponent, but he himself might be finished. "Take your last breath." He then inhaled deeply, as if demonstrating. He looked at his younger brother with a caring gaze, giving him one last chance. Kim Min-ho's mind seemed to recognize something. The last breath. Suddenly, in the darkness of despair, a faint blue light began to flicker. It moved straight to the heart, filling it with newfound strength. Before Choi Won-woo could strike, The ground felt hollow beneath them. Kim Minho suddenly woke up, having dodged to the side, his body poised for a leap forward. He crouched on the ground, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Choi Won-woo seemed to finally understand. Cursing under his breath, damn. That kid has to take a hit to wake up. While he was still fuming, Kim Minho closed the distance. His fist ready to swing, he widened his eyes in shock, calculating in his mind that he needed to dodge at full speed. Thinking fast, Choi Won-woo spun around, giving it all he had to escape. Kim Minho did not waste any time. He was in front of his opponent, his fist poised to strike. The surprise knocked Choi Won-woo off balance, sending him stumbling back. Damn it. In this situation, Choi Won-woo had no choice but to brace himself, unable to dodge any longer. Kim Minho was just waiting for this moment, his fist raised high, screaming in rage, asking why his brother had to die. That bastard. Faced with this question, Choi Won-woo seemed just as clueless, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. What is this all about? Before he could gather himself, he took a brutal hit to the face. Blood sprang through the air. The force of the blow was so intense that it sent Choi Won-woo crashing to the ground, shattering tiles around him into pieces. Cha Ji-won gaped in shock, mouth agape in disbelief. What the heck just happened? The principal was also drawn in by the spectacle, silently speculating about the second awakening. On the fighting floor, Choi Won-woo was spitting blood, his body pressed hard against the ground. Kim Minho was not done yet. He raised a hand, ready to strike again. He was not rushing to attack. He was giving his opponent one last chance to come clean. I am asking you one last time. Why did my brother die? Choi Won-woo's vision was fading, but he still managed to ask. Is it true that Kim Min-sung was murdered? Kim Minho was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. What? Kim Minho slammed his opponent down, intent on making him pay. He was furious. I am asking you one last time. Why did my brother die? Choi Won-woo was forced to confront the truth. Kim Min-jun was murdered. Right. His words caught Kim Min-ho off guard. What? You are not his brother. So how do you know my brother? Choi Won-woo was feeling uneasy but pressed on. How could a boxer not know about the reigning champion? Right now. He was incredibly confused. So who exactly did this? He continued to share more information, mentioning a guy who was a junkie hunting for boxing prodigies. But before he could finish, he passed out. This infuriated Kim Min-ho. Who the hell was that? Before you pass out, tell me who it is. The camera captured the fight's outcome, with Choi Won-woo unable to continue. The victor was Kim Min-ho. The announcement blared repeatedly. Ding. Game currency increased. Ding. It went up. It went up. Ding. It went up. The doctor was impressed with Kim Min-ho. This guy is something else. Even the principal was taken aback. No need for extra batteries, and he is already on his second awakening. The doctor was also surprised. It seemed the results of the experiment were starting to show. While he may not surpass the first awakener who broke all limits 20 years ago, now there are individuals reaching 80% in their metrics. The principal was quite satisfied. Even after the first awakener vanished, we have still developed based on his genes. But surpassing him is incredibly tough. If only he had not disappeared back then. I wonder where he went. Meanwhile, Kang Sang-gu was still training, pushing himself to the limit. Just a little bit more. Menon, nearby, advised him. Why not take a break? Are you trying to destroy this place? Only then did Kang Sang-gu realize the state of the room. He mocked you, planning to crumble before the match. Kang Sang-gu was utterly exhausted. But if he wanted to be as strong as the monsters around here, he remembered Park Woo-sik's advice. If you push your body to its limits and recover, you will gain muscles far stronger than before, and the best thing for muscle recovery is sleep. If you split your day in half, push your muscles to the max, then dive into deep sleep, and if you can pull that off twice a day, you might just get strong twice as fast as everyone else. Of course, that is only possible for someone with insane recovery skills like you, but you still feel it is not enough. Twice is not enough. After working out, you crash right back to sleep, leaving Menon totally stunned. What is this? Sleeping again. Kang Sang-gu takes off his training bag from under his feet and tosses it on the floor. Menon can't help but burst out laughing. I said you would be determined to the death. But I never said you should actually die. Kang Sang-gu is out cold now, telling himself this is the third time. Trust in your recovery like the old man said. Believe, and then just drift off into dreamland. Menon finds it hard to wrap his head around this training to exhaustion 3 times a day, and hoping to recover with 3 short naps like that. If it worked, he is intrigued. You will definitely turn out to be a beast. 10 players step into the main arena. As he enters, he is filled with confidence. Alright, let us see if a real contender shows up now. The camera is still rolling above, and Menon's opponent is floating in mid-air Ju Yukang. Ranked 15th. A judo fighter. Cha Ji-gu wonders if Ju Yukang is one of the 5 contenders he picked. Right, Kim Min-sik breaks it down for him. The guy's got a grip of steel thanks to his power ping. Once he grabs you, your muscles and bones will be crushed. And right then, your fighting spirit will vanish. But what is truly terrifying is the judo technique enhanced by that grip. No matter who you are, once you hit the ground, all your bones will shatter. Kim Min-sik wonders about the other guy. Who exactly is Menon facing off against Ju Yukang, ranking 45? Probably not someone to worry about. Kim Min-sik is also puzzled. There is no info on this guy. Cha Ji-gu is taken aback by this. What? He is Swiftferns. Apparently selected directly from the fighting arena. No idea where he is from or what martial arts he practices seriously. Zero information. I have never seen a match with Menon. The strange thing is he is still waiting for a decision on his power ping. Menon looks beyond words right now. Menon, ranked 45, and Ju Yukang has stepped onto the mat and is ready to fight Ju Yukang. Ranked 15. Judo fighter. Both are set to go. The match between Ju Yukang and Menon begins. Ju Yukang is aiming for a quick win. No need to drag this out, just one round. That is all. But Menon's got that defiant vibe. Alright then. He circles around for an attack. Your neck looks tasty. Ju Yukang counters and slams him to the ground with just one move. 1 round. Menon gets slammed down hard by Ju Yukang, leaving him no choice but to face reality. That move shattered the mat. Menon is shocked by the sheer power of it. Everything feels like it is frozen in this moment. Cha Ji-gu can't believe it and exclaims. What is happening? He is getting slammed into the ground. Kim Min-sik is also in disbelief. He knew the guy was strong, but for it to end this quickly, the camera is evaluating the match results. And this round ends due to a player. Ju Yukang is knocked out. And who would be thought the one out cold would be Ju Yukang. Men has won. And he is still lounging comfortably on the ground. Chaejin-gu believe his eyes. Like, what is happening? Why is it Ju Yukang? Even Kim Min-sik is at a total loss. No idea. This is a first for me. It is completely incomprehensible. While everyone is confused, Menon is just chilling. He is thinking, maybe it is time for Kang Sewang-yu to wake up. Let us see if he is ready to go or if he is burnt out. The scene cuts back to Kang Sewang-yu in the waiting room, slowly coming to. After exhaling, Kang Sewang-yu finally wakes up. The first thing that crosses his mind is, wait, did I actually succeed? Whether he succeeded or not, it is time to act. Is mom really safe? Can I trust that woman? I need to confront that bastard Scout. He stares suspiciously at the camera. A notification from Scout pops up, catching Kang Sewang-yu off guard. Suddenly, a voice booms. You can take off the eye bandage now. Kim Min-sik appears before him finally. They meet. Kang Sewang-yu is fuming. Who are you? You piece of trash. He calmly responds. Stay cool. If you die here, you won't be able to do anything. You have threatened Kim Min-sik. You better answer my questions honestly. I have risked everything for this. Do you know where my parents are? He answers calmly. Of course. Why would not I? Leaving you stunned. What? Kim Min-sik coolly replies. I am taking care of them. Hearing this, Kang Sewang-yu loses his cool. Don't he lie? I heard everything about how my parents were handled in recovery, but he explains. True. There was a written request. But after lying about your parents disappearing, I am still taking care of them. Kang Sewang-yu finds it hard to believe. What are you saying? He explains. Anyway, I have bet everything on you, Kang Sewang. No matter what happens, Director Cha Ji-won-gu will have to follow my choice. Now Kang Sewang-yu is extremely confused. It can be. Surely she. Min-sik has guessed what he is about to say. Does Kang Sewang-gu really believe someone overheard about his parents in recovery? Is she one of my staff? You must be shocked again. What? He seems to understand and asks you. I heard they would handle your parents in recovery. Right after you wake up. Do you really think it is a coincidence that Chae Sewang-jian appears before you? Did she say she is taking care of your parents? There is no truth from that woman. The chairman had to personally chase her away because her 2 sons could only endure. Kang Sewang-yu is annoyed. You think I am an idiot? You think I would fall for that? That woman definitely knows my parents. Kim Min-sik asks. So what proof did Cha Sewang-jian show you that she is with your parents? This question leaves Kang Sewang-yu speechless. I could not bring anything here. Kim Min-sik chuckles. Oh really? Then how about this? Kim Min-sik has brought proof related to your mother. A handwriting sample from Kang Sewang-yu's mom. This totally shocks you because it is definitely her writing. He explains that since the date is written down, you now know exactly who you are dealing with. But those Kang Sawang-Yu's still stubborn as ever. Their handwriting's off the charts. But when Min Seok chimes in, whether you believe it or not, that is up to you, Kang Sawang. First, let me share my plan. Our VIPs have been eagerly waiting for you to grab the spotlight again. And they specifically emphasized that you should keep an eye on your opponent in the upcoming match, which is happening right now. If you can beat that opponent, then VIP Junggu won't be able to resist picking you. Kang Sawang, if you race with us to victory, all your problems, including your parents, will be resolved beautifully. Your opponent has just stepped onto the battlefield. Ichika Ryo is in the ring. Right now, you are remembering Kim Min Seok's words. Keep in mind that Sawang Jian's woman does not care about winning. Her goal is to ruin your brother's plans. She has no reason to protect your parents. Kang Sawang, if you do not choose us in the round of 16, I want to be able to protect your parents anymore either. Kang Sawang-Yu is feeling super confused. Damn it. Damn it. These bastards. Who is actually right here? It does not matter who it is. I do not have time to think. Anyway, if I can beat him, everything is over. Your opponent is Ichika Ryo. Ranked 15th. Akudo fighter. Junggu is discussing with Kim Min Seok that if Kang Sawang-Yu gets eliminated in this match, he is curious to see the look on Sawang Jian's face. Meanwhile, in another room where Father Sawang Jian is sitting, she is completely at ease. Thinking, let us see who gets the last laugh here. Father Sawang Jian is a bit surprised by the opponent's fighting stance and is assessing their abilities. Is that an offensive move? Adding in the calf technique. Hitting the target might just be a better option. Plus, I am feeling on top of my game today. Both fighters are using their legs to battle. You are thinking about how to fight back. A kick, but after dodging. If you counterattack, bam. But Ichikario grabs you and slams you down, making you cough up blood after landing a takedown. He does not stop but keeps attacking, but Kang Sawang-Yu quickly escapes. Father Junggu is getting pretty excited. What is going on? Isn't he that guy supposed to be all about the attack techniques? What are those moves on the ground? Kim Min Seok explains from the sidelines. Ichikario trains in Kudo, which has no limits on attack style. Father Junggu is shocked. What? He continues to clarify. In Kudo, it is not just about striking, but also grappling and holds. And that is not all. He is also training in blood techniques and hitting the opponent's weak spots, attacking the weaknesses. How insane. During practice, almost all moves can be done barehanded, so going bare knuckle against Ichikario feels like stepping into hell. Right now, the two fighters are locked in a struggle, and Ichikario is pretty surprised. Woo. That kid, he is not afraid at all. Kudo is even actively attacking, aiming straight for his eyes. In the next moment, he dodges, and Ichikario wants to strike back at you. That attack lands successfully. It is so powerful that Kudo is left bloodied and sent flying into the ropes. Chaeseongu is thrilled, just as I thought. That high school kid is nearing his end. Ichikario is still in the same attacking position. He is pretty surprised by your attitude. What? You are still smiling. Kudo is grinning ear to ear. Ichikario is getting really annoyed. Let us see how long that mouth can keep yapping. But just as he moves in, you charge. He is looking down on you. What do you think? Closing in like this will work on me. I am not just about striking. Unexpectedly, Kudo bites into Ichikario's thigh. You bite down hard enough that Ichikario yells out, what the hell? Then you slam your knee into his stomach. Are you some kind of animal? But you do not stop. You keep biting, making him uncomfortable. Crazy. Ah. He kicks you hard in the face, sending Kudo flying into the ropes. He is surprised. Am I really caught off guard? The kick lacked power due to his stance. Is this kid really some kind of beast? Kudo is feeling pretty smug, while Chae-Jaein up in the observation room is finding it hard to believe. What the heck? What just happened? Kim Min Seok suddenly remembers something. I forgot. Kudo has never been limited by anything. You are charging at Ichikario again. He immediately strikes back, thinking I would fall for that trick again, but you unexpectedly dive down, leaving Ichikario confused. He thinks you are going to bite your own leg again. Right. You think that'll work a second time. He does not understand what you are trying to do. Little did he know, Chung Kuda is lying down to kick him right in the face. At this moment, Chung Kuda remembers asking Amanda Groch, in the strongest capoeira moves, can you hit me once? Back then, he was really confused. Any move. I could take it? Are you intentionally underestimating capoeira? She kicked him straight in the head, knocking him hard to the ground. You know you have the ability to exactly replicate a move after getting hit. Right. Right now, Tankuda wants to pull that off. Ichikario is puzzled. Is he going to bite his own leg again? He wants to stop you. But you think that trick will work again. What he does not expect is for you to kick him instead. That kick lands hard on Ichika-ryo's head. Chaejin-gu is surprised that Senkuda is using this move. That is Kapora. After all, meanwhile, Ichika-ryo is stunned. Wondering what is going on. He has got your leg, but wants to use it against Senkuda. Chaejin-gu is thrilled. That is a kick to the face. But Senkuda uses Ichika-ryo's hand as leverage to fly up. This move confuses him. How can he move like that? Before hitting the ground, you do not forget to kick Ichika-ryo hard in the face, leaving him unable to retaliate. One of them is knocked back while the other is soaring upright. Before falling back, he manages to brace himself, while Senkuda lands safely. You are calculating your next attack. Your body moving as you wish. Just a high kick could end it all. Akinkuda does not understand what Ichika-ryo is doing. He is also up to something, feeling annoyed. Your moves are not human-like. Truly beyond my expectations. From now on, I will see you as a beast. And I will hunt you down. He is fiercely attacking while you are trying to defend. At this moment, Senkuda is calculating in his head. A punch. With my current ability, I can definitely dodge and counter. Little did he know Ichika-ryo attacks him with his head, catching Senkuda off guard. Headbutt. Then he continues to punch you, leaving you unable to defend. Wake up. Meanwhile, he breathes a sigh of relief and keeps attacking. From now on your insides will be shattered. Senkuda can only take the hits without being able to retaliate. He is getting beaten to a pulp, while Ichika-ryo thinks it is, and he finishes it off with a kick, leaving Senkuda unconscious. He is determined now. He is out cold, so that is it. Chaksango is very pleased. Sangsuda and Chaksuda have lost. But over here, Chaksuda thinks it is not over yet. If what I heard is true, Changsuda suddenly wakes up and grabs Ichika-ryo's leg, surprising him. How can you wake up so suddenly? But it won't change anything. The two continue to fight with their heads. Ichika-ryo is taken aback. This guy is even charging headfirst. And then he moves quickly. This has Ichika-ryo on edge. This movement is not from a beast but a monster. His insides must be completely wrecked right now. It is just a temporary spasm from the side effects of the pain. But if I can block one attack, I can take him out with a counter. He keeps using his legs to attack. But the guy catches him. Ichika-ryo screams. Gotcha. He pulled his leg back, leaving Ichika-ryo with just a torn piece of his fabric. This sends the guy into a panic, cursing. And then he attacks with his legs again. Ichika-ryo has no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. If he can't dodge, he might as well take the hits. That attack slams hard into Ichika-ryo's leg, scratching his knee. And now his leg is hurting too. Chaejin-gu is clutching his head, half worried, cursing under his breath. Ichika-ryo is in disbelief. How can he still move? Too bad. But this is the final blow. He hit hard into Cho's leg, but Ichika-ryo grits his teeth and withstands it. He can't believe it. In this situation, he still manages to land a solid kick on So's leg, causing him to scream in pain and fall back. But Su is not doing any better. Both of them crash to the ground. The camera captures the moment, and this match ends with Su taking the win, with Ichika-ryo out of the fight. Chaejin-gu is worried to the point of swearing. Damn it. Meanwhile, Chasunin is cheerful, saying, I told you Su would be on the mat. Chasunin is dissatisfied. Well, if E's down, he must be hurt too. Right. But Kim Min-seo denies it, leaving him confused. Ichika, he continues explaining that Su is currently asleep, and indeed he is. The guard next to Chae-sun-yeon is worried. This is not the time for sleeping. This is bad. Just then, Chae-sen-geon mentions that the prize money has not increased. The guard speculates that no one wants to bet on a fighter who has been knocked out cold. Now that 31 people have been confirmed, they will soon rank the top 16 teams based on prize money. Being at the bottom means that if they do not set up the top 16 teams here while Su is still out, Gaia's bets could become void. Or they might find another fighter. But she is adamant. Right now, I can withdraw how much cash. This surprises the guard. Wait. Really? Is she serious? If the problem is the lack of prize money, then I will put my own money into it. The guard wants to stop her, thinking about the huge amount of money at stake here. But Chasunin does not care. It seems things are about to kick off. An announcement for the top 16 teams is imminent, calling for the 31 winning fighters to gather. The victorious fighters from the previous rounds are entering the arena. There are so many cameras hovering over the fighters. And when Minho sees Cho, he is shocked. He feels anxious. He has to wake Su up fast. Welcome to the 31 winners. And thank you to the 16 guy who participated. The screen now shows images of the go guests. As mentioned earlier, The top 16 teams will be ranked by prize money. Please place your bets on the fighters who can bring in the most cash for the top 16. Now, I will give you the last 30 seconds to place your bets. The countdown has begun. The super dad is checking in on your situation right now. How far is it from Kangsu to 16th place? The bodyguard has calculated and reported. It is up to 20 billion troops. And it might get worse in the last 10 seconds. The super dad has made a decision. Let us place all the money we can withdraw right now. The bodyguard was taken aback by this. That is up to 40 billion troops. If we can't make it to the round of 16, the loss would be too great right now. The best move is to ditch Kang So and find another fighter. But she is still determined in her decision. It is, just place the bet, at this point. The bodyguard is so nervous he is starting to stutter. No way. Why would you go this far? She shouted. Hurry up. The screen in the arena is lighting up. The bodyguard can only helplessly curse. Damn it. 40 billion troops have been deposited. Maybe she has spent too much trying to rein in her brothers. How did it come to this? But she does not care much about that. What is the prize ranking now? The bodyguard can only helplessly reply that the ranking has been hidden as they started the countdown to 30 seconds. Now, she can only wait helplessly. So it is just a matter of waiting for the announcement. Now, I will announce the prize ranking, starting from 1st to 5th place. The system board has revealed the names from 1st to 5th place. Kim Minho is really worried, thinking that there is still someone from boxing. Next, I will announce from 6th to 10th place. The board continues to show the names and their prizes in order. Kim Minho looks at Amanda Grouch and thinks, Amanda Grouch is in 7th place. Could I be eliminated? Now I will announce up to 15th place. Fighters from 11th to 15th are gradually appearing. The bodyguard is extremely anxious. Now it is down to 16th place. The super dad is keeping silent. While more, Yuzkar is still deep in slumber. I will announce the 16th place, achieving 46 billion in prize money. Coming from street fighting, the 16th place has been revealed. The bodyguard is stunned into silence. On the screen, in the fighting room, the host appears announcing that the one who earned 46 billion in prize money is someone from the streets. And after the introduction, the person is revealed to be Corbin Chun. The super dad's bodyguard grits his teeth, filled with rage upon seeing his image. The host continues. Thus the 16 people in the prize ranking have been selected. Yuzkar is still deeply asleep. The bodyguard slams the table. Damn it. Now there is only the company building, funds under the company's name, and stock codes left. She has spent all available cash. The worried bodyguard turns to ask the super dad, why would you make such a choice? She remains silent, not replying a word. In another room, Cha Jeong-gu and Kim Men-sok are inside witnessing the entire match. At the end of the match, Cha Jeong-gu bursts into laughter. He seems pretty satisfied with this outcome. He smirks to himself, thinking, Seung-jeon's expression must be a sight to behold. He gleefully exclaims, losing 40 billion and getting eliminated, too. Kim Min-sok reminds him, it is not over yet. Upon hearing this, Jeong-gu's mood completely shifts. He angrily turns and asks, what do you mean by that, Bakwacha? The superfan. She smiles gently, as if she has accomplished something significant. On the screen, the host announces another piece of news. Alright. We are about to kick off the recruitment event when the news about Jeong-gu hits him like a lightning bolt. He loses it, shouting, recruiting. You have already picked 16 people. The host explains this new event further. It is a selection for 15 players from the 16 VIPs to expand the excitement of the selection. The audience in the gaming room is cheering wildly. We are adding 4 more players. He announces the rules. The way to choose the additional 4 is that all 15 remaining players will go at the same time. The host announces that 16 players have been confirmed for the round of 16 selection event. Please move up to the stands. Kim Minho, seeing the match about to start, worries for him. Wait. Kang Seon-woo. Is this dude still out cold? He rushes to wake Kang Seon-woo up. Wait. Get up. Do you want to die here? Suddenly, a drone from the show approaches the two of them. It keeps reminding everyone about the rules. Before the life or death battle begins, no contact with other players. Please keep your distance. Kim Ho-min can only stand far away, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The more he thinks about this program, the angrier he gets. There is no way someone who just fell after a match could wake up immediately. He has to let this go and just leave it to his terrible luck. Kang Seon-woo is still lying alone under the stands. The other fighters are all getting ready for the upcoming match. The host suddenly announces that there will be a change in the arena for this life or death battle. As soon as he finishes speaking, the arena starts moving, completely separating from the stands. It is a gigantic circle that decides life or death. One fighter immediately feels fear as he looks down into the abyss. What the hell is this? The host speaks up. Down in the abyss of the arena, everyone has to worry when they see it. There are steel rods with strong electric currents sticking out. He reminds them. It is not just about fighting. They also have to be careful not to fall off the arena. Kang Seon-woo is lying dangerously close to the edge. The bodyguard of the superfan is worried. Damn it. If the match starts right now, Kang Seon-woo will die. On the other hand, Zai-hu is thrilled to witness this. Hey turtle. This time that annoying fly is finally going to meet its end. The host officially announces. Then let the life or death battle of the 15 eliminated contestants officially begin. The fighters begin to charge at each other frantically. Everyone wants to eliminate their opponents to survive. Not a few people will lose their lives here. The bodyguard is quite surprised but also a bit relieved that Kang Seon-woo is not being noticed by anyone. No one is attacking Kang Seon-woo. He feels joyful seeing that he is safe amid the chaos. It seems they do not notice that Kang Seon-woo is unconscious. But the superfan shatters that illusion. But how long can that last? Now he really should wake up. The fighters are still aggressively kicking their opponents into the abyss. One person goes pale with fear as they fall. And what had to happen? Happened. He could not escape his painful fate. The character board shows 2 people eliminated, and then the worst happens for the unconscious Kang Seon-woo. One guy has noticed him. That guy with a fierce face approaches him mockingly. Wait. Are you sleeping to take advantage of this? You are about to get sent off. So I get to eliminate one more guy. The superfan screams. Not on my watch, but luckily, Kim Min-ho arrives just in time to save him. He lands a painful punch to that guy's face. He is doing everything he can to protect Kang Seon-woo. The superfan feels surprised. Kim Min-ho. You deal with that guy and then come back here. Loud and clear. Kang Seon-woo. If you do not want to die, then wake up. And then a bunch of guys rush in. Min-ho is giving it all he has got. Kang Seon-woo. If you do not want to die right now, all you have is a tiny wish. So wake up already. Inside Min-ho. A desperate scream echoed as he struggled to hold on all alone. Damn it, you can't block 3 speedsters at once. And somehow, he managed to take down 2 of them simultaneously. The crowd was overwhelming, making him frustrated and cursing. Damn it. Even some who was knocked out cold could not escape it. Out of nowhere, the clown burst into a twisted laugh, adding another victim to his body count without breaking a sweat. As soon as he finished his sentence, Min-ho kicked him hard right in the gut. While attacking, he did not hold back on the insults. That Kang Seon-gyu is just like Snow White. Min-ho's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed a hero saving a damsel in distress. While the clown in front was reveling in joy, the one behind was crying out in agony. Was beaten to a pulp but still managed to get up and curse at the heavens. Those bastards. Try to keep up with my top speed. With that, I launched forward like a rocket. This terrifying speed had the ground and rocks shaking, and water splashing everywhere. But for Min-ho, he was just a toy to play with. Successfully catching up to him, I quickly fell into a state of confusion. No way. What kind of speed is this? He quickly grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, another big guy took advantage of the situation and tried to choke him. At that moment, he seemed to have lost all reason. Anyone faster than me has to die. Just when it felt like the end was near, a finger pierced through his ear and straight into his brain, saving Min-ho. That savior was none other than Min-ho himself. The scoreboard flashed. Survivors. Shadows. Min-ho clutched his throat, gasping for the air that had become scarce. He kindly reached out to help. You are not planning on sleeping, are you? Min-ho firmly grabbed his hand and explained. I am not sleeping because I am wide awake. Suddenly, he shot back with a serious look. This just got complicated, he asked back. Bewildered. Why is it complicated? He asked a few of his teammates from a distance. What about those guys? They are fighting for him. Right, with a gentle smile. He replied. Besides us, there is another group. And that complicates things, because the 4 of us are the last chosen ones. There are 4 of us and 3 of them. If that guy over there is down, then it is 4 against 2. After hearing that, his expression grew smug. This life and death battle just got way too easy. Eep chimed in happily. First, let us take out the defenseless one. The whole gang was like a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. To avoid disappointing them, Min-ho took the initiative to attack. He struck with lightning speed and precision, making his opponent choose to punch him in the face. A seized the opportunity and dashed towards him. Then a directly used his strong arms to pull him away. Min-ho spat out a mouthful of blood. Thoughts raced through his mind. Even my neck. In those crucial moments, only men and strong legs held the most power. This accidentally created an opening for B to wrap his arms around him. But once I am locked in, you better not expect to budge. To repay the favor, Min-ho bravely rushed in to salvage the situation. When C saw the opportunity, he immediately delivered a brutal kick to Min-ho's back. Another splash of blood erupted from Min-ho's mouth. Both of them were under control. D instantly jumped up high, with a gleeful grin. D was ready to finish off the last member standing. Min-ho, witnessing this, let out a terrified scream. No way. Even though Menon was being restrained, he still reached out with all his might. He focused his strength into 2 fingers and pinched his opponent hard. He delivered a powerful kick that shattered the ground into pieces. Just when things seemed to be going well, D accidentally missed his step. Minho's brain was firing on all cylinders. He was scared but knew he had to quickly take control of the situation. His current feelings must be utterly confusing. The rocks, hit by immense force, shattered into fragments, causing Sang-gu to fall as well. Yi's eyes were wide, mouth agape in shock. No way. Minho desperately shook him, trying to snap him back to reality. Wake up, Kangson. Think of your mother. After a long silence, there was still no sign of life. The shock was too overwhelming for Yi to say another word. Minho's pupils dilated as he witnessed a horrific event beyond imagination. Thinking he had the upper hand now, it was 4 against 2. Time to wipe them out. Menon grinned mischievously and corrected himself. Who said it was 4 against 2? Minho felt a chill hearing those words. What? Down below, Sang-gu was still alive and had not been taken out yet. He panicked and hugged his own bald head. The cracked floor had saved Kang Sang-gu. Just then, receiving fresh news, he rushed to embrace Minho tightly. Then he raised his voice urgently. I will hold each one tight, while the rest take down that climber. You and Menon were restrained but kept struggling to break free. Sang-gu lingered in position for a long moment. Then he gathered all his strength and jumped high into the fray alongside his comrades. With just one leap, Sang-gu charged towards the group to surround them. The guy with the bun was tightly gripping Minho's neck. And when he saw Sang-gu, he yelled loudly, "Grab that guy." As soon as Sang-gu landed, he wobbled a bit. The guy in black rushed in, leaped onto Sang-gu, and shouted, "I got." While he tightened his grip around Sang-gu's neck, he smugly asked, "How's my choke hold?" The blonde guy saw this and came running, chuckling a bit before suggesting, "Let us take them out one by one." Suddenly, he froze upon hearing a painful cry from across the way. It turned out the sight before the blonde guy was Sang-gu coldly twisting the wrist of the guy in black who was clinging to him. The blonde guy panicked. What the hell? That bastard. He could not hold back any longer and charged in, his mouth spewing curses. But just as the blonde guy lunged to attack, Sang-gu countered by slamming the head of the guy in black right into the blonde's face, causing him to spray blood from his nose. In the blink of an eye, both of them were sent flying by Sang-gu. Just like that, the big screen quickly wiped away the numbers of the blonde guy and the guy in black. At that moment, Menon, despite being pinned down by the 3-striped guy, suddenly spoke up. I am getting bored too. How about we just end this? The 3-striped guy, confused, asked. What? Menon said nothing. He suddenly unleashed his inner power and soared high into the air. The 3-striped guy, being pulled up high by Menon, screamed in panic, "Help! Someone save me!" But before he could calm down, Menon slammed him down to the ground with such force that the ground shattered beneath them, with debris flying everywhere. The 3-striped guy ended up getting knocked out by Menon, his expression one of pure frustration. The screen wiped away the number of yet another fallen player. Meanwhile, over by Minho, the guy with the bun saw Sang-gu calmly approaching and immediately locked Minho's neck, taking him hostage. He panicked and shouted, "Wait!" As the bun guy noticed Sang-gu getting closer, he pleaded in fear, "Help me." Taking advantage of the bun guy's moment of distraction, Minho quickly threw him off, causing him to slide uncontrollably across the ground. As he suddenly felt his back hit something hard. He looked up in fear and stammered, "What is that?" It turned out the hard object he bumped into was actually Minsu's leg. Minsu coldly warned, "Get out of the way, unless you want to be the last one eliminated." Hearing this, the bun guy freaked out and ran away. Minho glared at Minsu's face and asked irritably, "What is going on? You here to join the death match?" Minsu casually smiled and replied, "Because of that crazy old man. My fame's been tanking." Hearing Minsu's disrespectful words, Sang-gu charged in angrily, yelling, "Shut up, you 2-bit dog." In an instant, their fists collided with each other. Now, Minsu was raising 2 fingers while throwing out some disdainful remarks. "You think just because I am injured, you can take me down?" Sang-gu glared fiercely. "Shut it, you loser." But just as the 2 of them were about to brawl it out, they suddenly heard the announcement from the flycam. "The game is over. Release your holds." Both of them could not help but get furious. "What the hell?" Minsu angrily shouted. "Damn it. When did that happen?" It turned out Minho had cleverly taken down the bun guy first. With that decision, he rendered the fight between Sang-gu and Minsu pointless. The screen wiped away yet another player's number. After a while, the large screen began to emit sounds again. With this result, the winners of the death match, 4 individuals, were finally determined. At the same time, the announcement revealed the 4 participants: Han Minsu, Kim Minho, Minho, and Kang Sang-gu. The bodyguard of the super contestant watched from afar, and upon hearing this, he could not help but cheer excitedly. Meanwhile, the super contestant let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the person on the screen continued with the announcement. The 20 players for the selection event have been decided. Now, before we kick off the event, we will take some time for the 16 VIPs to meet their favorite players. The players' drones flew in front of each of them, reminding them of their meetings in room number 3, room number 5. Without exception, Sang-gu's drone quickly zoomed right in front of him. It reported there were meetings in 2 locations, room number 16 and the recovery room. Surprised, Sang-gu asked. 2 places, the drone replied. Which room do you choose? Sang-gu lowered his head, feeling the pressure, and thought to himself, is there really no other choice? After a moment, he decided on the recovery room. Under the supervision of medical staff, Sang-gu lay exhausted inside the pod. Min Seok suddenly approached and asked, "Did you come here thinking it was me?" Sang-gu calmly replied. He answered coolly, "If it helps with my recovery, I will follow anyone." Min Seok reminded him, "The most I can help you is 3 hours. After that, the Vivip selection event will start right away." As he said this, he looked at Sang-gu, who was actively undergoing treatment, and continued, "So during this time, I will support your treatment and recovery as much as possible." Min Seok made sure to add pressure regarding Sang-gu's choices. "Both Chesil-nian and I need you." Kang Sang-gu. "But what is truly important is who brought your parents here." Right. At that moment, Sang-gu had not been under anesthesia for long before he started to think, "Dad. Just a little longer. Hang in there." Simultaneously, in a different realm, specifically in Seol-nian's room, her bodyguard was angrily questioning the drone. "Why can we meet Kang Sang-gu with only a few minutes left?" The drone coldly replied. "Player Kang Sang-gu has used all his 3 hours to meet with others." The bodyguard exclaimed loudly. "What?" Moments later, the announcement on the screen below the stage called out again. "Now, we begin the selection event for the round of 16 teams." Hearing the drone's announcement, Seol-nian's bodyguard grumbled in frustration. "Can't we say a word while Kang Sang-gu moves to the arena?" The drone firmly responded. "Consultations outside of the allowed time are not permitted." The bodyguard, enraged, cursed under his breath. "Damn it. What did that scout say? Kang Sang-gu did not even bother to meet us." Just then, he unexpectedly spotted Seol-nian putting on a headband shaped like a star, and he involuntarily gasped in amazement. The bodyguard, confused, asked, "Why the sudden change?" Seol-nian smiled and replied, "I guess you could call it my lucky headband." Unable to hold back, the bodyguard groaned, before returning to the events of the arena. Just then, the screen began to announce, "Congratulations to those who made it to the top 20 participating in the selection event for the round of 16 teams." Right after everyone finished the match, the organizers quickly announced the rankings for each participant from 1 to 20. The sounds on the screen continued to echo, and players had the power to choose their partners wisely for the journey to victory. However, if Vivip decided to refuse a player team, they had to go back to the starting point and wait for the second round of selections. Once 16 teams had chosen their partners, the remaining 4 would be eliminated immediately. Hearing this, Menon quickly interjected, saying that low-ranking players like us should pick the weakest Vivip possible. Minho, confused, asked, "What?" Menon made a strange face and explained, "Powerful Vivips attract many fighters, and if we miss out on picking them, the second round will be almost hopeless." Minho kept questioning, "No second chance?" "Why not?" Menon bragged with a laugh. "Because powerful Vivips are super prideful and 1T pick up those who were rejected by others." Minho, hearing this, remained expressionless. He calmly raised a question. "Why is everyone so drawn to powerful Vivips? It should just be about collecting rewards." Menon chuckled a few times and shared examples, saying these folks are thinking about their future after the tournament, not just joining the upper class, but also turning power into allies beyond just money. As Menon spoke, a savage smile spread across his face. He boldly guessed, "What is more? They are also weighing the crimes they have committed and will commit, and how well they can cover them up." Minho snapped back, "That is insane." He suggested, "At least the 4 of us should pick different Vivips." Minho firmly expressed his opinion. "I think I will go with Guide E5 Investment because I have a connection with them." Amanda Grosh quickly replied, "I am going with Jihan Group." Menon exclaimed, "Jihan Group? That is the second largest group after Josinma. You really are aiming high." He paused to think aloud. "Then I will pick the least famous Vivip." How about the super nerd from DCOM Entertainment? Sang-gu was so shocked he looked like a fish out of water. Menon turned to him and asked, Kang Sang, have you decided where you are going? Sang-gu frowned in silence. At the same time, sitting in the private room, exclaimed, damn it. I can't believe Kang Sang-gu is still alive. Min Seok replied coldly. When scanning Kang Sang-gu's body in the recovery room, within just 2 hours, he managed to recover and increase his muscle density remarkably, even without doping. And although he can compare to the top fighters during the game, his body has developed just as well as those who successfully used their first doping dose. Min Seok started to laugh at the helpless situation, concluding, this is beyond my expectations. So I really do not know what the future holds. In reality, he is the most unpredictable fighter. Jianggu lost his cool and shouted, damn it. Anyway, I can let Kang Sang-gu fall into Chae Seol-nyan's hands. Min Seo quietly replied, Kang Sang-gu won't go to Cha Seol-nyan because he received a message from his mom. He lowered his head to glance at the message in his hand, which read, Sang-go, when you come home, I will make you a delicious bean soup. Come back safe. A moment later, the giant screen in the arena roared to life once again, calling out for the players to stand before the VIPs they wish to accompany. With that, powerful footsteps began to stride confidently forward one by one. First up is Rank 1. G-Cam's mercenary has chosen Vice Chairman Ikkyun, the eldest son of the Hosin conglomerate. Then, we have Chairman Dong-soo of Firelife for Rank 2, Ryan, the boxer. Minho's face twisted in anger as soon as he laid eyes on Ryan. He muttered to himself, yeah, it is just that boxing punk left. Just wait. I will wipe that smile off your face. At that moment, Minho quickly urged, Ranks 1 and 2 have moved. Let us kick things off. Right. Sun-gu, it is your turn to choose. Hearing this, Sun-gu quietly stepped forward, slowly observing the 2 large screens, one featuring Cha Seol-nyan, the president of DCOM Entertainment, and the other showing Cha Ryan-gu, the director of the Hosin conglomerate. After contemplating for a moment, Sun-gu headed toward Ryan Goss' area. Meanwhile, Cha Seol-nyan's bodyguard could not hold back, exclaiming impatiently, what is going on? Isn't he this about us? Meanwhile, Ryan-gu in the adjacent room was grinning from ear to ear, basking in his victorious attitude. Come on. Hurry up. Finally, I get to see the rotten face of Cha Seol-nyan. On the other hand, down in the stands, just as Sun-gu stepped into the selection area for Ryan-gu, his foot suddenly froze. He said nothing, just silently looked up at Ryan-gu, who was grinning widely. To the surprise of Seol-nyan and the bodyguard, Sun-gu let out a quiet sigh. He gently raised his arm and slowly began to speak. My mom? She can't even cook black bean soup. As soon as Sun-gu finished speaking, he boldly flipped the bird at Ryan-gu. Both Ryan-gu and Min Seok were fuming with rage, their faces turning purple. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere in Ryan-gu's room, Seol-nyan was having a blast, cheerfully exclaiming, now, that is someone who knows how to pick. At that moment, after speaking, Sun-gu turned on his heel. Here it is, Kang-sun. Rank 20. Street Fighter made his final choice. President Cha Seol-nyan of DCOM Entertainment. Cha Seol-nyan reached out to take the headband adorned with 2 stars. Puzzled. What is this? In Sun-gu's mother's eyes, a glimmer of sadness flickered as she softly said, could it be my favorite bang-do for Seon-gu? This made her burst out laughing, her eyes glued to the object in front of her. This quirky little thing has become a favorite bang-do. Too cute. She then gently recalled, unable to hide the melancholy on her face. On Seon-gu's 6th birthday, he visited the amusement park for the first and last time. Hearing this made her gasp, and the smile on her lips slowly faded. The last time, she maintained her calm demeanor, recounting in a steady voice, because we were living in hiding. We were very afraid of going outside. Living cautiously made anxiety seep into us, to the point where the boy became sensitive to even the smallest things that others overlooked. As she spoke, memories of the 2 of them from long ago flooded her mind. She remembered how he had held the bang-do, looking at her with puppy dog eyes. But then Seon-gu started throwing a tantrum, demanding that she let him wear the biggest, shiniest bang-do at that amusement park. But I can't refuse Seon-gu, because who knows when that kid will be back. Not just because we are living in hiding, but my health back then was worse than it is now. She put on the bang-do while he looked on, excitement lighting up his face. But then her expression turned sour as the stares from those around us began to intensify. All because of the pressure of wearing the bang-do. I accidentally let go of Seon-gu's hand in the crowd, our 2 hands, one big, one small, drifting apart. The moment she realized this, panic set. She started frantically searching around her, overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Soon-gu found his way back to me, his eyes brimming with tears, trembling with fear as he rushed over. Back in reality, her voice came out steady, gesturing toward the thing in front of her. Thanks to that bang-do, she slowly descended into her memories, perhaps recalling that from that moment on, the boy always took it with him wherever he went. Seeing that bang-do now probably makes him feel a bit more at ease. Her gaze softened, and a gentle smile crept onto her lips. Back in the arena, Kang Seon-gu was still looking up, eyes glued to the screen. Cha-sin, wearing the bang-do, exuded an air of confidence. He stared intently, releasing a sigh without realizing it. Instantly, a message popped up on the screen. Cha-sin, Kang Seon-gun connection complete. Seeing this, Menon could not help but feel regret, scratching his face in frustration. Cha-sin-gun was my first pick. But hey, as his brother, I will. Then his attention shifted to Kim Min-ho beside him, asking, "You have got somewhere to go now, right?" His gaze sharp, an aura of tension radiating from him. He silently replied, "That is right. I am almost there." The words from the one who brought him here echoed in his mind as if it were just yesterday. The VIP we are about to meet is someone with deep connections. The chairman of Boo. Go issue. And the image of Ryan popped up in his mind. That person was just walking, chatting away. A massive pharmaceutical company that hired Ryan. The one Kim Min-ho needed to take revenge on. He glanced back for a moment, a smile always lingering on his lips, saying, "If you capture Ryan, even if you do not win the prize, he will fulfill all your requests." The stakes were so high that doubt crept into his heart. His gaze fixed on the person in front of him, wondering why it mattered that much. He did not bother turning around, heading straight for the doorknob, as his daughter was still trapped in that nightmare. As he spoke, he opened the door, stepping outside as he continued to sing. Kim Min-ho found himself momentarily lost in thought, staring blankly for a moment, while he was still dazed. Jesse-un approached him. "Nice to meet you. I feel like I have gained a teammate." The screen immediately displayed a message. South Korea's leading investment company. Jansurang. Kim Min-ho. Boxing connection complete. From the stands, a man's voice boomed. "The first prize has gone to Vice Chairman Chae-Hoon of Hosian Group." The person beside him narrowed his eyes at the screen, muttering a curse. "Jia. That jerk." Chairman Hyun-jian of Jihan Group, the second largest company in Korea, casually rested his chin on his hand, a slight smirk creeping onto his face. Still sporting that condescending look. "Ah." The person next to him eyed him with doubt, scratching his head, wondering if that fighter would really come to us. "I think the chairman is laying it on a bit thick." Meanwhile, he is just bubbling with excitement, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "What are you talking about? I am just showing my sincere feelings." Right at this moment, a pair of fresh legs steps out, and Amanda Crouch stands confidently under his picture, expressing my love for capoeira. Suddenly, the screen lights up with a notification. Jihan Corporation, the second largest business in Korea. Chairman Hyun-jian. Amanda Crouch. Capoeira fighter. Connection established. Menon sees this and starts calculating, scratching his chin in thought, wondering if he is the only one left to boost the survival chances for someone as unpopular as him. "I need to choose a VIP that nobody wants to attend. If the fighters lower their guard, my chances of survival will drop." He lifts his gaze to the faces above. Then, his attention lands on something, and his eyes light up. "Oh, this place looks promising." The image of the chairman's chaotic presence in the Skyan library hits Menon like a ton of bricks. He starts flailing his arms and running forward, amidst a sea of major corporations. Why is he even interested in a TV channel owner? Truly, no one can stop my survival strategy. He laughs loudly, reveling in his own brilliance. Suddenly, two tall figures appear beside him, making him freeze in his tracks. Oh, Menon starts to feel anxious, his earlier smile vanishing. What the heck? Is my strategy exposed? In that case, I need to do something to make an impression. With that thought, he leaps into the air, leaving the other two stunned. Feeling that he has not jumped high enough, he kicks hard off the air for extra height. In an instant, Menon hangs upside down on the red wall like a lizard. His legs are clamped tightly to the edge of the wall. Shaking with effort, he flashes a big smile, making a heart shape with his hands. Kim Min-ho below is left speechless by this display. He thinks that will have any effect. That chaotic king of chaos is just as wild, bending back with a beaming smile. "Amazing. Menon. This kid is something else." The secretary next to him scratches his head in confusion, reminding him, "Chairman, this is not a talent search for entertainment." He does not care, maintaining his position. Sure enough, my decision is solid, as the notification screen pops up. Home. Media mogul of V Sky. Chairman Hong. Menon. Connection established. Then Menon suddenly remembers something. Turns around and shouts loudly. "Hey, do not forget I handed her over to you." The guy looks a bit confused. His expression twisted. At the same time, Cha Jian leans forward anxiously, practically climbing over people. Damn it. They are playing it too smooth. Cha's face darkens. Eyebrows raised. Finally, everything goes according to Cha Jian's plan. Kim Min-seok remained unfazed, offering a calming remark. It is, when Cha Jian is forced to match up against an unpopular fighter, then Kang Sewang-woo will just become a disposable piece. At that moment, a sly smile crept onto his face, his expression radiating cunning. Jia, now calm, rested his chin on his hands. Was the fighter she signed to replace Kang Sewang-woo really that strong? Moreover, he looked up, starting to feel suspicious about how she could possibly pull that person towards us. Kim Min-seok kept his poker face, smoothly continuing. I will just say this, the image of Cha Jian appeared vividly on the screen. Below her stood Han Min-soo, confidently declaring, I will abandon Kang Sewang-woo. This revelation jolted Kang Sewang-woo. His jaw clenched tight. Kim Min-seok wore a crazed expression, unable to hide his excitement in every word. Finally, we have Han Min-soo in our grasp. It was all just bait with Kang Sewang-woo. Cha Jian finally caught on, casting a scrutinizing glance at her opponent. From the start, you were after Han Min-soo and used Kang Sewang-woo as a pawn. Kim's face lit up with joy as he glanced sideways. Not from the beginning, but while investigating Han Min-soo, the one I could only watch from afar. Kang Sewang-woo's name popped up. While rambling on, he spread his arms in a self-satisfied manner, saying, he was the first to recognize Han Min-soo's potential. But since the principal brought him in directly, if Han Min-soo does not want to meet anyone, then no one can. But the key to getting Han Min-soo is in my hands. Pretty amazing. He boasted, a wide grin on his face. Cha Jian was slightly annoyed by this display. Feeling a bit furious, he still would not stop, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Just wait and see. He will become a fighter on par with the top 5 on the arena. Players gradually formed a circle around the mat, as the announcer's voice echoed, signaling that all choices had been made. The 4 players who were not selected would be eliminated immediately, their images on the screen splitting in half. Without making everyone wait long, the voice continued steadily. And now, I will announce the 16 teams that will enter the round of 16. The images of the teams flashed up on the screen one by one. The announcer continued to ramble. Now, the selected players will wait alongside their VIPs and follow the schedule for the round of 16. The bodyguard behind Cha Sun could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, finally, I get to meet Kang Sewang-woo, the one I have been eagerly waiting for. Having to be with that rough and annoying guy made him feel awkward already, and thinking back to the past did not help his mood. They both stood facing the door, waiting in silence. As the door swung open, Kang Sewang-woo stepped out, backlit by the light behind him. She looked at him, relieved to see he was healthy. It seemed he had recovered quite well. You do not say anything else. Just walk up and grab her shoulder. You lock eyes with the person in front of you, your words stumbling out. And that is when Cha Sayu Nuhan seems to catch on to your feelings, speaking up to thank you. Right, once Kang Sewang-woo gets called out, he immediately confesses, sweat pouring down. Yeah. I am sorry for everything from now on. She gives a gentle smile, instantly reassuring him. Do not worry. I have arranged for him to stay at my private villa, so no need to thank me. I only invest in people who can help me win. She gazes softly at him, and that is when Kang Sewang-woo finally relaxes. The bodyguard next to them finally speaks up, his eyes glued to the hands gripping his boss tightly. Hey, you can let go now. That is when he realizes, quickly stepping back. What I mean is, seeing my mom's headband makes me really happy. Just then, the host voice rings out. And now, I will announce the schedule for the round of 16. Immediately, the system screen starts displaying the upcoming matches one by one. The bodyguard feels frustrated by this, his teeth clenched tight. Huffing. Once again it is the Gokagho Hung Ba Gu. Just too much. Chasesjungen observes everything, his expression darkening. To reach the championship, managing stamina and injury is key. Yet he encounters the Goki, Ung-ho with a killer punch. And seeing him silent makes the bodyguard anxious. What? What is going on? Why are you acting so calm? She does not think twice, turning to the gangsta with a gentle smile. Seeing this aura, how could I not invest? The host of voice booms again. The order of matches will be randomized. And now, the first match is, right after that, the screen shows 2 opponents facing off. The Linam Tho K, Pain and Strength. Ricardo. Jiu-jitsu. Pain and strength. The bodyguard looks up, unable to contain his excitement. Finally getting to see the strongest line of the Unji cake. Then he turns to the Susanji, advising, if you want to win the championship, you definitely have to face them. Do not miss any moments. Study them closely. Ache sending in hears this and can't help but wonder. Is the line Evk really that strong? The bodyguard has completely turned around. No need for explanation. Among the 3 strongest mercenary teams in the world, they are considered the best. Born and raised in the highest mountains. The image of towering peaks comes to life with every word. And it can be assured that those who carry countless burdens on their backs, some are even exhausted. Their endurance far exceeds the norm. And living in high altitudes makes their physical strength incredibly strong. The bodyguard explains with a knowledgeable expression. The line Dian-Tho K is so famous that they have become a major export and tourist attraction of Napa, and she listens intently, exclaiming, their starting point is already different. Adding pain and strength makes them true monsters. The bodyguard points at Kang Sangu, bit surprised, watching his expression as he looks at that monster, as if he is hearing someone else's story. Achea Singin does not pay much attention, giving a thumbs up. Indeed. He looks dazed in the back. The bodyguard is left speechless by this. Well, anyway. Among the line in Ajik, this guy is the most famous. Earlier, he was the dig champion. And now he is locking eyes on the battlefield. Kang down below has assumed a fighting stance, a slight smirk playing at his lips. Facing him is Ricardo, standing still as a statue. But you can still see the murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ji-Han, the chairman of On Air above, looks back at the scene, confident that no one will notice our Ricardo. The guy lurking behind immediately chimes in, a cunning grin spreading across his face. And soon everyone will be left in shock. Kang has taken too many hits on his way here. He might not be in the best shape like when he was champion. He seems to have studied his opponent thoroughly, so he is feeling pretty confident. Then he flashes a smile, his fingers rising in response. Meanwhile, Ricardo has not let a single blow land on him, yet anyone who attacks him ends up with broken bones. The scene shifts to the 2 powerhouses facing off in the arena. Just then, the host speaks up. Before the match begins, we are going to do a second pain ping. At this moment, Ricardo finally notices the box beside him, glancing at it for a brief second. Then he reaches for the syringe in front of him, still wearing that grin. All right. How much stronger will you make me this time? Without hesitation, he plunges the syringe straight into his neck. Instantly, the drug kicks in, hitting him with such force that his mouth drops open in shock. The reaction from the drug causes Ricardo to stagger, nearly toppling over. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a deadly red glint. In no time, he has regained his footing, his eyes shining like a predator on the hunt. The drone that has been observing finally announces, player Ricardo successfully completed the speed pain ping. Hearing this, Ricardo erupts in laughter, looking up as if to say, now I've got speed too. No one can stop me. He launches himself toward his opponent like a bullet, moving so fast that it leaves a shockwave in his wake. Kang, unfazed, has his left hand poised to strike. Bring it on. One strike from Kang is easily dodged by Ricardo, who has already circled behind him in the blink of an eye. He wraps his body around one of Kang's arms. Ji-Han watches this unfold, leaping up in excitement, shouting, gotcha. With Ricardo gaining the upper hand, he is feeling incredibly smug, taunting his opponent. No matter if you are the best or whatever, it is game over for you. Then he uses all his strength to twist, contorting Kang's arm in the process. Ji-Han is ecstatic, clutching his head with both hands. Kang's arm is completely broken. I've got the rescue squad. Down in the arena, despite Ricardo straining and shaking, Cam stood his ground, leaving him puzzled. Wow. Why won't he just fall? Suddenly, something moved that left him stunned. But he did not dare relax. His broken arm was straightening out. Why does it seem to straighten even more the harder he tries? Slowly, Ricardo was lifted off the ground. Before long, the arm he had been clutching was pointing straight up to the sky. He immediately sensed something was off. Cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What? What is happening? I need to dodge fast. Before Ricardo could react, a massive hand gripped his throat, the pain twisting his face into a grimace. Cam stood firm, using all his strength to shake off the grip on his arm. Ricardo was dragged along, his face now a portrait of sheer fear. He was slammed straight down onto the floor, blood splattering everywhere. This scene left the 3 spectators utterly stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Kim Min-ho was no different, his jaw dropping in shock. Amanda Groch was not faring much better, a glint of skepticism flashing in her eyes. Menon, true to his carefree nature, showed no fear, just excitement as he licked his lips. While shouting bravely, was equally shaken, his teeth grinding together. The whole arena fell into a hush after that punch, the tiles cracking under the impact. Jian seemed unable to believe his eyes, muttering to himself repeatedly, for sure. Kan had taken a lot of hits up to this point. Meanwhile, Chai Kaiyan was lounging comfortably, chin resting on his hand, but to Kan, it was not being attacked. It was just avoiding ineffective blows from his opponent before delivering a single decisive strike. The drone flew above Cam's position. After a moment of confirmation, it announced the match was over, with Cam taking the victory. Immediately, the system screen displayed the results, highlighting Cam, the Jiki mercenary. The host raised the syringe in hand, slowly introducing the next round. The first match was a substitute for the second round, and now its effects were clear. All fighters will now simultaneously prepare for the second round, he declared, his voice echoing throughout the arena. A syringe was promptly presented before Kim Min-ho. Amanda Grouch also glanced at the syringe in front of Kim. Menon was beyond excited, his hands reaching out eagerly for the syringe. Only Kang Sang-gu remained steadfast, signaling his refusal. I want to use it. Cha Xiaomi agreed, looking at him. After all, it would not do any good, so it did not matter. Since I already treated her like a friend, she looked at you with gentle eyes. Yet you did not get it. What is up with that? What are you talking about? You glanced at the other person, your tone turning sarcastic. Suddenly, a scream pierced through the air, making all three of them turn to look in one direction. The scream echoed throughout the arena. After a moment of silence, the calm returned to the battlefield. Kim Min-ho was clutching his chest, gasping for breath. The drone spotted the commotion and immediately flew in to assess the situation. After a brief observation, it finally announced that player Kim Min-ho had successfully charged the power of his friend. Jidun behind him immediately lit up, instinctively cheering. Yep. The speed and strength of a friend combined is the ultimate power. His eyes sparkled with emotion, joy evident on his face. The host, Jiang, spread his arms wide, announcing that all players had completed their second friend power, and the next match is about to begin. This battle features my Sen, the beast from Africa, versus Ryan, the freak who ranks second in the prize leaderboard. Now has the silhouettes of his next two opponents appearing before him. Kim Min-ho's face darkened with anger, his teeth clenched tightly. Jia-sun leaned over the table, trying to focus his gaze ahead, muttering, those jerks. We need to analyze this match thoroughly. Ryan had already bulked up with various powers before entering the battlefield. His gaze turned cold as he began strategizing his moves. The thoughts racing through his mind made him serious. His brows furrowed tightly. The abundance of power had driven him mad, almost like a raging monster. Ryan's specialized sense from the power allowed him to detect foes at maximum range. But due to the side effects of his previous power, he could not feel pain, leaving him unable to disrupt his senses. An image of Ryan with his all-white eyes and a crazed grin emerged. Jia-sun shot a quick glance at the person beside him, remembering that he had previously suppressed the senses from the power. Right. Kim Min-ho remained silent. Someone suddenly chimed in from behind, saying this time would be very different. He appeared surprisingly astonished. He smirked wickedly and began to ramble on. The opponent just got the power not long ago and has not had time to adjust their senses. But Ryan is different. He has had plenty of time to adapt. Jia-sun felt the tension rise, cursing under his breath. Damn it. But with Kim Min-ho's speed, he could still surpass Ryan's senses. What is Ryan's second power? He leaned in closer, glancing at the person next to him, who immediately started searching on the tablet screen. Ryan has the speed power now, he announced, and it felt like time froze. Kim Min-ho tensed up even more, every feature on his face tightening. Ryan stood tall in the arena, a grin still plastered on his face, taking a step forward to draw attention. Mizzen stepped onto the stage in a fighting stance, his gaze filled with determination. Ryan scrutinized his opponent, curiosity evident in his eyes. What is up with that punch wrapped in wires? All senses are on high alert, and it must be a punch. Right. He used his instincts to spot the opponent, and sure enough, that punch radiated a surge of energy. Ryan stared ahead, a smug grin plastered on his face. This was so obvious that he did not even need his instincts anymore. Just as both were ready to fight, the announcement blared, signaling that the match between Ryan and Mizzen was about to begin. Mizzen fixed his gaze forward, silently resolved he had no choice but to win, the only way to save his child. He thought, as he clenched his fist, his body holding steady. Over on Ryan's side, he was not backing down, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. What would the effect of that speed boost be? Let us see what you are made of. In an instant, he closed the distance, radiating killing intent, and launched a strike straight at his opponent. Before he could savor the moment, Misen easily swatted the punch aside. This only fueled Ryan's excitement, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Oh ho. He is using a speed boost too. This guy is serious. He is covering all his pressure points while using his left hand to defend. As he thought this, Ryan scanned his opponent from top to bottom. He would not give up. Punches rained down continuously but were deftly avoided. Let us see how fast that left hand is. It suddenly hit him. What if that left hand is only for defense? What if I just break it? Before he could act, 2 fingers jabbed straight for Ryan's eyes. Blood spraying everywhere. Go Yuzong, the director of Snack on Hotel, was so pumped he sprang up, cheering.
Yep.
Stab him in the eyes. The assistant beside him remained unfazed, calmly remarking, damn. Using your hands for eye jabs is pretty standard. Suddenly something made Go Yuzong sit up and pay attention. His voice laced with shock. Quan sensed something was off, and the assistant followed his gaze. Ryan did not dodge. Those fingers were broken and deformed on his face. You think I would not notice? Misen refused to back down, swinging his other arm. This is not over yet. But Ryan did not dodge. He just stood still, ready to choose a strike. The force of that punch was so powerful that the shockwave radiated behind Ryan. Misen's eyes went wide with shock, momentarily at a loss for how to react. What now? He had to sacrifice a finger just to obscure his vision. Ryan, looking like a madman, tilted his head to the side and completely dodged the blow. He countered with an attack aimed right at Misen's eyes. Blood splattering everywhere. The pain shot through him, making him scream in agony as he clutched his eyes and stumbled back. His body began to show red spots, marking his weaknesses. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Ryan surged forward, fist raised, charging in wildly. You fool. You left yourself wide open. He unleashed a flurry of punches aimed straight at his opponent, dealing a hefty blow. Misen's body felt like it was shattering, the blood splattering everywhere. He still could not believe the reality of it all. I can fall here. He threw a punch right to Ryan's face, the impact distorting his features. The old man stood up straight, using both hands to cradle his head. Misen was knocked back, crashing down onto the floor repeatedly before bouncing up again. Instantly, the drone zoomed in to confirm. After a brief observation, it announced that with Misen unconscious, Ryan was officially entering the next round. Ryan flashed a smug smile, his body still poised to strike. Kim Min-ho looked at the scene with discontent, his brows furrowed tight. Damn it. He recalled Ryan's evasive move from before, silently calculating if he could have dodged it too. He must have been stabbed in the eye earlier. The memory flickered back to when Misen's fingers became deformed. Then he pushed away the weak thoughts in his mind, biting down on his resolve. No. He had to win at all costs. The host did not keep everyone waiting long. Immediately announcing the next players for the upcoming round, the screen quickly displayed. Go Kyungo, Real Combat Taekwondo. Strength Doping, Kang Songwoo. Street Fighting. Cha Seon-yin watched the earlier display, starting to feel anxious. He wanted to avoid strength doping, but injuries would be hard to dodge. The bodyguard beside him could not help but chime in. Most players reaching the round of 16 use strength doping. She leaned on the table, gazing ahead. What is the difference between real combat taekwondo and regular taekwondo? The bodyguard quickly replied, raising a hand with confidence. Real combat taekwondo does not have new techniques. She was slightly taken aback by this. The bodyguard kindly explained. A deadly strike to the neck flashed in her mind. Taekwondo is a powerful martial art used in real combat. Since it has been adapted into a competition like the Olympics, dangerous moves are banned to prevent injuries. The scene shifted back to 2 opponents standing off in the ring. He approached the viewing window, quietly looking down at the arena. Now fully unlocked, that is real combat taekwondo. Go Kyung-ho had entered the ring, kicking a few times to warm up. Opposite him, his opponent stood perfectly still. The thoughts racing through his mind made him jittery with anticipation. If I take down this third-tier fighter, I will become a top contender. The host continued announcing. Now it is round 3 of the round of 16. The match between Go Kyung-ho and Kang Seong-woo began, the voice echoing throughout the arena, enveloping the 2 muscular men below. He started to take his stance, mentally calculating. When it comes to taekwondo, he should press close to the mat. Gotcha. He did not hesitate and charged straight at his opponent, aiming to grab him. Suddenly, Go Kyung-ho spun around, effortlessly dodging, riding the momentum. He delivered a kick aimed directly at his opponent's head. His face contorted from the blow. His eyes widened in shock. But deep down he urged himself to stay sharp. Quick as lightning, he grabbed his opponent's leg tightly. Gotcha. Just as he felt triumphant, the other man effortlessly lifted his remaining leg. Then, like a knife slicing down, His foot slammed straight onto Kang Seong-woo's guard. Cha Seong-yi watched this unfold with growing concern, silently thinking no. This can't be. He was hit hard, losing his balance and crashing down to the mat. Suddenly, a spark of determination flashed in his eyes. His teeth clenched tight. He could not afford to lose. With one hand on the ground for support, he effortlessly lifted himself up. In an instant, Kang Seong-woo turned the tide, landing a powerful strike aimed at his opponent. Ji-eung blocked the strike with one hand, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could this guy still be ready to attack after taking 2 hits? While he was still processing this, Kang Seong-woo took another step back, gearing up for another move. Before Ju Ki-young could react, Kang Seong-woo slammed down a punch. The force behind it was no joke. After 2 strikes, he pushed himself into the air. Successfully retreating, he landed back on the mat, launching a fierce strike toward his opponent. Ju Ki-young looked down at his hand, now bruised and battered, unable to believe what just happened. With that kind of power, that student has to be in the top 10. How can a student be this strong? Kang Seong-woo stood tall, but cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as he glanced back. Damn. My head is still spinning. If I get hit again, it will be bad news. If I keep attacking recklessly, I will get countered. Kang's expression turned serious. He focused on his opponent, silently encouraging himself that he had to take out that leg at all costs. Kondu did not have any low kicks like a low kick. When he attacked again, he would counter at the bottom. He would not see it coming. Careful analysis of the situation was key. Without hesitation, he closed the distance. It was time to throw down. Go Kyung-ho watched this unfold with a cocky grin, thinking it was hilarious that he dared to strike back after being hit. Before he could finish thinking, Kang Seong-woo began darting back and forth in front of him, teasingly repeating the motion. Sang-soo, the chairman of Iran Construction and Go Kyung-ho's boss, watched closely, his brows furrowed. How could he be so disrespectful to someone ranked in the top 3? The assistant chimed in, pointing out that top 5 players would never take unnecessary risks. They would only strike enough to take down their opponents. Right now, he was just recalibrating the necessary power to beat his rival. Down in the ring, Go Kyung-ho watched his opponent move warily, wondering if he really thought he could win with that kind of strength. Sorry, but I have never used my full power before, he thought, then pushed one leg back for momentum, the force so strong that it left a bruise. Then he struck, his foot gliding effortlessly over Kang Sang-soo's head. Seeing his chance, Kang ducked, his eyes gleaming. This was it. Now it was time for the call-off. Kick. He launched the strike immediately, aiming at his opponent's leg. But what he did not expect was that Go Kyung-ho could switch his attack in the blink of an eye. Now targeting Kang's leg, he unleashed a strike aimed directly at Kang's leg, causing Go Kyung-ho to lose his balance and fall back. Han Sang-soo was visibly thrilled, excited that call-off kick was finally in action. Looks like even the West Condo had its red flags. The assistant spoke up at the same time, calling it a sweep kick. Upon hearing this, Han asked, "Sweep kick?" The assistant slowly replied, maintaining a straight face. "It is not banned in official matches, so it is rarely seen. You could say it is a low kick version of the spinning kick." As Sang-soo fell, El Cursor Go Kyung-ho stepped back, both of them locking eyes. He knelt on the floor, glancing back at his leg, smoking from the impact. Ouch. If he had not deliberately fallen, he probably would have broken his ankle by now. Father-son Nia watched this scene, worry etched on his face, his gaze glued to the arena. Feeling helpless, the bodyguard behind him looked grave, speaking in a low voice about the complex and unpredictable spin kicks of capoeira, especially when facing a master like this. Keeping up with the pace of the attack was nearly impossible. He frowned, his gaze shifting, and she asked worriedly, "So he has no weaknesses?" He calmly replied, raising a hand to adjust his glasses. Each capoeira kick drained a lot of energy, so stamina could drop quickly. But Ji Gang-ho had used pain to boost his muscle elasticity and reflexes, so that weakness did not apply here. He paused for a moment, propping himself up and looking into the distance. Ju Kyung-ho stood in the arena, his eyes cold enough to pierce through. "You should just surrender now. From here on out, I will be using 100% of my strength," he declared, taking a stance, a wave of killing intent radiating from him, his eyes flickering with a blood-red glint. Kang Sang-gu was starting to struggle, calculating in his mind. Damn it. There is no way out. Just as he was lost in thought, a devastating kick was poised to come crashing down on him. With quick reflexes, he swiftly dodged to the side just in time. The blow struck down, leaving a massive dent in the arena, showcasing the force behind it. As Kang Sang-gu stepped back, he began silently cursing. Damn it. I knew it was coming but still could not avoid it. Where did this guy even come from? While he was lost in thought, A dark shadow loomed right in front of him. A kick slammed directly into his head, blood spraying from the wound. Kang Sang-gu managed to tilt his head to the side just in time but lost his balance as a result. Stay sharp. He had to block that foot at all costs. With that thought, he gripped his opponent's ankle tightly, using all his strength to hold it back. Gotcha. While he braced himself, Ju King-ho's other leg was already lifting in mid-air, ready to strike. Another blow crashed into his face, the force distorting his features. He was sent flying backward, and the hands he had been gripping loosened completely. He still could not believe what just happened, continuously trying to cheer himself on internally. I caught the foot, and it still was not enough. Stay focused. Du Kyung-ho across from him watched this unfold, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Is he still conscious? It is time to end this. With that, he stomped down hard, shattering several tiles beneath him. Then he charged forward, launching himself toward Kang Sang-gu, who was still reeling, his eyes locked onto his opponent. Yelling loudly, it is a finishing blow aimed straight at him struck with such force that it was visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a sensation coursed through him from deep within his bones. Du Kyung-ho on the other side was wide-eyed, screaming. That feeling pierced through every cell in his body.
Yep.
I always run away when I feel this way. His whole body felt like it was being ripped apart, and images of shattered eyes flashed before him. The shards kept breaking away, drenched in a blinding red. But now, there was no escape from the cracks in the water. A faint blue light suddenly flickered, weaving across the face of the Kang Sang-gu. His parents had to stay alert. But if they died, what good would that do? The water stains spread, carving a large line through his being. This was the only way left. Then, he transformed into someone else, charging to counterattack Go Kyung-ho. In an instant, the strike was unleashed, aimed directly at his opponent's body. He was taken aback, eyes wide in shock, as he kept spitting blood. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, but he managed to react just in time, quickly pivoting and using his foot to push off the ground. By the time Go Kyung-ho stopped, the arena was torn up with a path. Bricks shattered into countless pieces. The Kang Sang-gu opposite him seemed to transform into a different person, radiating a dark aura. This left Go Kyung-ho in disbelief, gasping for air after the recent blow. What is this? What kind of power is this? It looks like I have no choice but to kill him. He raised one hand. Determination etched on his face as he gritted his teeth. Before he could even move, the Kang Sang-gu was already right in front of him, cold glints flashing in his eyes. He did not hesitate, launching his hands forward, determined to finish it. A well-aimed strike landed squarely on the opponent's face, blood splattering everywhere. In that split second, both Go and Ho froze, eyes wide in astonishment. His hand was gripped tightly by the Kang Sang-gu, an expression of pure madness on his face. For a moment, he wanted to continue attacking, his eyes filled with crimson fury. Die. You monster. Go Kyung-ho swung his leg, striking directly at his opponent's face.
Yet,
the Kang Sang-gu showed no signs of faltering, a gruesome smile spreading across his lips. Come at me. He did not wait for the opponent's response. Kicking straight into their stomach, they exchanged blows, moving around the arena until he ended with a kick to the opponent's face. The force of the kick slammed Go Kyung-ho into the wall, the ground behind him crumbling to pieces. He leaned against the wall, straining to stand up. The bodyguard watching this scene was grinning from ear to ear, clearly thrilled he could actually defeat a top 3-star. Go Kyung-ho was now standing, his gaze locked forward. He was panting heavily, teeth clenched. Feeling completely overwhelmed, he was scarier than any monster. I have met this guy before. Across from him, the Kang Sang-gu's eyes glinted with blood-red fury, a mad grin spreading across his face. Go Kyung-ho knew he was at a disadvantage. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. There was no time to think about what to do next. He would pour every last ounce of strength into this. He stomped his foot down hard, the bricks shattering beneath him. He got into a fighting stance, channeling all his power into the foot he had just planted on the ground. In an instant, he pulled back his leg to strike with a single kick. The Kang Sang-gu showed no sign of backing down, and he muttered softly, I am coming for you too. Instantly, he raised his fist high, fingers clenched tight. Go Kyung-ho charged forward, his punch echoing through the air. He glared with determination, his eyes shining fiercely. You monster. Both of them lunged at each other, taking hits from their opponent at the same time. Go Kyung-ho took a direct hit to the face. Shocked at the thought that he could lose to a high school kid, the opponent stood there, seemingly unfazed, still wearing a grin. Go Kyung-ho's consciousness faded, his hands clutching his head. His gaze was dazed, mumbling to himself, I am in the top 3. The opponent looked down at him with a smug expression, radiating an aura of menace. Without hesitation, he slammed his head into the opponent's forehead, blood splattering everywhere. Kyung-ho's teeth flew out as he got hit, his eyes wide with shock. He was knocked straight to the ground, the impact resonating through the surrounding area. The priest in the stands was stunned by the scene, frozen in place for a moment, and Min-soo on the other side seemed just as shocked. His teeth gritted tight. The camera silently captured every detail, not missing a beat. On the battlefield, he stood tall, staring at his motionless opponent, and Sang-soo scratched his head, muttering, "I can't believe this. How could this happen?" The drone swooped in to assess the situation, and upon confirming the result, it announced, "The player advancing to the top 8 is the one driving Yu's car." At that moment, he bowed his head, gasping for breath. The bodyguard heard the announcement and cheered. Awesome. The priest even cracked a smile, finally proving himself. Now, nothing was scary anymore. She stepped forward, gazing down at the arena. The doctor watched in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is insane." In just a moment, all of Yu's stats are almost perfect. The director sat in front of the computer, his voice contemplative. That reaction, that movement, it is identical. This revelation left the doctor in shock. What? Are you saying Yu is strong without any boosters? Before he finished, a glint of malice flashed in the director's eyes. He recalled a name, Choi Kang, the first awakened. The doctor was taken aback, repeatedly asking, "No way. Is that why? Yu is so strong without enhancements." Before he could finish, the director's eyes twinkled with wicked intent. "I have been searching for Choi Kang-hun all along. Turns out he changed both his name and face. He is the father of Miver. Double the search team. Max," he shouted, excitement bubbling over. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain villa, a weary-looking woman sat beside a hospital bed, her eyes fixed on the motionless figure. Kang Sang-woo's mother looked sorrowful, her voice steady as she said, "I just did not want them to find my son." Then she buried her face in her hands, trembling. I let them take for so long." She thought she was protecting her son. Her brows furrowed tightly, her voice shaking along with her body. She placed a hand on the bandaged figure in the bed, only to feel the weight of despair. "Please, my love, wake up." She collapsed, holding the person in front of her, and cried. She kept crying until she was trembling on the hospital bed. Suddenly, one finger of the patient twitched slightly. At the same time, in the recovery room, the guy in the bed, still hooked up to a breathing tube, lost control again. "That is how I survived. But if I had been just a moment slower. This time, I have truly lost my mind. I wonder if I can stay sane from now on." His brows furrowed tighter, his expression deadly serious. Right then, a mysterious figure appeared beside him, gently asking, as if on the brink of losing it. He pulled the oxygen mask off his face, casting a curious glance at the person across from him. "How could she?" She answered without hesitation. "I heard it from your mother. She said it is the only way for you to survive." His eyes widened in shock at her words. "What?" She continued talking, her gaze gentle as she looked at him. "The reason your dad ran away was the same." He was stunned by her revelation, momentarily speechless. After a moment, he stammered, "What do you mean?" The mysterious figure maintained the same demeanor, arms crossed over his chest. "I do not know the details either, but when I saw you losing control as a child, your mother thought she would have to tell you one day, using the state of losing control to survive," she said, directing her gaze at him. Then she continued in a steady voice, "When your dad was experimented on here, there was not any system in place. They only selected individuals with strong physiques for body enhancement trials." Images of muscular men lining up for their turn flashed in his mind. But soon, they were racked with pain. Some even coughed up blood, and most died from the side effects. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the pile of corpses on the ground. But 3 survivors appeared completely normal. The youthful images of Kang Sang-goo's parents materialized, both panning heavily, 2 of them being his parents. He was utterly astonished to hear this, instinctively asking, my mom." When asked about his dad, he continued recounting, "Your mother achieved great things, but the aftereffects became heavier over time. As for your dad, he gained superhuman strength." The powerful images of him came rushing back through her words, the long scar on his arm continually emitting smoke, awakening his self-healing abilities. The spectators quietly observed this scene, which drew the attention of the elites, leading to the development of a drug based on your dad's genes. The image of the director holding a test tube with a mysterious liquid gradually emerged through her words, becoming the drug we know today. Then the scene changed. Kang Sang-goo's father went berserk, transforming into a beast. But he began to lose control. His body stronger but each time feeling like he was losing his mind. Eventually, he lost control and almost killed many people, turning the entire lab into chaos. When he came to his senses, he could only curl up in fear. Then his father decided to escape. But security was getting tighter. First, he had to reassure them with his achievements. Then find a chance to escape. He looked up at the cold spectators in despair. Within him still lurked the shadow of a bloodthirsty monster, learning to maintain his sanity when losing control. Finally, his father succeeded and used that power to escape with his mother, bringing forth a child born from the two most outstanding experiments. Father Xiaomian spoke, his gaze unwavering. She suddenly reached out towards Sangu, who was sitting on the hospital bed. It was you. You stood there, momentarily dazed, as if you could not believe your own hands. She moved closer, placing a hand on your shoulder. Knowing that all the enhancements were meant for you, your father tried his best to keep you from fighting, fearing you would be discovered. At that moment, you recalled the past, your expression turning contemplative. That is why he forbade you from fighting and using drugs. She stumbled over her words, continuing to focus on the main point, the final message your father left behind. You were taken aback, surprise after surprise. Your expression blank. Father Xiaomin kept rambling on, perhaps thinking he could not hide it from you any longer. So he intended to teach you how to control yourself when losing control. Xiao's face twisted in anger, teeth clenched tight. She did not pay this any mind. Ready to continue. The method your mother knew was do not fear losing control while you were still in a daze. She went on, saying that only when you feel pleasure from losing control and that joy grows, should you bite your hand to stay alert. If you no longer fear it, you can control it. She simultaneously raised her hand to her mouth to illustrate. Hearing this, you immediately felt a pang in your chest, your brows furrowing. Damn. Did Dad really go through this? Father Xiaomian took his time to respond, determination flashing in his eyes. As I see it, aside from using the state of losing control to win, there is no other way. There is no escaping this massive organization with both the elite and politics backing it. She leaned in closer, placing a hand on your shoulder for encouragement. And the final important message from your mother. Your eyes turned curious towards her. She finally got to the crucial point. You have to find a way to actively trigger the state of losing control. Your father used the method of closing his eyes and inducing a heart shock. Not sure if it will work for you. But she placed her hand on her left chest, her gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, you stood up straight, catching her off guard. You closed your eyes, exhaling softly. Seeing this, she looked confused, stammering, "What are you doing?" Without hesitation, you spread your arms wide. You had to give it a shot. She panicked and stopped you. Wait. If you lose control in this state before she could finish. A flash of red light erupted in the air. At the same moment, the bodyguard remained on the sidelines, observing the remaining matches. Suddenly, something made him tense up, his jaw clenched. What is this? On the arena floor, the tiles were being torn up, revealing a yin-yang symbol. Louis stood ready, his expression blank. The guard focused intently ahead, his skin tingling with excitement. The higher it went, the more monstrous it became. Suddenly, the door behind flew open, revealing Chasil Nyan. He turned his head. You are here. She walked in, inquiring about the situation. How's everything going? He immediately reported that just now, the Kung Fu user had won. This is insane. The blend of fluid Kung Fu moves and enhanced strength from pain is like watching a martial arts movie. Unbelievable. He turned his gaze back to the fighting arena. Then the bodyguard glanced back at Chasil Nyan. And entering the next match was Han Min Su. This guy is an overwhelming force. Every opponent becomes nothing more than a target. The image of Han Min Su standing tall next to his motionless opponent unfolded with each word. The bodyguard was serious now, adjusting his glasses, noting that among the contenders left, it seemed there was no match that Kang Sang-woo had not won. Can we harness Kang Seal Nyan's explosive potential? He looked over at Chasil Nyan, who was lounging in a chair, and asked. He did not wait for an answer and kept rambling on. According to Kang Seal-woo's mom, if Kang mastered his explosive ability, he would get even stronger. But at this moment, she chimed in, her face showing no emotion. He said he would try to enlighten himself, and then just punched himself in the chest, and then he fainted. A light comment that made the bodyguard next to her tense up a bit. She said softly, the doctor said he is asleep again. The bodyguard seemed to piece things together quickly, guessing that it might be because he maintained his explosive ability for too long, pushing past his limits. She kept her cool, answering nonchalantly that we would have to wait until the next round to see if he could use that explosive ability on his own. She crossed her arms, anticipation clear on her face. At that moment, The host, with arms wide open, announced. Next up, we have the Juix Lef battle, featuring rank 4 and Kim Min-ho. Before long, the two were facing off in the arena. Chairman Jia Sun of South Korea's top investment firm Hef was just as tense, his brows furrowed tight. In contrast, Chairman Misun Lee of Pioneer Military was more relaxed, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He propped his chin on one hand, scanning the scene. Lucky him. The opponent was a rookie fighter like that. This time, had to take the crown, and he planned to use that guy's body as a model to kick off a human weapon project. At this moment, a sly grin crept across his face, so this was his ultimate goal. Jia-sun and his assistant across the way were extremely worried, focused on the unfolding situation. Jia-sun turned to the person next to him, curious, asking what that martial arts system of that Lef trained in was. The assistant, who probably did some homework beforehand, did not keep him waiting long and replied, "It is a very unique martial art that originated in Russia." Just those two words made him even more intrigued. The assistant quickly added, "It is similar to Western military martial arts, but it also has moves reminiscent of Tai Chi from China." Instantly, the image of a Tai Chi practitioner appeared clearly in his mind. Jia-sun still did not quite get it, glancing curiously to the side. Russian martial arts mixed with Chinese. At the market, the chatter was relentless. Rumors swirling that scientists and sports physiologists from the National Security Agency had scientifically analyzed Chinese martial arts, then blended it with Western styles to refine them. Jia-sun did not quite get it, but worry gnawed at him, his gaze drifting far away. Damn it. Even if he did not understand, Kim Min-ho had to adapt quickly. If he got hurt here, there'd be no chance of winning in the quarter-finals. He silently looked down at the arena. Kim Min-ho was already in a fighting stance below, but his opponent was adopting a strange posture, left bent slightly, arms dangling in midair. He scanned the area with his eyes, silently cursing in his mind. He completely relaxed, almost like he was about to fall asleep, dismissing Kim Min-ho. He had successfully used the pain pin to enhance his energy, and if the fight dragged on, he would surely collapse first. He had to think fast, but his eyes never left his opponent. Then in a flash, his gaze sharpened, mentally rallying himself to take down the opponent. Even if they were top 5, he still had speed that could outmatch anyone. Instantly, he channeled his power into his legs, unleashing a tremendous force. Kim Min-ho furrowed his brow tightly, tension radiating from his face. Just try to dodge this. In a split second, he charged straight at his opponent, his fists raised high, with lightning-fast reflexes. He darted back and forth to throw off his opponent's focus, timing it perfectly. He unleashed a punch with all his might. Lep maintained his icy demeanor, smoothly dodging the incoming blow. Seeing his opponent unscathed left him a bit stunned. Did that punch just miss? Before Kim Min-ho could react, Lep propelled himself backward with his entire body. He lost his balance and was sent flying, his eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? Damn it. He used both feet to dig into the ground, trying to halt the force of the impact. Lep on the other side still held his bizarre pose, his body contorted like a pretzel. Kim Min-ho panted heavily, his thoughts racing. Was he just lucky to dodge my punch? Or was it because I could not adapt to the pain pin's strength? He clenched his fist in front of him, mentally questioning himself. Then he steeled his resolve and quickly got back into a fighting stance, knowing he had to try again. With that thought, he did not hesitate and charged straight at his opponent again. Just as expected, Lep effortlessly dodged, even leaving an afterimage in the air. He would not let him achieve his goal, swiftly adjusting his position. Another punch was thrown, but once again, not a single hair on his opponent was touched. While he was still attacking, Lep seized the perfect moment and landed a devastating blow to Kim Min-ho's chest. The pain left him almost numb, his whole body rocked by the impact. Jia-sun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, leaning forward in concern. How could he keep up with Kim Min-ho's speed? Down on the battlefield, you are bent over, struggling to hold on to the ground. After that last hit, the pain forces you to kneel. Your teeth clenched tight. Then, as if realizing something, a smirk crosses your lips. The cold demeanor of Lep grabs your attention. In your mind, you think he is pretending not to be scared. At that moment, Lep suddenly speaks up, his body shifting into a fighting stance. And that grin does not change the power dynamics at all. He saw his opponent charging at him fearlessly, and immediately scoffed. Looks like all that studying did not do you any good. Once again, he skillfully dodged Kim Min-ho's attack, slipping to the side. Kim Min-ho suddenly shifted his stance, directly facing his enemy. The fist in his hand was ready to launch, revealing that it was not that you could keep up with my speed, but you are just used to dodging punches. Lep was caught off guard by this move, unable to react in time, only able to watch as the blow came crashing down. I can stop now. He just took the hit right on the chain. And it was a serious blow. His skull started to crack under the force. His massive body was sent flying backward, blood splattering everywhere. He slammed down onto the floor, seemingly losing all consciousness. The audience on the other side erupted in cheers, both hands raised in celebration. Fantastic. The assistant beside him looked serious, sensing this was not over yet. And he could not help but ask. Right. Lep somehow managed to get back up, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. He slowly approached, but his opponent barely reacted, maintaining his cold expression. He spoke in a flat tone. Sorry, but I do not have time for you. And when he reached out toward his opponent, without any defense, Lep was pushed down to the floor with just a light shove. Michael Lee, unable to believe his eyes, clutched his head and shouted, "This can be happening." Immediately, the drone swooped in. After confirming, it started broadcasting the announcement. This round Lep is knocked out. Player Kim Min-ho advances. The announcement rang out rhythmically, showing his triumphant expression. The audience cheered loudly. Standing tall. Indeed. My choice was right. The assistant next to him smiled. It seems Kim Min-ho is ready to face Ryan. The image of Ryan's crazed expression gradually became clearer with every word spoken. The screen immediately displayed two sworn enemies. On the other side, Chairman Hoyan-jian, the second largest enterprise in Korea, had been silently observing the situation. He had likely been waiting for a long time. Very excited. Is it our turn now? The assistant beside him seemed to see through the opponent, revealing the truth. You look so nervous. Caught off guard, he quickly searched for excuses to justify himself. Look, well, I like strong women. Do you really think I have special feelings for Amanda Grouch? The assistant put on a clueless expression, scratching his head and asking back. You have special feelings. He got flustered and angry. Do not get it yet. The important thing right now is, the assistant beside him felt a bit helpless. His gaze sharpened. Is not it about maintaining your nickname in this match? The assistant quickly assessed the situation. A 10-second knockout seems tough, considering the opponent is a former top 5 ranked assassin. Moreover, this beast has successfully used that painful ping power twice. Just one hit could end the fight instantly. Both fighters focused intently on the arena. Below, the two opponents stood facing each other, ready to unleash their killing intent. The announcer's voice echoed steadily. And now it is the match between 5th-ranked Majim and 7th-ranked Amanda Grouch. And the fight has begun. Suddenly, Majim spoke up, and Amanda Grouch, bit confused, asked him back, as he wore a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with malice. The only way I know how to win is by taking my opponent down. Hearing this, she could not help but let out a sigh, and he immediately challenged her. Sighing dramatically. You are not going to let yourself lose easily. Are you? The taunts kept flowing. Are you confessing that you want me to show you how to win? He was getting irritated. What? Are you crazy? Let us see what happens when your neck gets ripped apart. Then will you still be talking? Without hesitation, he reached out towards his opponent. Suddenly, what he aimed at turned into an illusion, leaving only empty space in front of him. Seizing the moment, she launched a kick aimed straight at her enemy. He was caught off guard by this unexpected move, staring in shock as his hand started to twist and contort. Is my hand being ripped apart? I can't feel anything anymore. After all, my specialty is kicking. And in an instant, Majim regained his composure, lifting one foot into the air. Before he could even strike, she swept his leg, sending him crashing backward. He was taken by surprise. Toppling backward, another blow landed, aimed straight at his back, shattering the bricks beneath him. He could not believe the reality of it, his eyes wide with horror. Just 10 seconds had passed, and Amanda Grouch stood tall beside her motionless opponent. Majim was still stunned, mumbling to himself, "Am I really losing?" She gazed at her opponent. A steady voice rang out. The key to winning without killing your opponent is simply being stronger than them. Her eyes sparkled with determination, unwavering as she stared straight ahead. The host's voice immediately echoed. Amanda Grouch enters the ring. Ain Jihan excitedly led the crowd forward. Her face began to flush. Truly, she is my darling. The assistant behind her could not help but sigh inwardly. This is clearly favoritism. Just then, Menon's voice also rang out. Cough. My turn? This time, it is hard to hide. He flicked his long tongue out. His eyes glinted with a bloody red. In an instant, the host's voice echoed back. The next match is a showdown between Goyun and Menon. Goyun is clad in white attire. Her expression was completely emotionless. Zareth, the chairman of Kanoko Oil, could not take his eyes off her from the stands, constantly sighing in awe. It is so moving to see Goyun standing tall like that again. The assistant beside him chimed in, a person who once suffered from the aftereffects of an accident, and could not walk, is now standing in the ring. This place truly is miraculous. Zareth pondered, his gaze unwavering. I have repaid a part of my debt to Goyun, who nearly died saving me. Or should I say? He paused for a moment, his words tinged with hesitation. I dragged him into an even worse hell. On the other side, the aloof chairman Kodveskeon lounged at the table, casually sipping a drink. Menon. Does this guy find the pain combo as fascinating as I do? The assistant next to him immediately replied. The pain is understandable, but it only started showing up in Menon since that Kai guy appeared. He stared down at the arena, his face lit up with intrigue. No need for pain to measure strength or speed. Yet here we are. Cough. Just what kind of guy is he? Below in the arena, both faced each other defiantly. Standing tall, Menon moved in close, studying his opponent's face. Two masters of their craft, no win needed. Just dive straight into battle. Before he could finish his thought, Koan landed a solid kick to his face, showing no mercy. Menon took a hard hit to the face, the impact staggering, while still hanging in the air. Another strike was already on the way. Koan shows no mercy, delivering a powerful kick, but luckily Menon manages to brace himself with his hands. He can't help but exclaim. That is intense. Menon swiftly grabs a brick from the side. At the same time, his hand unleashes red sparks shooting straight into the sky. Koan, quick on his feet, elegantly dodges this attack. The sparks he launched graze his leg, creating a massive explosion. Koan lands softly, still in a defensive stance. The debris from the house crumbles beneath him, sending sparks flying everywhere. Koan assesses the situation, his eyebrows furrowing. What now? Menon is standing tall, radiating lethal intent. He clearly has no intention of backing down. He refuses to back down, his gaze locked onto his opponent. But seriously, do you still think you have time to joke around? A seasoned guy like him should know time is money. He swiftly assumes a fighting stance, showing no signs of yielding. Without hesitation, he charges forward, aiming a kick at his opponent. Menon is not just sitting there taking it. He immediately retaliates, and both of them land simultaneous hits. Koan takes a hit to the face, his eyes widening in shock. Menon grins smugly, scrutinizing his opponent. Did you think I would just stand there and take it? Hearing that, he is determined not to hold back anymore, thinking to himself, all right, I will finish you off with my ultimate move. Menon does not wait for his opponent to strike. He dashes. This time, I will strike first. His attack launches into the air. Can you dodge that? Just as he is caught off guard, a strike comes flying right at him. He easily sidesteps, even mocking his opponent. You thought I could not dodge that? While he is still feeling cocky, Koan spins around and moves to the side. The real thing to avoid is not that attack. A strike lands squarely on his opponent's head. The onlookers gasp as they clutch their heads, shouting, what the hell is this? A Tekken master using capoeira techniques. The assistant next to him quickly chimes in. That is not capoeira. He is taken aback by this. The assistant continues to explain. This is a Tekken technique called the two-legged handstand. You can use both legs to attack, or one leg to clear the way while the other focuses the force for a kick. The image of someone doing a handstand appears with each word. Menon is down on the ground, but he keeps mumbling. Was that a death move? He looks up, his eyes glinting with a deadly intent. That is disappointing. I did not feel a thing. Koan refuses to back down, still eager to strike. No way that is happening. My weapon is the harbinger of death. With that, he leaps into the air, his hand poised to slice down. A strike descends, yet Menon shows no sign of dodging. Suddenly, he looks up, a strange smile spreading across his face. At this moment, Koan's arm seemed to shatter completely, breaking into countless fragments. Menon's face was twisted with madness, his voice dripping with arrogance. Sorry, but a rookie like you can't defeat me. As he finished speaking, blood gushed out into the air. Koan gasped in pain, his eyes filled with a haze of blood. A glimmer of despair flickered in his gaze. Deep down, he felt the crushing weight of an unbreakable wall. Clearly, he was just another fighter. Or was he an alien? He was knocked backward, crashing hard onto the floor. Menon stood tall beside him, completely unscathed. As usual, the drone approached for a check. After a brief confirmation, it announced that Koan was unconscious, and Menon officially advanced to the semifinals. The ecstatic announcer jumped up, cheering loudly. Yep. Once again, the host announced that all semifinalists had been determined. On the arena floor, Menon faced his opponent, who lay flat on the ground. Don't feel too bad. Beating me was a long shot from the start. I have been doing this for over 20 years. He flashed a sly grin. Announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, welcoming everyone to the semifinals. The guard next to the super dad was clearly thrilled. I can't believe we have made it to the semifinals. She began calculating who would be the best matchup. He started considering Pushing his glasses up with one hand, there is no easy opponent. Not even the lowest ranked fighters. 10-second knockouts. Amanda Grouch, who never lets a hit slip. And then the names kept coming up. Next up was Kim Minho, the boxing prodigy. The fastest of them all. And he also had Menon, who was just downright annoying and strange. He rambled on. Not waiting for her to ask more, he continued explaining. He did not just take hits. He had never even been into recovery. His opponents always fell into a panic without anyone understanding why. She pondered this and asked, "What about Luhan? I have never seen him throw a punch." Hearing this, he glanced into the distance. Definitely someone to avoid. He was entirely different from any other fighter, and his expression turned serious. The image of his previous strikes flashed in his mind. His movements executed with such precision that he looked like an alien. He ranked second among the 8 semifinal fighters. Definitely someone to steer clear of at all costs. As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses and both of them looked forward. The host announced that the first semifinal matchup would now be revealed. As the screen lit up, they saw Kang Sang-gu facing off against Luhan. The bodyguard watching this was instantly horrified. Luhan, the super fighter, quietly spoke up. "Great. You do not understand." "What do you mean great? I am totally confused by what she just said." The super fighter crossed his arms, exuding confidence. "Because he was the most valuable among all the bosses we bet on." Hearing this, he was astounded, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. "What?" Meanwhile, Sebermani Sensoffit was equally stunned. "Her opponent is that girl." The assistant behind chimed in with a gasp. "This girl is bold. Daring to bet against all the VIPs in the quarterfinals." He propped his chin on one hand, clearly intrigued. What does she think of that student Kang San to risk the entire company? Down in the arena, Kang Sang-gu had taken his fighting stance. Opposite him stood Luhan, cloaked in mysterious black attire. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. The first quarterfinal match, Luhan versus Kang San, was about to begin. He maintained a defensive stance while observing his opponent. If he could win without unleashing his power, that would be ideal. He had to test his opponent's level first. With that thought, he charged forward without hesitation. One of his kicks was swiftly caught by Luhan. With his other hand, Luhan lifted it up, channeling power right into his palm. A punch landed squarely in Kang Sang-gu's stomach, delivering an immense blow. He took the hit, the pain piercing through him. Feeling like he was on the brink of death, he was sent crashing into the wall. The impact so strong it shattered pieces off the surface. Eyes wide, he began to strategize, realizing he needed to unleash his power just as he was regaining his senses. Luhan charged at him again. Another strike pinned him hard against the wall. Kang Sang-gu's chest felt like it was twisting, the pain leaving him gasping for air. Cha Sung-gyeon watched this unfold, filled with worry. Unable to tear his eyes away, he remained stuck against the wall, completely unresponsive. The drone, as usual, approached for a checkup, but after a long pause, it remained silent. Seeing this, Luhan looked up with a puzzled expression. He wondered why the match was not over. Suddenly, a surge of energy focused on the gap in the wall. From deep within the void, he transformed once again, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Luhan, witnessing this, immediately took a fighting stance, realizing it was time to finish it. Without hesitation, he charged in, intent on delivering a knockout blow, but Kang Sang-gu reacted just in time, his kick sending Luhan flying. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a completely different person. His eyes filled with murderous intent, leaving Luhan in disbelief. His mind was racing with questions. What the hell was happening? He suddenly changed completely. There was no need to hold back against a kid. With that thought, he decided to strike, launching a direct kick right at the kid's face. Kang seemed, however, managed to dodge, swiftly countering with a follow-up strike. He straightened up and mercilessly kicked right at his opponent's lower back. Luhan, surprisingly, bent gracefully, as if he did not feel any impact at all. In no time, he landed softly on the ground. His body was like a feather, landing without a sound. At this moment, Kang Sang-gu had a different feeling about his opponent. His eyes were glued to Luhan, thinking, what is going on? Is your body made of rubber? Hitting you just feels off. Luhan remained calm, hands clasped in front of his chest, thinking, fine. If I am going to fight a beast, I have to unleash my inner beast too. He took his stance, radiating fierce energy. Behind him, the image of a tiger appeared, claws ready to pounce, showcasing its majestic power. Luhan then mimicked the tiger's movements, charging at his opponent with terrifying strength and speed. Sang-gu, caught off guard by the blow, thought in shock, what the heck? What kind of movement is this? Do you really think I will just give up? He then gathered all his strength for a counterattack, throwing a fierce punch. But Luhan's next move left Seong-gu even more bewildered. What? He changed his move again. Luhan struck directly at Seong-gu's face, blood splattering everywhere. Now Seong-gu was still reeling in disbelief, gasping. Where did all this come from? What the hell is this? Before he could regain his composure, Luhan unleashed his next technique, the Fiend Punch. Dozens of snake-like strikes rushed in like a storm, tearing into Seong-gu's body. His eyes went wide as the pain shot through him, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The bald guy watching from the sidelines made sharp observations. He heard that Seong-gu had traveled the country training in animal-inspired martial arts, like 5 Animal Fist or Upper Form Fist. But keeping up with those movements seemed tough. Back to the battle. Seong-gu silently stewed with determination, vowing to catch and take him down. With that thought, he bolted forward to grab his opponent. But sadly, Luhan anticipated his move and countered with a powerful strike, and then another brutal kick landed squarely on Seong-gu's head. Luhan then jumped back to his original position, striking a pose that was super cool. He coldly declared, "Those who can mimic the forms of nature will rise to great heights." With that, he shot off like a rocket. Just launched. At this moment, Seong-gu was still kneeling on the ground, trying to stabilize himself. He silently thought to himself, then smiled maniacally. Right. Just relax my mind a bit. Just a little. Timing it perfectly, Seong-gu unexpectedly flipped in midair. Seeing this, Luhan scoffed, finally giving up. Those childish flips won't do anything. Let me finish this. The two spun and kicked, the fight growing more intense, neither willing to back down. They gradually closed the distance between them. Suddenly, Seong-gu unleashed a powerful kick, and upon seeing this, Luhan quickly stepped back to avoid the blow. He was furious that Seong-gu was throwing him off guard. Luhan took a deep breath and reassured himself he was just temporarily thrown off by these unfamiliar moves. Right now, he still looked down on Seong-gu, thinking he could easily knock him away. He confidently turned around, planning to attack Seong-gu from a different angle. But Seong-gu quickly seized Luhan's arm, twisting and launching him into the air. Luhan's face went pale, fear creeping into his mind. What was happening? In response, Seong-gu delivered a powerful slam that left him reeling. Blood spilled from Luhan's mouth, and he froze in disbelief. This was not normal human strength. He had to find a way out. With that thought, he pulled himself away from Seong-gu. Luhan was determined. There was no way he could keep using that terrifying technique. Meanwhile, Seong-gu continued his relentless assault without a hint of fatigue. Luhan could only watch in sheer terror, feeling it was absurd. He had transformed into this form and obeyed the laws of nature. But in front of him seemed like a giant globe spinning endlessly in the air. Luhan's mind seemed to ignite with realization. There were still things he could not do yet. He stood there, bracing himself for Seong-gu's crushing stomp. The impact was devastating, leaving chaos in its wake. Even Luhan could not avoid taking a detour through the gates of hell. From the stands, his father cracked a smile, confidence blooming on his face. Kam Sahun clenched his teeth, fury evident in every feature. Below, Seong-gu was gasping for breath. His body exhausted from depleting all his energy, he suddenly began coughing violently, covering his mouth with his hand. But the blood still flowed uncontrollably. He struggled to maintain the last bits of his sanity. He could not fall. He had to push through. Steadily, the flycam was slowly approaching Seong-gu. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed out. Since Luhan had passed out, Seong-gu was the first to enter the semifinals. It was official. The player was Seong-gu, and the bald guy erupted in overwhelming excitement. Win. Did he really win? Seong-gu's father grinned in delight. This was just the beginning. With this victory, Chairman Kam Sahun would come to our side. On the other side, Chairman of Cyber Money, Sof Kam Sahun, seethed as he realized he would just been played. Damn it. That little brat just pulled one over on him. The assistant beside him suddenly chimed in. Are you really going to turn your back on the Hoax-In group? He bluntly expressed his thoughts. It was better than turning his back on this place. To be honest, this high-stakes game was not just a one-time deal. The announcer's voice echoed once again, announcing the matchup for the second round. The arena doors slowly creaked open, while another door across was gradually revealing itself. The person stepping out was none other than Amanda Grosch, and she would be facing off against Han Min-soo. The director, sitting back in his chair, watched Min-soo's footage and commented, "It is fascinating to see such finger techniques. Why is Han Min, an ordinary student, training in this type of martial arts?" The doctor slowly began to explain. Perhaps because Min-soo had suffered from a rare illness since childhood. His frail body left him haunted by the idea of strength. The kid idolized those known as the strongest, staying up all night watching videos about them. Due to his poor health, Min-soo rarely went outside, spending all day at home studying combat techniques and martial arts. But as he spoke, The doctor's voice turned a bit sorrowful. It seemed that just watching was not enough anymore. The boy yearned to become strong, and this obsession had spiraled way beyond imagination. Realizing that his weak body could not win in bare-knuckle fights, he began to take an interest in weapon-based martial arts, living like a madman, pouring every year into learning martial arts. What truly shocked me was that one day, he locked himself in, barely eating, dedicating days to practicing swordsmanship. And when he finally stepped out, he said just one thing, "Dad, if someone can kill the strongest, then they must be the strongest." Right. Just those words broke the doctor's heart even more. How could such a gentle child turn out this way? But I could not stop him. He was always exhausted and frail. Yet when he immersed himself in martial arts, he seemed to come alive. But then again, I did not need to stop him anymore, as his body had completely weakened. Unable to do anything while Min-soo was grappling with the hellish feeling of failure. That is when he found this place. After finishing his story, the doctor suddenly bowed his head and thought, well, if living this way is what it takes, then I guess I have to accept it. Below in the arena, Min-soo and Amanda Groch stared at each other, neither willing to make the first move. A wild, uncontrollable frenzy boiled over, a thrill coursing through him as he thought about taking down the strongest here. Without that feeling, all that remained was pain. Kill them all. Now, he was nothing less than a demon obsessed with slaughter. With that thought, Min-soo charged forward. Launching a direct attack, Amanda Groch calmly intercepted, quietly assessing him. Indeed, she was right, faster and stronger than before. He quickly retracted his hand. Min-soo gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, she caught my finger. I almost broke it. Suddenly, Amanda Groch flipped in the air, and he panicked, shouting, what the heck is this? If I keep my face this close, I can't not stab her. With that, Min-soo poured all his strength into his arm and thrust it straight forward, but she effortlessly dodged and countered with a devastating stomp. He was knocked back several meters. In the stands, Jian-gu was in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. Was he really that slow to dodge? Min-soo bluntly stated his guess. It seemed like he could not even dodge at all. Hearing that, Jian-gu immediately turned to ask, what? At that moment, Min-soo was furious, realizing he had a large wound on his back. Meanwhile, on the side of Jihan Corporation, Hyun Jihan was overjoyed, exclaiming, oh my god, everything is going exactly as Amanda Groch planned. The assistant quickly protested. This just did not make sense to him. No way. The assistant calmly analyzed the fight. Amanda Groch had just executed her final move within 10 seconds. But Min-soo had yet to be defeated, and this was the first time Amanda Groch faced an opponent like this. In other words, her heartfelt attack had failed to make an impact. After pouring all her energy into the attack, Amanda Groch seems to have lost her strength. Now she is seriously analyzing her opponent, noticing his movements are frustratingly refined. Not what you would expect from a typical trained fighter. Suddenly, Min-soo halts all attacks and slowly steps in front of Amanda Groch. A smug smile spreads across his face. So you can keep up with my movements. That is impressive. I never thought I would encounter someone like you here. It is the first time I have ever wanted to kill someone like this. The more he talks, the more aggressive he becomes. Right. If I can defeat someone like you, I can prove to myself that I am the strongest. Then, Min-soo suddenly strikes, but Amanda Groch reacts faster. Leaping up to block with a stunning kick, he spins in midair, using 2 fingers to jab straight at her from above. At this point, Min-soo admits, I am ambidextrous. In this arena, there are 2 types of fighters. One who attacks recklessly and the other who uses their agility to dodge continuously. Just like that, Min-soo and Amanda Groch are putting on an exhilarating cat-and-mouse show. Suddenly, Amanda Groch seizes an opening, delivering a powerful kick to Min-soo's ribs. He takes a crushing hit, unable to hold back as a mouthful of bright red blood spills out. But seizing this moment, she continues to unleash her beautiful, strong legs to finish the fight. Up high, Jihan shouts madly, reminding her to finish him off. Amanda Groch puts all her strength into a devastating kick. Miraculously, Min-soo manages to dodge a run-in with the Grim Reaper. This leaves her in shock because Amanda Groch is now feeling the sharp fingertips of Min-soo piercing straight through the sole of her foot. Pain hits her fast. Jihan watches this unfold in horror, shouting, no way. Now, Min-soo has pulled his fingers out of Amanda Groch's foot. A massive amount of blood gushes from the wound, making her wince. Across from her, Min-soo smugly boasts about his achievement. I have severed all your tendons and ligaments. You won't be able to stand anymore. Amanda Groch lowers her head, exhaling deeply to maintain her composure. Whoosh! Then she channels her strength into her muscular arms, generating an incredible force. Min-soo raises an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. Before him, Amanda Groch is balancing perfectly on one hand, her body steady as a rock, with absolute confidence. She declares, "One hand is more than enough." In the blink of an eye, she executes a stunning aerial spin. Although Amanda Grosch's foot is about to make contact, Minsu still insists on dodging. As a result, he gets hit hard by her. Minsu's face twists in pain, looking utterly ridiculous. He angrily questions her. "That is absurd. How can you generate power without a solid base? One slip up and you are done for." With that, he swiftly spins around, aiming for Amanda Grosch's support leg. However, she cleverly evades with a surprising flip. The battle between them was like a scene of two fierce beasts tearing each other apart, neither side willing to back down. Minsu smirked, a look of victory on her face. Just one hand is enough. She was already at her limit. Blood from Amanda Grosch's wounds flowed relentlessly, more and more with each passing moment. Because of that, her strength was clearly fading. On the other side, Minsu hurled cruel words, saying, "Well then, just die and get it over with." Amanda Grosch contemplated her ultimate goal. She came here to understand what a life and a death battle truly meant, and to discover her real limits when facing death. Suddenly, she spoke up, thanking him. Then, she spread her arms wide, radiating power. Amanda Grosch's gaze darkened, signaling that a demon was awakening. Now, she was truly ready. As she thought this, she prepared her strongest skill, willing to risk everything in this fight. Minsu seemed to sense the impending danger. Amanda Grosch slammed her muscular arm onto the arena floor, charging forward like a rocket, prompting Minsu to exclaim, "Too fast." He still naively believed that avoiding kicks would suffice, but in reality, Amanda Grosch's hand was less than an inch away from him. Then, it made contact with Minsu's grotesque face. Amanda Grosch showed no mercy as she delivered a slap to kick off her counterattack. Despite the pain crashing over him, Minsu kept thinking, "This is Amanda Grosch, fast as lightning," with her legs wrapped tightly around him. Next, she stretched out her long arms, intending to deliver a finishing blow to her opponent. Realizing this, Minsu's brain sent out a warning: too dangerous. Yet, he could not escape the loving caress of Amanda Grosch's claws. Minsu's face was now painted with his own blood. Instinctively, he wanted to take this chance to attack his opponent's thigh. Amanda Grosch, still oblivious, continued to scream wildly. "Where is it?" Following her savage shout was a powerful strike to the face. Minsu was like a doll, helpless against the onslaught. He flew into the air and then crashed down to the ground. Jihan shouted excitedly like a madman, "Did we finally win?" The assistant beside Hong Hot reminded, "Look, over there, on the arena floor." Amanda Grosch's solid thighs were streaked with blood. She looked at them in pain, thinking, "When did my legs lose all feeling?" Minsu's current situation was even worse. His entire body soaked in blood. Minsu coldly assessed. The important thing was how much Minsu could recover. After a brutal beating, he was starting to regain consciousness. Even in his subconscious, his fighting spirit remained incredibly strong. Feeling mentally foggy and completely numb, he had experienced this sensation many times since childhood. Even when things got worse, he always stood back up to survive. At this point, Minsu managed to muster the strength to stand. He immediately forced himself into a fighting stance. Amanda Grosch watched this unfold, her face twisted in discomfort. "Paf. All right, now it is time." Amanda Grosch unleashed her muscle power 100-fold and angrily declared, "Even if my heart shatters, I won't stop." She slammed her fists down, creating splatters on the arena floor. Amanda Grosch roared like a wild beast. Amanda Grosch stomped hard on the ground. Launching herself forward, she clenched her jaw with determination, her hand swinging out to deliver a blow. "This strike, I put my life into it." And facing this, Minsu could only stare in shock. "I thought I had forgotten this feeling. Feeling fear." Just as that thought crossed his mind, his face was seized. A strike that sent him flying backward, crashing against the wall. A powerful blow that hit Minsu hard, causing him to spit blood uncontrollably. He crumpled to the ground, leaving a huge dent in the wall. Yet, his fingers were still stained with fresh blood, a sign that a strike had been thrown. Amanda Grosch then realized her stomach wound was bleeding profusely. Her eyes widened, seemingly beyond her calculations. When did this happen? Memories flooded back just as she touched Minsu's face. And at that moment, his two fingers struck. She seemed to be hit hard and collapsed onto the arena floor. "Now, I have nothing left." This scene left Haiyan Jihan speechless, mouth agape. On the other side, Chaji Wongu also stared wide-eyed. Observing the situation, Kang San-gu watched this unfold, his teeth clenched in discomfort. Kim Min-ho was not any better, worry evident in his eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Amanda Grosch lay motionless on the floor. On the other side, Minsu was no better off, his eyes gradually losing their spark. The entire arena seemed to freeze, enveloped in silence. After a moment of clarity, Hyung Jae-han spoke up, sweat beading on his forehead. Amanda. While he struggled to contain his emotions, his assistant chimed in. Now it is a race to see who wakes up first. Below, the camera moved in to monitor every movement. Suddenly, Han Min-soo's body twitched slightly. This moment gave Cha Jae-gu a glimmer of hope, and he exclaimed excitedly, "He is moving." Han Min-soo's eyes slowly opened, the scenery before him coming into focus. What is going on? What happened? Am I dead? Although his eyes were open, they held no light of life. But this moment was captured perfectly by the camera. Instantly, a notification rang out, declaring that player Han Min-soo had awakened, officially entering the semifinals. Cha Jae-gu was overjoyed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Amazing. On the side of Cha Seung-nain, the bodyguard also remarked softly, with Cha Jae-gu winning, that adds to our power. Yet, Cha Seung-min showed no signs of wavering, his gaze filled with resolve. She will definitely side with us. Amanda Groach remained still on the floor, showing no signs of waking up, while Hyung Jae-han hung his head in despair. The assistant next to him sighed in frustration. Damn. They must be so excited over there. A hand, however, was focused on his opponent, urgently commanding, check on Amanda Groach's condition, and do whatever it takes to save her. The assistant was a bit surprised but complied. Oh yes. Hyung Jae-han lowered his head, his whole body involuntarily trembling. Then he looked up, his eyes burning with resentment. Father Ji-nu. Before long, the voice from the screen echoed again. Yep. Now we will announce the order of the next match. The images of Ryan and Kim Min, who appeared simultaneously. CEO of Gisun, the top investment firm in South Korea, looked visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, this moment had arrived. The assistant beside him was incredibly excited. If they won this match, he could stop selling the addictive drug to his daughter. Hearing this, he immediately became serious, his eyebrows knitting tightly. I have staked everything on this gamble with the drug dealer Koisu. If I will have to invest all my assets into that crazy company. The assistant beside him was taken aback. How dare he choose to be so bold facing Ryan? He just lowered his head, realizing there was no other way. If now, then never. They just needed to defeat that bastard Ryan. And the wrinkles on his face tightened, sweat beginning to bead. Meanwhile, down on the fighting floor, Ryan flashed a confident smile. Watching Kim Min-ho taking his stance in front of him, he exhaled slowly, preparing for another punch. You fools. He laughed mockingly, a deadly glint sparking in his eyes. With the technological prowess of humanity, to become a higher evolved species, going back to the past, a drug injected directly into human veins. Then he saw the images of people turning their backs and walking away from him. Those weak insects who only knew how to curse him as a fake. He had to prove his strength to those insects who did not appreciate the power he wielded. Standing before the discarded items with his fists clenched, not long after, he crazily injected the drug into his own body, determined to defeat them with his own fists. Despite having proven himself countless times, he had beaten many opponents in the past, yet he still could not suppress the rising desire, the thirst making him go insane. This wonderful place had appeared, and returning to reality, he spread his arms wide, savoring the moment in the ring. Ryan then scanned his opponent before him. Another brother of the guy I am going to kill is here. How delightful. Finally, he got into a fighting stance, his face filled with excitement. Kim Min-ho suddenly stopped defending, just looking down. Utterly defeated, this made Ryan momentarily surprised. Reflexively asking, what? Kim Min-ho maintained his attitude, spewing words of disdain, using drugs and only daring to sneak attack an injured athlete. Then he said, you think you are strong? Come here, and I will show you what real strength is. He raised his fist high, his gaze seemingly lethal. Ryan directed an angry glare at him, continuously challenging. Sure. Your brother talked big too. And look where that got him. Kim Min-ho had lost all patience by now, his fist ready to strike, charging in there. You dog. Ryan was not going to let his opponent have the upper hand. Quickly launching his attack, both of them ended up hitting each other simultaneously. Ryan took a solid punch, silently wondering, what the hell was that? This punch. Kim Min-ho on the other side is not doing much better. The vibrant colors are starting to fade. What is this pain? The only way is to overpower with speed. Thinking that, he quickly lowers his body with his agile reflexes. Ryan, surprisingly, still has that confident smile on his face. Left hook. Next comes the right hook. He seems to anticipate it, effortlessly dodging the blow. The two attacks come at him, but he easily avoids them as Ryan dodges. His mouth still wears a confident grin, followed by a straight punch, Just as predicted, Kim Min-ho's attack is once again easily sidestepped. This leaves him in disbelief, his face clearly showing astonishment. Over on the other side, the chairman of Kibo Pharmaceuticals, Goizu, watches the situation intently. Coughing, claiming it is the highest speed but not getting anywhere. The assistant beside him is visibly excited, his instincts reading the opponent's intentions before they act, making it hard for Ryan's opponent to land a hit. Ryan below is also mocking, saying, "With skills like that, how could you not see it coming?" At this moment, Kim Min-ho regains his composure, his eyes taking on a cold demeanor. "Challenging. Let us see how far your predictions go." Instantly, his legs start moving at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. His whole body moves back and forth, leaving afterimages in the air. One punch he launches is again easily countered by Ryan. This catches him off guard for a moment, his teeth clenched tightly. Ryan, gaining momentum, shows a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. It is pointless anyway. He uses his foot to stomp on Kim Min-ho's leg, seeing his chance. His fist rises high, relying solely on speed. Now that his foot's been stomped, what can he do? But Kim Min-ho shows no sign of backing down, staring at the incoming fist. That is right. Do not lift that foot. He just keeps taking hit after hit like a storm from his opponent. Ryan, seeing him not fight back, becomes even more smug. "I told you it was useless." At this moment, Kim Min-ho reveals a wild look, a strange smile creeping up his face. "Just hold your ground. It is only just begun." No sooner had he spoken than incredible speed punches start flying towards his opponent. Ryan, as the punches rain down, begins to struggle to react. Left hook, right straight, uppercut, right hook, boom. He looks as if he can't believe his eyes, blocking punches while exclaiming, "Damn. Too fast." How can he think of the next move so quickly? First, create some distance to simplify the attack and then counter. He observes the situation while calculating his response, thinking that. Ryan immediately pulls his foot back, his whole body retreating with the flow. But before he can back away too far, Kim Min-ho closes in on him, leaving his mind in chaos. This time, Kim Min-ho won to let him guess. He directly unleashes a punch, straight to the gut, and they both attack each other simultaneously. The force of their punches is so strong that the shockwave spreads all over the ring. Kim Min-ho is hit hard, sliding back. Ryan on the opposite side is not faring much better, struggling to contain the force. Kim Min-ho's face now flushes a deep red, gasping for breath. Ryan, though not any better, still manages to throw out some disdainful words. Cough. "Looks like you are no different from your brother." Hearing this, Kim Min-ho suddenly falls silent, enraged. This look on your face has left Ryan completely stunned. Without making him wait long, he quickly gets back into fighting mode. "You want to hit us? Then you better be ready to take one back." Those words successfully rile Ryan up, his teeth clenched tight. But Kim Min-ho does not back down, continuously throwing out provocations. "That is right. To keep up with me, the only gap you will find is accepting my hits." Ryan is not about to lose either, quickly firing back. "Cough. Cough if we are both taking hits. Who is going to drop first?" Kim Min-ho shoots a dangerous look at him, a line filled with hidden meaning. "Who knows? Is your ultimate weapon even still intact?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at his opponent with full speed. Once again, both landed solid blows on each other. Kim Min-ho took a hit but seemed unfazed, even smiling. In contrast, blood began to trickle from Ryan's eye, not giving him a moment to react. Kim Min-ho pressed on with the assault, going for his hearing next. 2 punches dug deep into Ryan's flesh once again. This time, blood poured from Ryan's ear, the look of pain etched across his face. The image of Kim Min-ho started to blur in his vision. His mind descending into chaos, he felt like he was falling apart. Seeing the opportunity, Kim Min-ho struck again, targeting his sense of smell this time.
Good.
A thunderous blow aimed straight at Ryan's face. The memory of his assistant's earlier warning played vividly in his mind. Ryan's senses were now hyper-focused on sight, hearing, and smell. How well Kim Min-ho adapted to these 3 senses was crucial. He seemed to have researched it thoroughly. Right now, he poured all his energy into his fist, charging at his opponent. No need to adapt. Just destroy those senses, and it is game over. He lunged forward, determination clear on his face. In no time, he and his powerful fist were right in front of Ryan. Ryan found himself at a disadvantage, unable to respond. All he could do was watch. There was no escaping this. "I am going to lose." Just like that, he took the hit, his body pinned hard against the wall behind him. Ryan looked utterly pathetic at this moment, eyes wide in disbelief. How could someone who dared to risk everything to get stronger lose to these weak bugs? But his senses right now. Kim Min-ho and his powerful fist felt like a giant to him. Why do you dare look at me like I am just a bug? Back to reality. Ryan's face was deformed from the punch. The pain forced his mouth open. His face flushed red with blood. No. He could not feel anything anymore. Kim Minho did not give his opponent a chance to recover, continuing his assault. Now. I do not need to use energy to move anymore. I am putting all my speed into this punch. He tightened his fist. Veins bulging. Anger was clear on his face. His gaze seemed like it could kill. Wait. Look at me now. See how strong I have become. With that thought, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. The blows fell like rain on his opponent, causing the wall behind them to begin crumbling. Ryan, overwhelmed by pain, gaped in shock, pleading, "Please, stop. Please. Spare me." His humanity seemed to be slipping away as he begged desperately. A decisive blow pinned Ryan against the wall, marking his downfall. This scene left Cho Jae-seon both stunned and elated. In contrast, Michael Lee seemed unable to believe his eyes, staring wide-eyed in shock. The director was no exception, frozen in place as he watched the unfolding drama. From the wall that had been smashed to bits, Ryan's battered body crumpled to the ground. He was utterly lifeless, collapsing right before Kim Minho. The drone, as usual, moved in to assess the situation. After a moment, it announced that the match was over, with Ryan unable to continue fighting. Advancing to the semifinals for the third time is Kim Minho. As the announcement rang out, Kim Minho stood tall, looking down with pride. Jae-seon on the other side was so thrilled he threw both hands in the air, shouting. Kim Minho looked up at the sky, tears beginning to flow. "Can you see this? Did it?" The assistant next to Jae-seon stared at the screen in disbelief, seeming to realize Kim Minho really was something special. The thought of potentially becoming the strongest human ignited excitement in him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just then, the announcement echoed once more in the air. "Now, it is time for the final match of the quarterfinals." Images of Cam and Minho appeared simultaneously. The director sat in his chair, watching the two of them. The battle between Minho, who had overcome all forms of pain, and Cam, the pinnacle of the new pain threshold, observed the situation, deep in thought. The doctor beside him raised an eyebrow, wondering how long he had been there. The director immediately responded. "He has not just arrived. He has been here from the start." This left the doctor even more surprised. He still rested his chin on his hands, pondering among the three survivors. Memories from the first pain threshold began to resurface with the storytelling. An image of Minho, confident in the arena, emerged. Among them, it was indeed Minho. On the other side, Cam showed no fear whatsoever. Without making everyone wait any longer, the announcement started ringing out. "Let the final match of the quarterfinals begin." Suddenly, Cam stepped forward, grabbing Minho's shoulder, leaving him momentarily stunned. He directed a fierce gaze at his opponent. "I did not participate in this championship season, so I am really curious. Can someone who has been using pain for 20 years withstand even a single punch from me?" As he spoke, he readied his fist. A punch came flying straight at Minho. At that moment, a red flash erupted as well. Cam was surprised to see Minho not budging an inch. Yet he maintained his confident demeanor, still standing strong. Minho's body had a painful dent where the blow landed. Suddenly, that dent returned to normal, and he wore a smile on his face. Cam watched this scene, feeling even more intrigued, unable to help but exclaim. At that moment, Minho spoke softly, his eyes glinting with meaning. "So it is my turn now." Right. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at his opponent with all his might. His punch landed squarely on Cam's chest. At the same time, a burst of light pierced through him. Caught off guard by this strike, widened his eyes in shock, feeling the shockwave. The wound on his back was bleeding, and he instinctively glanced at it. Minho maintained his smug attitude, throwing out a taunt. "How about that punch from this old man? Want to trade another hit?" Cam threw his head back and laughed loudly. He did not flinch at all, refusing to back down. Responding, "Are you asking for another punch?" He laughed mockingly. Cam stomped hard on the ground, the force so powerful it shattered the tiles. He charged toward his opponent like a wild beast, thinking, "You really think you will get another turn?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his fist struck Minho's face. Distorting it, Cam rushed in quickly, delivering a powerful punch while laughing heartily. "You really think there is going to be another round?" That punch was brutal and bloodied. Minho was sent flying, his neck twisted in pain, his body soaked in fresh blood. The audience gasped, worriedly exclaiming, "His neck, it is broken." In the midst of the battle, the two fighters, one punching and the other being punched, suddenly froze time itself. Cam wore a wicked, mocking grin, saying, "Perfect. Thanks to this experiment you have poured your life into, it created someone as strong as me." He was buzzing with excitement, ready for a real fight. Minho suddenly turned his back to him and spoke in a strange tone. I should be the one thanking you. You only became a sacrificial pawn for the experiment that I dedicated my entire life to. Minho's punch sent Cam crashing down, his body covered in blood. His eyes spun in disbelief at what had just happened. On Cam's belly, there was still a large dent from Menon's punch. As Hyen looked on, puzzled, trying to get a better view of the scene. Kang Sang-gu was no exception. His eyes wide with astonishment. Cam fell, his belly bleeding profusely, guts spilling out. Menon stood calmly in place after his own punch. As the fly Cam swooped in, the referee's voice rang out excitedly. Since Cam had passed out, the last one to enter the semifinals was Menon. Hong Mu-hai laughed triumphantly. Awesome. The boss. Veskion. Hong Mu-hai. And Che Yuxon cheered loudly. The head of Huksin group, Jackson, was thoroughly impressed. I wish I could see how that arrogant cousin of mine reacts. Now all I need to do is win the contest. And that cousin will be lying at my feet. Kim Min-seo adjusted her glasses, evaluating the scene. Not so. This Menon dude is unpredictable. Menon was in a place where his hands were covered with some medical device. The doctor stared at him, amazed. This is insane. Hone looked at the monitoring device and announced. Finally, the regeneration ability has awakened. The director suddenly stepped in from outside and spoke with anticipation. My dream is about to become reality. Menon suddenly refuted him. No way. No way. The pinnacle of regeneration already belongs to someone else. Meanwhile, Kang Sang-gu had stripped off his shirt and was glaring sharply at something. The scribe nodded in satisfaction. Truly impressive. The new member of the room is the weakest. Yet there are 3 people making it to the semifinals. Kim Min-ho. Boxing. Menon. Semifinals. Unfortunately, Park Woo-sik and Amanda Grutch were both defeated by Han Min-soo. Kang Sang-gu gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow in irritation. He anxiously asked, is everyone out safely? Cha Sun-yun turned his head to respond hesitantly. What is going on? He pressed urgently. What happened? Did something happen? She suddenly looked up, serious as she recounted, even though we monitored everything carefully. Strangely enough, we found no trace of anyone going out. You shouted in disbelief. What? So where on earth did they disappear to? In a small hidden room beneath a dark place. Blood splattered and screams echoed continuously through the dark night. Back to the arena. The host excitedly introduced on the high-to-V screen. Let us welcome the 4 outstanding semifinalists. Min-on. Kim Min-ho. Boxing. Kang Sang-woo. And now, here's the schedule for the first semifinal match. The first match is a showdown between Han Min-soo and Kang Sang-gu. The host explains the rules. The match will start when the fighters have fully recovered. A water hose gently sways in the clear blue water. Min-soo lay uncomfortably in a tank full of water, surrounded by silence. He muttered a name in his mind. Kang Sang. I am now a martial arts master. Strong enough to wipe out those street punks. I have to compete with true masters. Real strong ones that the street punks can't compare to. Only one is worthy to stand with me. Kang Sang. In the past, Han Min-soo naively thought that now he had to mingle with real strong ones. Those punks could not compare to real professionals. Only one is worthy to stand with me. Kang Sang-woo. That is right. Kang Seong-woo would not see me as a newbie like the others. Just look at this martial arts handbook, and you will understand. Only I am deserving to be your opponent. Kang Sang-woo. As Kang Sang-gu walked, a group of punks blocked his path and called out. Wait. Kang Sang-woo. Stop acting cool. Come play with us. He shot a cold glare at them and snapped. Get lost. The punk gritted his teeth in anger. And Min-soo smirked with satisfaction, hiding in a corner to observe. As Kang Seong-woo delivered a scornful remark to those arrogant fools who thought they were tough, he recalled Kang Seong-woo's icy demeanor saying, Get lost. And Min-soo proudly exclaimed. Pathetic fools. Only I deserve to be friends with Kang Seong-woo. At school, Song-woo, with his cold expression, picked up a book with a strange title. The Martial Arts Handbook. Stared at it indifferently, showing no lively expression. Song-woo had spent quite some time flipping through that book. Min's, hiding outside the door, felt tense but still sneered. You must be shocked to know there is another genius at your level. Time passed, and the next day, Han Min-soo resolved, affirming with a confident tone. Today I will strike up a conversation with him. And Min-soo's foot slipped on something, and he looked down, worry creeping in. He was furious to see his martial arts notebook tossed on the ground like it was nothing. What the hell? Who dared to touch my notebook? Kang Seong-woo must have been searching for this thing everywhere. All right. I will return it and strike up a conversation. We already have some connection. After all. But as he stepped outside, he saw Kang Seong-woo cornered by some thugs again. He pressed himself against the wall, cursing under his breath those damn thugs again. Unsurprisingly, Kang Seong-woo wore that annoying expression from yesterday, coldly dismissing them. Get lost. and Minsu exclaimed. Thrilled. That get lost felt so satisfying. A perfect insult for those idiots. No matter how much you struggle. The only martial arts genius who has got Kang Sung-woo's back is me. Wait. Kang Sung-woo. You dropped this notebook. Did not you? Actually. Me. Before he could finish, Kang Sung-woo swatted his hand away, his face darkening as he muttered. Get lost. And Minsu's eyes widened in shock. Mouth agape. Embarrassed, he dashed off, silently screaming, Help! Someone save me. Just end me already. But just a few steps in, and Minsu tripped and face planted onto the pavement. In pain, he reached out desperately, tears in his eyes as he cried out. Someone. Please end my suffering. Damn it. I can't even run properly. A loser like me should just die here. Not me but those pathetic fools. In reality. And Minsu stepped into the ring, facing off against Kang Seong-woo. He shouted. Look closely, Kang Sung-woo. At the martial arts notebook you once scorned. How am I going to take you down? He threw a punch aimed right at Han Minsu's face, but he was faster, landing a solid hit on Kang Sung-woo's head, blood splattering across his face. Han Minsu charged in. Triumphant. Nice. Keep running out of options. Another strike landed squarely on Kang Seong-woo's shoulder, causing him to stagger back in pain. Enraged, Han Minsu followed up with a powerful series of punches to his face. Annoyed, grabbed Kang Seong-woo's head. Cursing, You little punk, Kang Seong-woo quickly pushed him away, trying to keep a safe distance. And Minsu took a step back and sneered. Even if you avoid the crucial hits, you will still end up as a pile of meat. Exhausted, Kang Seong-woo leaned on his hands. Panting, blood smeared all over him. He shot a sharp glance at Han Minsu and thought to himself, this guy is not just quick, he is accurately analyzing my weaknesses. I do not know how much longer I can hold out when suddenly, Han Minsu charged straight at him. He landed a blow, and Kang Seong-woo winced in pain, and Minsu mocked. What the hell are you doing? Move out of the way. He attacked from every angle where Kang Seong-woo was exposed. Panicking, Kang Seong-woo thought to himself. This guy keeps hitting me where I least expect it. At this rate, I am done. And Minsu shot a glance at Kang Seong-woo, his voice dripping with disdain. It is downright embarrassing to be cornered like this. Even after taking a beating, he stands tall, arms spread wide, ready for a new strategy. And Minsu raised an eyebrow in suspicion, pointing at her. Are you really planning to copy old man Park Woo's moves and guess my intentions? Go ahead. Give it a shot. His body, riddled with wounds, continued to bleed profusely. At this moment, Han Minsu taunted her, raising his hand again. Are you really going to imitate old man Park Woo and guess my plans? Go ahead. And try it. With that, he launched himself forward, delivering a deadly blow. Watching this, Seong Yun's father stood there, mouth agape in shock. Han Minsu's finger successfully pierced Sang-gu. This only fueled his confidence further. What a shame. Not only did you miss my finger, but you also ended up stabbing yourself in the heart. Suddenly, Sang-gu's whole body underwent a bizarre transformation. His eyes turned a fierce red, like a demon waking from a slumber. Confused. Thought. What the hell is this punk planning? Then, decisively, he unleashed a lethal strike, aiming to kill. Those two strong, nimble fingers shot out. Sang-gu immediately raised his hands to block the attack. The force was so immense that it twisted painfully backward. He gritted his teeth, glaring at his deformed fingers. The rage inside Min-su reached a boiling point. This is not over. You can't keep up with this next move. His attack speed quickened, and in no time, dozens of fingers appeared. Reality and illusion blurred together. Still, in front of Sang-gu, it felt like a child's game. With just one swift move, he could capture his opponent's hand. And Min-su's eyes widened as if he were witnessing something utterly absurd. Sang-gu coldly stated, This kick is the one Uncle Paku-sik taught me. The one you disrespected. He stretched out his leg, muscles taut and defined. Min-su could sense that something big was about to happen. Danger. Absolute danger. Sang-gu tightened his grip on his body and unleashed a powerful kick. As a result, and Min-su's shin shattered into tiny pieces. In horror, he thought, Not again. Not again. Seizing the moment, Min-su pulled his hand free from the grip and pushed back with all his might. This could not keep going on. Earlier, he had to lie still. Now, in response, he felt a gentle stroke on his cheek from Sang-gu, and Min-su collapsed, face down on the ground, the force of impact shattering the stones around him. Above, Kim Min-seo shouted in rage. Even Cha Ji-on-gu slumped to the ground. Trembling, as the dust settled, a formidable silhouette stood tall, unyielding, and Min-su lay flat on the ground, struggling to breathe. Yet, he still pushed himself to talk. Nothing has changed. You and I are just failures without a single friend. You looked down on me and played games in a place like this. In the end, we all just die. How does it feel to lose your first friends in life? Sungu raised an eyebrow at this. Lose them. But I will see them again. 1ti. Your stupid question made Minsu burst out laughing. You idiot. Only the winner can escape from here. At this point, Sungu was in shock, unable to believe his own hands. What? Minsu calmly replied. You think this place is a pharmacy that specializes in healing? You think this is a playground to enjoy a match? Sungu kept asking anxiously. So where is everyone? Minsu struggled to spit out his last words. You and I are just guinea pigs. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, Sungu lost all sense of reason, continuously screaming. Wake up. You bastard. Tell me, where are they? A drone slowly flew in and announced. Duan Minsu has lost his fighting capability, so Kang Sungu officially advances to the finals. Time passed, leaving the lonely, lost figure of Sungu in the arena. The host continued to hype up the atmosphere, and it was time to find the final opponent to face Kang Sungu in the finals. It is Kim Minho, the one with the fastest speed and the best fighting instincts from the auction hospital. Or is it Minho, the one with an unbeatable body, never injured even once? Let us kick off this match. As the referee announces, both contestants are now on the fighting floor. Minho bluntly questioned, is it Kang Sungu, or is it you? Minho looked puzzled by this question. Like, what? He suddenly leaned in close with a creepy face and said, I am talking about my strongest opponent. Instinctively, Minho stepped back to keep his distance, even though it just started. You have already put yourself on high alert. Like, this aura of killing intent. Does he really want to kill me? Minho stood there, exuding an overwhelming aura like a ghost from hell. He smiled with excitement, expressing his own perspective. In the battlefield, there is no such thing as surrender. And you can intentionally give up. In the end, someone has to fall. Too bad I have become something that can't be knocked down. Minho understood the implication right away. So the only way to end this match is for me to fall. He excitedly pointed at Minho. That is right. Feeling humiliated, Minho immediately unleashed his power. Honestly, ever since stepping into the arena, I have been wanting to know how far my limits go. Saying that, he dashed towards the punching zone. Minho thought it would be easy and showed his arrogance. Gotcha. However, what he caught was just the afterimage left by Minho. That moment, he quickly maneuvered behind Minho. Another brutal punch was thrown by Minho. Minho dodged each hit in astonishment at the speed. It is absolutely insane. He turned to plan a counterattack, but Minho was a step ahead, landing a punch right in his face. In Minho's mind, there was nothing but fear. This crazy speed and strike. The best fighter he would ever seen. He had to keep aiming for the head to disrupt his focus. Thinking this, he decisively charged in, targeting Minho's head with an attack. But those ordinary punches did not faze Minho at all. He continued to plan a sneak attack, getting behind him. However, Minho had already sensed his move. He threw a flashy move, always aiming straight for the head. Minho quickly pulled back a few steps to maintain distance, gritting his teeth. He thought, what the heck? It is clearly coming from behind. How can I be hit? Minho's arms twisted and curled like two snakes. The more Minho thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Damn it. What kind of joint is that? Suddenly, Minho's bulging muscles returned to normal. Seeing this, Minho instantly turned pale. How could he even stretch like that? He observed Minho's arms and silently analyzed. Could he be using his muscles to pull his bones out as weapons, then retracting them? Just how much control does he have over his own muscles? Minho's face revealed a clear desire. Indeed, he was the best. I have never landed a hit, so I guess it is my turn. He smirked knowingly, his eyes gradually taking on a more frightening glint. Just unlocking a bit of power. With a pull, Minho's entire body transformed, and his strength surged dramatically. This left Minho in shock. He continuously unleashed his power without any sign of stopping. The immense pressure made Minho think, now is not the time to worry about strength. I need to give it my all and finish this. With that thought, he pushed himself to his absolute limit, unleashing his inner power and shattering the ground beneath him into pieces. Not only was Minho unafraid, but he felt more excited than ever. Bring it on, Minho shouted with fierce determination. Time's up, and his figure faded into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the two dove into combat. Minho got hit hard on the jaw, blood spraying from his mouth. Minho could not avoid the punch to his right cheek, blood gushing out from there. Neither side was willing to back down in this fight. They kept trading blows until it finally came to an end. In the stands, Jia-sun gaped in fear, wide-eyed and panicking. Below, Both Minho and Minho were knocked back several meters. The atmosphere suddenly sank into silence as Minho lay motionless on the floor, his face covered in blood. On the opposite side, Minho was also seriously injured, sprawled out on the ground without moving. Jia-sun was so worried that sweat poured down like rain. Wait, what just happened? After a moment, Minho finally woke up, using every ounce of strength to pull his battered body into a fighting stance. Even so, Menon remained completely still. The drone slowly flew in to confirm the results. Jia-sun hesitantly spoke up, filled with anxiousness. Did I? Bonchun immediately chimed in to remind him. It seems not. He lost consciousness a while ago. Below, Minho maintained his fighting stance like a statue. After a brief silence, Menon also woke up. Mufti was ecstatic, like a madman. Sure enough, Menon slowly approached Minho step by step. He gently whispered, "Your data ping will be very useful for the new breed of people." Menon spoke while using his arm lightly. Minho's entire body just dropped heavily to the floor. The referee's voice echoed from the flycam announcing the final results. With Minho unconscious, Kang Songwoo's final opponent will be Menon. Just as the fierce battle between Menon and Minho ended, Songwoo's bodyguard could not contain the excitement. Finally, it is the finals. Songwoo stared intensely at the two people below the stands, wishing Kang Songwoo would not get any crazy ideas. Just as Seongwoo was about to finish his thought, he suddenly heard the door swing open. Songwoo shouted in anger. "You know something, do not you?" Songwoo calmly turned around to respond. "Calm down. If it is about the missing people, I do not know much about this place either." He bowed his head, gritting his teeth in frustration. After a moment of sulking, Songwoo suddenly exclaimed, "I know there are places even VIPs can't access." Songwoo's eyes widened in shock. "Ah, where is that?" Songwoo waved his hand, reminding him. "Calm down. What are you planning to do?" Despite Songwoo's growing frustration, Songwoo spoke softly and patiently. "Are you planning to rush in while your parents are still missing? Look at that fierce expression on your opponent's face." Songwoo continued to scrutinize every word carefully. "First, you have to win the competition and survive before thinking about the next step. As long as the management of the arena has not vanished." Songwoo was anxious. "I can't just sit here. I at least need to know if they are alive or dead." Songwoo assured confidently. "There will definitely be a chance. I am also building my own force here. First, you need to win and survive." A while later, inside the lab, there was a medical saw and splatters of blood staining the floor. Floating in the muddy water was an arm deeply cut into the flesh. The doctor stood before the muddy scene, observing intently, slowly assessing. Indeed, the regeneration rate is increasing. Suddenly, the director stepped forward, saying, "Just a bit more data and we can complete the project. We just need the final piece." Kang Sang-goo's father. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard someone calling out loudly, "Director." A subordinate rushed in front of them, reporting that they had found the hiding spot of Kang Sang-goo's parents. The director's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. The subordinate quickly continued, "They are hiding in the private villa of Chairman Chae Seo-mingen." The director was surprised and asked, "Check Seo-in?" He gritted his teeth, "Right under our noses." "How convenient." The subordinate reassured him. "We have surrounded the area and are entering now. We should catch them soon." Meanwhile, at the private villa of Chairman Chae Seo-min, the subordinates began to gather around to ambush the villa. After scouting the area for a while, they quickly smashed through the door. Inside, Sang-goo's mother, witnessing the scene, could only cry out in terror, feeling utterly helpless. A few moments later, back in the arena, the large screen excitedly announced once again. "And now, please welcome the two fighters who have made it to the finals." Just as everyone predicted, the big screen zooms in on Mine and finally on Sang-goo, looking at the two competitors standing tall on the battlefield, which is battered from previous matches. The voiceover on the screen joyfully announces that the final match of the arena is about to begin. Sang-goo silently reassures himself, thinking that it can all end here, just as long as this match wraps up. Min suddenly whispers something strange, saying he just needs to push to the max for this experiment to be over, leaving Sang-goo confused. "Wait, what?" He is just going to keep talking until he hits that maximum level. Min widens his eyes, laughing maniacally at Sang-goo. It has come down to killing him. Sang-goo, frustrated, demands to know who he is, and what does ending the experiment mean. Why has he been messing with him from the start? Min leans in, taunting him, saying he picked up on it from the very beginning. Sang-goo furrows his brow in irritation. "Wait, what?" Min continues to stick out his long, forked tongue, mocking him, saying he is just the spoiled brat of his jealous dad. Sang-goo, furious, glares at him. "What?" Min nonchalantly hints that it is because his parents are the ones who messed up. He grins with a teasing smirk, saying, "That is right." Hearing this, Sangu freezes in shock, staring at Min in disbelief, his anger boiling over to the point where he is coughing up blood. Min, amused, watches as Sangu trembles in disgust. "Do you want to kill me now?" Sangu does not stay silent. He unleashes a wave of rage-fueled power. Min keeps taunting him, saying soon his dad will be brought here, along with the rest of his family. With that, he prepares to throw a massive punch, ready to wrap up this finale for my experiment. Sangu glares back with cold, steely blue eyes like a madman charging into battle. Sangu defiantly meets Min's punch head-on. Blood splatters everywhere, and he grits his teeth. "Fine, I will play along." In just a few short moments, Sangu releases his hidden power once again. He leaps into the air and delivers a powerful kick right to Min's gut. Ignoring the fact that Min is still reeling from that devastating kick, Sangu jumps high into the air, preparing to attack. In the blink of an eye, Sangu transforms into an eagle, grabbing Min by the head and slamming him down on the rocky ground. Min, with his face twisted in Sangu's grip, is momentarily at a loss, staring wide-eyed at the monster in front of him. Even as Min's body starts to contort, Sangu resolutely increases the pressure on him, becoming even more relentless. Just like that, without wasting a single move, he sends Min crashing down to the lower level, unconscious. Coincidentally, this brutal scene falls right into the view of none other than the captain below,